Chapter 22:31. Countless rays of light began to condense within his body, forming the image of a godly spirit within his internal organs. It was a godly spirit image made up of countless lines. It was a man wearing complicated clothing, and his entire body was bursting with masculine energy. His eyes were wide open as he glared angrily at the man in front of him. A majestic divine might descended. Next was the transformation of his head. Light flashed in his head, and another god appeared within him. This was a handsome man with hair standing on end. He held two swords in his hands and pointed them angrily at the sky. Colorful clouds danced around him. This was young Emperor Dongwuan. Next were the two gods stationed in the primordial spirit. The head of the primordial spirit was High Emperor Zhu. The spirit of the primordial spirit was the ancestral Emperor Origin Star. The four celestial emperors awakened at this moment. The tribulation of the four symbols. You have to guide the four celestial emperors and fuse them into one. This is a very complicated process. If anything goes wrong in the middle, the four celestial emperors will be enraged and destroy you. You cannot let your guard down. The mortality rate of the tribulation of the four symbols is very high. Within his body, the Yin demon power of Li Xuanji circulated. Understood. Long Chen had a rough idea of the steps and methods. In reality, before the tribulation of the four symbols, the head, torso, and primordial spirit were separated and controlled by the four celestial emperors. Hence, there was a slight difference in coordination. The transformation of the tribulation of the four symbols was to fuse the four celestial emperors into one and control everything within the body. In this way, there would be a huge increase in speed and connectivity. The four major parts would be completely fused into one. Of course, it was not the head, torso, and primordial spirit that had fused into one, but the god that controlled them. The four celestial emperors were also a mystery. No one knew what was going on. Perhaps it was just a form of power within the body, but now, it had a very strong mystical color. All warriors had to be careful when dealing with them. After passing the tribulation of the four symbols, the ancient blood spirit dragon and the void universe dragon would at least have a huge improvement in their coordination. Long Chen was already prepared. The four celestial emperors had already manifested. They all looked angry and disdainful. The path of cultivation is incomparably mysterious. There are mysteries everywhere. Who could possibly figure it all out? Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. What he had to do now was to fuse the four symbol celestial emperors together. First, he had to fuse the Grand Emperor Long Yang and Young Emperor Dongwuan. Then, he had to fuse the two primordial spirits. Finally, he had to fuse the corporeal body and primordial spirit into one body. From then on, he would enter the four symbols reincarnation tribulation realm. His corporeal body and primordial spirit would be completely fused and inseparable. Just as he was about to start, an accident occurred. The four symbols heavenly emperors actually underwent changes at the same time. At this moment, the entire land of four poles of chaos was in turmoil. The powers from the north, south, east, and west continued to clash. In that instant it was as though everything had come to a standstill. In the next moment, the Ziwei Imperial Qi, the Desolate Blood Qi, the Nanli Yang Qi, and the Northern Sea Cold Qi were no longer clashing. Instead, they surged towards Long Chen. This was almost equivalent to the tens of thousands of purple galloping steeds from the east charging into Long Chen's body. At the same time, the overwhelming firebirds from the south, the endless venomous snakes from the north, and the innumerable blood wolves from the west did the same. They were formed from power. They no longer fought or collided with each other. Instead, as though they had found an opening, they converged towards Long Chen's body. For a moment, Long Chen's body was almost crushed by the vast power of the earth veins that came from all directions of the dragon god domain. The purple steeds, firebirds, venomous snakes, and blood wolves charged into his body. They ran wildly through his blood vessels, bones, and muscles. They collided and tore at him, bringing him immense pain. If he wasn't proficient in Dream of the Origin, his body would probably have been torn to shreds. What's going on? Long Chen couldn't understand why the power of the four extremes would surge into his body at this moment. He wasn't the four extremes immortal, and the speed of his absorption was more than 1,000 times that of the four extremes immortal. In just a short moment, the power of the earth veins of the entire dragon god domain had already rushed towards Long Chen. Looks like I can only use spacetime reversal to force the power out of this place. Long Chen thought of a solution. If he didn't do this, he would soon be crushed by the violent power of the earth veins. However, he soon found the culprit that caused this change. It was actually the four-symbol celestial emperors. When large amounts of power converged on Long Chen's body, the four-symbol celestial emperors suddenly moved. They actually started to absorb one of the powers of the four extremes that had entered Long Chen's body. Countless purple steeds were swallowed by the Grand Emperor's dragon sun. The Grand Emperor's dragon sun, which was originally shining brightly, gradually turned purple. Young Emperor Dongwuan, on the other hand, swallowed the heaven's wilderness blood qi from the west, turning it dark red. High Emperor Juyao, on the other hand, swallowed the south Liang qi from the south, turning it into the golden red rays of the blazing sun. Ancestral Emperor Origin Star, on the other hand, swallowed the north dark cold qi from the north, turning it into a dark and sinister black. Long Chen's body, which was almost crushed by the power of the earth veins, was finally relieved. Although the powers of the four extremes were still rushing into his body, they were basically being swallowed by the four-symbol celestial emperors, maintaining a balance that wouldn't harm his body. Even so, the boundless power outside continued to converge on his body. The entire land of four extremes of chaos was almost emptied. It was hard to imagine that the vast power had already entered his body and was being swallowed by the four-symbol celestial emperors. However, if this continued, the four-symbol celestial emperors would become more and more terrifying, and he could still control their fusion. Long Chen couldn't help but worry. In the short span of an hour, he could already feel that the entire land of four extremes of chaos had been emptied. It had become no different from an ordinary mountain range. Of course, there was still power rushing in from all four directions, but it was like trying to put out a cart of firewood with a cup of water. In a few months, this place would probably not return to its original state. What were the four-symbol celestial emperors trying to do after accumulating such a vast amount of power from the earth veins? Could he still control them now? He couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. It seemed that although he was terrifyingly talented, every time he went through a tribulation, it was a disaster. He might not have it any better than others. Now, the four-symbol celestial emperors finally stopped swallowing. Inside his body, every image of a god was shining with a terrifying light. Their bodies were overflowing with colors, as if they had really come to life. They were vivid and lifelike, as if they were standing proudly in the sky, looking down at the ant-like beings below. Each of their bodies had basically gathered destructive power. Long Chen strangely realized that they seemed to be looking at him coldly. Then, Grand Emperor Long Yang and young Emperor Dongwuan actually went towards each other. Without Long Chen's control, they actually started to fuse. The purple power and the dark red power fused together, becoming stronger and more majestic. On the primordial spirit side, the two celestial emperors also started to fuse, and the golden red and black merged into one. This fusion process was much faster than others. Then, the two fused bodies started to advance. They surpassed the limits of the primordial spirit and corporeal body, and they slowly fused together at the border of the two. They fused into a divine image with four colors. It was a terrifying divine image, and before Long Chen could see it clearly, this image turned into countless spots of light that scattered into Long Chen's body. The spots of light turned into vast power that fused with the power of reincarnation, forming a brand new power of the four symbols reincarnation. It was as if the surging power of the four extremes had once again transformed into Long Chen's body. It was just that this time, he didn't feel as if he was about to burst. The newly born power of the four symbols reincarnation was very docile, and it flowed freely in Long Chen's body. It formed and grew stronger, and it couldn't be stopped at all. Until it was as if all the power of the four extremes had once again appeared in his body, becoming his own power. The entire land of four extremes of chaos had been sucked dry, and it had now become his power of the four symbols reincarnation. This was very terrifying, and no one's four symbols reincarnation could achieve this. To Long Chen, the improvement this time was much greater than he had imagined. He just didn't understand what the four symbol celestial emperors were, and why such a change had occurred. It was precisely because of this that he didn't feel too safe obtaining such vast power out of nowhere. In his body, the power of the four symbols reincarnation condensed Ziwei Emperor Qi, Desolate Heaven Blood Qi, Nanli Yang Qi, and Northern Dark Cold Qi. Combined with the Taisher divine power, the power of the four symbols reincarnation was in charge of destruction, and the Taisher divine power was in charge of divine might. The combination of the two had already surpassed the divine power, and it might be able to compete with the higher-level divine power of all beings. This time, he had a much greater chance of getting the divine boat. Emperor Jun Longchen took Li Xuanji and left as soon as possible. When Li Xuanji left his body, his current level of power was even greater than when he had fought City Lord Di Jun. With the addition of Li Xuanji's demon power, it shouldn't be a problem for him to fight City Lord Di Jun at full strength. City Lord Di Jun was after all one of the strongest descendants of the primordial first god. To be honest, I also don't know what's going on, Li Xuanji said. She only knew that this place could awaken the four symbol celestial emperors, but she didn't expect such a change to happen. Fortunately, the ending was good, Long Chen said with a faint smile. He asked Li Xuanji about the situation when she went through the four symbols tribulation. She guided the four symbol celestial emperors to fuse, and then the four symbol celestial emperors disappeared. This was the normal process, but Long Chen's four symbol celestial emperors absorbed the power by themselves, fused by themselves, and disappeared by themselves. Now, Long Chen indeed had an incomparably close connection with his body, and even his primordial spirit and physical body had become one. The two kinds of power were more integrated, and this was the divine power that only a martial artist of the four symbols reincarnation could have. This kind of thing, even if he wanted to study it, there was no way, and he didn't have the time. Let's go and get the divine boat. Emperor Jun. Chapter 2232. Di Jun Divine City. Mount Di Jun pierced through the starry sky. It was boundlessly tall, and a large portion of it was covered by layers of clouds. It was as though it was made of steel, and the might of a great emperor suppressed the world. Since ancient times, Di Jun Divine City had been passed down for millions of years, worshipping the number one god of the ancient times. Di Jun was the number one expert of the human race after the Divine Dragon era. His attainments were close to many of the ultimate divine dragons of the Divine Dragon era. He led the human race and suppressed the four directions. Even today, Di Jun Divine City was still the leader of the 72 ancient cities of the world. Today was the day of the Di Jun Genius Battle that was held once every 10 years. Almost every cultivator in the inner city below the age of 4,000 had to participate in the battle to test the results of their 10 years of training. To every young cultivator, this was an extremely important opportunity to display their skills. For the arrival of this day, they had been rubbing their palms and preparing for a very long time. In every genius battle, there would be people who rose and people who fell. Those who rose would have a bright future, while those who fell would never have the chance to rise again in their entire lives. What made all the young cultivators even more excited was that City Lord Dijun would personally oversee the battle to test their cultivation success. If there was someone who could gain the favor of City Lord Dijun, that person's future would definitely be bright. Of course, this time's Dijun genius battle was a little unexpected because they had already seen City Lord Dijun a few days ago. It was just that the distance was a little far. On that day, City Lord Dijun fought against Long Chen and obtained a complete victory. For a moment, he became the pride of all the cultivators in Dijun Divine City. Of course, Long Chen dared to fight against City Lord Dijun at such a young age. That was also a kind of glory. This time, I must perform well and let those who look down on me look at me in a different light. I must let the elders see my hard work and potential. I don't need the City Lord to appreciate me. As long as a young City Lord thinks highly of me, I won't have to worry for the rest of my life. The young cultivators clenched their fists and stepped onto the battlefield that belonged to them and started fighting. With their power of reincarnation, they were the absolute rulers of the draconic sacrificial continent. It was only in a place like the Emperor Jun Divine City that they appeared insignificant. City Lord Dijun sat on the highest throne, surrounded by the higher-ups of Dijun Divine City. But today, there were some old friends. They were Tai City Lord, Ziwei City Lord, Yuanshur City Lord, Randang City Lord, and other city lords of the central region. Of course, Ziwei City Lord came from the east. A total of 6 or 7 city lords sat beside City Lord Dijun, watching the Dijun genius battle. Their performances are all outstanding. The younger generations of the Emperor Jun Divine City are indeed full of geniuses. Each of them is more hardworking than the other. Brother Diyao, you don't have to worry about anything. The Tai City Lord stroked his long beard and nodded with emotion. He had once fought against a sacred spirit, and his strength was at the early stage of the 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm. Back in the battlefield of gods, it was in his Tai Imperial Bell that Long Chen killed Du. To be honest, Long Chen was worlds apart from him at that time. There was no smile on City Lord Dijun's face. He shook his head helplessly and said, "If Du was here, I don't know what realm he would have reached today." This was the greatest sorrow in his heart. Even the Eternal Dragon Emperor had agreed to take Du as his disciple. Unfortunately, he had died young. If he had not died, even if he was not as good as Long Chen, Du would not have been any worse. The Tai City Lord also sighed, feeling very helpless. Du had died in front of him. Now that Long Chen has shown his heaven-defying talent, it is said that he could fight against Brother Diyao a few days ago, and in the blink of an eye, he has surpassed me. This kid is sinister and vicious. If I let him become an expert, I'm afraid I won't be able to avenge Du. If I had hardened my heart and killed him, this would not have happened. The Tai City Lord shook his head helplessly. Don't say such things in the future, or you will get yourself killed. Now that his reputation is like the sun in the sky, I'm afraid he will catch up to me in less than a year. How can we fight against him? But he has a lot of enemies, so let's just wait and see. When City Lord Dijun said this, the competition below had already reached the climax. 7 or 8 youths had already fought their way into the top 8 and obtained a lot of rewards. Next, they would fight for the top 3 and obtain even more benefits, and even City Lord Dijun would personally reward them. In order to speak to City Lord Dijun personally, the youths were even willing to give up their lives. He was the number 1 person in the dragon god realm other than the 5 great dragon cities. At this time, Long Chen came to the divine city of Dijun and stood above everyone. Li Xuanji, this beauty, was like a ghost, following him like a shadow. Of course, even if she was a ghost, she was still a beautiful ghost. After he reached the 4 symbols reincarnation tribulation realm, he went through a short period of recuperation before rushing to the divine city of Dijun. Of course, he didn't know that the Dijun Genius battle was being held here. Because of his arrival, the Dijun Genius battle had already been interrupted. The moment they saw him, the faces of everyone in the divine city of Dijun instantly darkened. One by one, they stood up from their seats. The faces of the few city lords also changed from cheerful and witty chatting to gloomy and cold. They were all top-notch divine cities, and they were all in groups. The arrival of Long Chen made the place fall into a dead silence. To every young martial artist in the divine city of Dijun, Long Chen was a terrifying monster in their eyes. They had long stopped treating Long Chen as someone of the same generation. After all, when they were still trying their best to get City Lord Dijun to look at them, Long Chen was already fighting on equal grounds with City Lord Dijun, that's, the son of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. It's that Long Chen. What is he doing here again? Didn't he lose to our City Lord last time? Could it be that he is looking for a beating again? I heard that City Lord went easy on him in the previous battle. The young martial artists had no choice but to stop their battle. They stared blankly at the sky. Almost everyone's gaze was focused on Long Chen. Long Chen didn't panic. He looked directly at City Lord Dijun and said, "City Lord, I came back this time to borrow the divine boat of Dijun. When I return from the battlefield of gods, I will definitely return the divine boat of Dijun to you. I hope City Lord can fulfill my wish." Dijun Divine City sized him up from head to toe. Of course, he could feel that Long Chen was different from before. He was stronger and more terrifying. Previously, he said that Long Chen would surpass him within a year. Now, only a few days had passed. No matter how rich his imagination was, he wouldn't be able to guess that Long Chen would awaken the four symbol celestial emperors within a few days and enter the next level, causing his strength to skyrocket. Hence, he said, according to the previous agreement, didn't I say that when you can defeat me, you can take the divine boat of Dijun? If you use any other methods, such as begging or exchanging, it's impossible. I won't agree to it. The hundreds of thousands of people in Dijun Divine City won't agree to it either. He said resolutely and coldly. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. Unexpectedly, he said, "That's right. This time, I came back to finish the battle with you." Dijun Divine City held the armrest of his throne with both hands. With a light pinch, he turned it into powder. He stood up. Under the strong wind, his white hair and beard fluttered in the wind. "Now?" City Lord Dijun asked, enunciating each word. Hearing this, the people below were extremely nervous. Their hearts were thumping, as if they were facing City Lord Dijun. To be honest, they actually had a hint of fanatical worship for Long Chen in their hearts. "Now." After Long Chen said this, he flew back and headed towards the clouds in the distance. That was the place where the last battle had taken place. Even now, there were still many traces of that battle. Until he became a small dot in the eyes of the crowd. The other city lords also stood up. What the hell is this kid doing? Could it be that he has some scheme or found a new primordial Dao artifact? City Lord Yuanshi asked doubtfully. No, he has 2 primordial Dao artifacts with 700 Dao patterns. As for schemes, he is not that kind of person. Dijun Divine City said indifferently. Brother Diyao, are you going to fight him again? City Lord Randeng asked. City Lord Dijun nodded and said, this time, I'll make him retreat in the face of difficulties. Otherwise, he'll come looking for me every few days. I'm not his sparring partner, so how would I have so much time? After saying this, he flew like a god and headed in the direction of Long Chen. City Lord Dijun's action made the crowd extremely excited. It was another battle. They could see that City Lord Dijun was already very angry. This time, he would definitely beat Long Chen to the ground. In the blink of an eye, City Lord Di Jun was already standing in front of Long Chen in the wind and clouds. Another confrontation. In front of him was a real peak challenge, a warrior with a demigod body. It was Long Chen's real sprint and challenge to this level. If there was no Li Xuanji, even the current him was not sure that he could defeat him. At most, it would be a draw. With Li Xuanji's help, he had the confidence to take away Di Jun's divine boat. At this juncture, Li Xuanji had already turned into a Yin demon behind him and merged into his body. The four symbols reincarnation power, Taisher divine power, and Yin demon power combined to fight against City Lord Di Jun's divine power of all beings. Buzz. Under the fluctuations of power, the surroundings seemed to shake. The wind was blowing, and clothes were fluttering. This peak confrontation attracted everyone's attention, especially when several city lords had come nearby. Miracle, a miracle. City Lord Tai felt the most. Because just a few years ago, Long Chen could not move in his Tai Emperor Bell. Now, his aura was simply crushing him. His eyes were filled with deep shock. This time, City Lord Di Jun would not only use the power of the sun. He used the sun god technique and turned into a body made of fire crystal sand. With a wave of his hand, the divine sword Ruoxi appeared beside him. The beautiful Tao spirit accompanied him at all times, protecting him and becoming his strength. At this moment, countless transparent lights gathered in City Lord Di Jun's left hand, turning into thousands of transparent beads the size of a grain of rice. The beads formed together and rolled into a transparent disk. The power of space erupted. "That's the Wuji wheel," one of the city lords said in shock. Chapter 2233. Sure enough, it was another Tao item with 700 Tao patterns, the Wuji wheel. It was a roulette made up of tens of thousands of crystal balls. They gathered together and rotated around the center. Each crystal ball was a vast world. Within it, there was wind, rain, thunder, lightning, mountains, rivers, and trees. There were even giant beasts roaring, snakes slithering, mosquitoes dancing, and birds soaring into the sky. City Lord Di Jun held the Wuji wheel as if he held the entire world in his hand. Divine sword Ruoxi's flames soared to the sky, and the spatial divine item, the Wuji wheel. City Lord Di Jun was almost invincible among those in the same realm, second only to Yang Yu and Xue Qi, who had late-stage demigod bodies. Two kinds of might descended. Seeing this scene, almost all the cultivators in Di Jun Divine City cheered, cheering for City Lord Di Jun once again. In reality, many people didn't know what was the meaning of fighting again after a few days of fighting. But the city lords knew the meaning of this battle. If City Lord Di Jun was defeated, it meant that Long Chen was equivalent to a peak expert with a demigod body. It meant that there were few in the world who could suppress him, and that he was invincible in one of the 5 great dragon cities. At that time, no one would look at him from the perspective of a young man, because he was no longer a genius, but a supreme expert. Whoosh whoosh. Seeing the battle begin, everyone took a deep breath. For Long Chen, this was, of course, a very important challenge. The last time was considered a defeat, and this time was his hope of turning things around. He had absorbed the imperial qi of Ziwei, the desolate heaven blood qi, and other power of the earth veins. Now, under the suppression of the divine power of all beings, he basically did not feel any pressure. City Lord Di Jun held Ruoxi in his right hand and the Wuji wheel in his left. With a light shout, he rushed forward. Using 2 Tao items, he immediately displayed a divine might that was difficult to resist. The flames of battle burned. Rumble. Just as the two of them clashed, the heavens and earth began to tremble. Wherever divine sword Ruoxi went, heavenly fire blazed. Countless flaming sword lights shot out from the heavens, forming a beautiful diagram. Every single one of those beautiful flame diagrams contained a peerless killing intent. Long Chen shuttled through the sword light, holding the dragon imprisoning bow that could fight against the other party. Long Chen used the Emperor Dragon Arrow, and with his current strength, he could release the power of the dragon imprisoning bow. The two dragons moved, and an arrow shot into the sky, breaking through countless sword light, and shot towards City Lord Di Jun. Bang, bang. The Darkness Emperor Dragon destroyed the flaming sword light patterns one by one. Seeing that the Emperor Dragon Arrow was about to pierce through him, City Lord Di Jun immediately smiled. He casually walked and his body disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he was somewhere else, causing the Emperor Dragon Arrow to miss. Sure enough, it was the spatial ability, Cosmos Blink. In a flash, he appeared behind Long Chen. With a casual swing of his sword, a towering sword light that spanned tens of thousands of meters shot out, condensing into a huge flaming bird that rushed towards Long Chen. Because of the Cosmos Blink, his speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, the flaming bird was about to swallow Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen did not panic, and did not even look back. Suddenly, a blue-haired youth rushed out from behind him, blocking his back. It was a youth with blue hair and blue eyes. He looked neither male nor female. He was the combination of Long Chen and Li Xuanji, so he did not even have a gender. However, because he was condensed from the purest 5 elements, he had the pure power of water, the heavenly Tao of water. The moment he appeared, his hands rolled, and heaven and earth were under his control. In the blink of an eye, the area within a radius of tens of thousands of meters was submerged by the waves. The raging waves, under the influence of Long Chen's water identity, bombarded and extinguished the flaming bird in an instant. The vast waves were still surrounding City Lord Di Jun, pressing towards him. However, City Lord Di Jun's cultivation was higher. After a few consecutive attacks, the seawater in front of him was shattered and burned completely. Of course, Long Chen would not rely too much on the power of these 5 identities. In the blink of an eye, the water clone returned to his body, and the Emperor Dragon Arrow in his hand was already in front of City Lord Di Jun. This time, it was even more ferocious. Too slow. City Lord Di Jun sneered. With the speed of his heaven and earth blink, although Long Chen's Emperor Dragon Arrow was extremely fast, and could travel tens of thousands of meters in the blink of an eye, it would not be easy for it to hit him. Until now, he still had not displayed the power of the limitless wheel. After the heaven and earth blink, he suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen, and the limitless wheel in his hand flipped. What was unexpected was that the moment the limitless wheel flipped in his hand, the surrounding space actually flipped as well. Simply put, it was an instant reversal of everything. Heaven and earth reversal. That was the name of the mystique. Because it was in the air, when the heaven and earth reversal suddenly happened, only Long Chen accompanied the entire space to flip. Because he was not prepared, for a moment, his feet were in the sky, and his head was on the ground. Such a change did not matter much to him. It was just that he was not used to it for a moment. However, City Lord Di Jun took advantage of his discomfort to summon the Emperor Imperial Dragon again, and charged towards him. This move again. Although only a few days had passed, Long Chen was no longer the same as before. His whole body was covered with blood-colored dragon scales that flickered with light. After the Emperor Imperial Dragons appeared, countless blood-weeping dragon souls rushed out. There were millions of them. For a moment, everyone's vision was filled with blood-colored dragons. The mighty Emperor Imperial Dragons were directly engulfed by Long Chen's blood-weeping dragon souls. Boom! Under the continuous explosions, City Lord Di Jun retreated rapidly. This time, he truly experienced that Long Chen's combat power was much stronger than before. Even if he used his spatial mystique, it was difficult for him to gain the upper hand. Hua! This time, the scene of the battle was so grand that countless onlookers were in an uproar. The various city lords who were watching the battle were even more nervous. Until now, City Lord Di Jun had not gained the upper hand. Could it be that Long Chen was really so terrifying? The anxiety and public opinion were naturally because City Lord Di Jun was burning with anger. It was not that he did not want to kill Long Chen, he just did not dare to. However, when he displayed all his techniques and still could not do anything to Long Chen, the killing intent in his heart gradually rose. In a situation where the two of them were equal in strength, if one wanted to defeat the other, one had to have the heart to kill the other. At that moment, a blazing pillar of fire appeared behind City Lord Di Jun, illuminating the world. The endless fire pillars condensed into a terrifying emperor. It was the number one god in the ancient times, Di Jun. He sat on the throne, proudly standing at the peak, and the whole world bowed down to him. Long Chen had seen such an image in the spiritual world of Di Jun's statue, and now it appeared in front of him. Like the arrival of the emperor, the sword devours the divine space. At this moment, Di Jun seemed to have been possessed by a god. His eyes shone brightly, illuminating the world. The divine sword in his hand pierced out, and the sharp sword light was aimed at Long Chen. The so-called sword devouring the divine space was a spatial divine ability. With Ruoshi's divine sword with 700 Dao patterns, the power was even more terrifying. That seemingly ordinary sword pierced through, but the world seemed to have been imprisoned. The entire space was frozen, condensed, and could not move. In Long Chen's eyes, that divine sword suddenly expanded to a length of tens of thousands of meters. It cut through the sky like a huge mouth, and everywhere it went, the space and the universe were all devoured. Large pieces of space collapsed, and Long Chen was trapped in the collapsed space. The divine sword that was thousands of miles long turned into a huge mouth, tearing the world apart and devouring. Everywhere it went, everything collapsed and shattered. Long Chen was like a dragon in shallow water. He lost his space and could not move at all. He could be killed by that divine sword at any time. This was the power of the sword devouring the divine space. City Lord Di Jun's sword came with the intention of killing Long Chen. My divine might is invincible since ancient times. How dare you disturb my divine might? Hurry up and die to atone for your sins. In the sky, the divine voice was vast and deafening. Countless martial artists were trembling in fear as they watched the sword devouring the divine space and finally devouring Long Chen. You want to kill me? Long Chen could truly feel the killing intent in his bones. However, just by relying on this sword devouring God space and its mighty momentum, would it be able to kill the current him? One must know that he had yet to reveal his true strength in this battle. No one knew how strong he was at this moment. He opened his arms as though he was swimming in the river of time. The cultivation in the sea of time was still vivid in his mind. Now, he was in the entire sea of time, fighting against the wind and waves. He only saw the time around him. As for the shattering and collapse of space, it had nothing to do with him. He is going to be defeated. Unable to resist, he actually closed his eyes and died. Everyone was puzzled. Even the experts at the city lord level didn't know what Long Chen was doing. Was he really going to be defeated like this? He didn't even have the slightest bit of resistance. This wasn't Long Chen's style. As expected, the power of time rioted. It wasn't the storm of time, but the reversal of spacetime. The power of the reversal of spacetime was not time and space, but time. Long Chen was really using the power of time to fight against the power of space. That was the power of the reversal of time. It was like Long Chen's tentacles. In the blink of an eye, he completely controlled the time in the surrounding space. It was like he controlled an ocean of time and then reversed it. Then, everyone was shocked to see. The divine sword was actually retreating. The shattered space was actually condensing. The space that Ruoshi's sword devoured retreated. Long Chen stood where he was and easily broke the sword, devouring the divine space of City Lord Dijun, dissolving everything with the reversal of time. Shocking. Admirable. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but cheer for Long Chen. Only City Lord Dijun looked gloomy. He had truly used his peak strength for this move. If it was the previous time, Long Chen would definitely not have been able to block it. But this time, he had actually blocked it and perfectly resolved his strongest killing move. This meant that he was already on par with him, or even more outstanding. City Lord Dijun had placed his only hope on the Wuxia roulette. It was the final key to his victory. There were only 5 left. Day and night were reversed. He woke up early and slept late, just for a promise. He hoped that he would write painstakingly and diligently, and that they could read happily and happily. Then, everyone would be happy. His effort was to write, and his brother's passion and love were his gains. Because of this, there were still things that he owed, and they would eventually appear. Chapter 22-34. The reversal of time did not just resolve the sword-devouring god space. For many young martial artists, it was even more shocking and exciting. When everything was broken and destroyed, it actually began to reform. The reversal of time was clearly displayed in front of them. How could they not be shocked? This was a wonderful confrontation between time and space. Under such circumstances, City Lord Dijun suffered a great irony and even a humiliation. He also deeply realized that Long Chen's strength had undergone a tremendous transformation in just a few days. It had only been a few days. All the martial artists could see it. A few days ago, Long Chen could not do anything to City Lord Dijun. His reversal of time and space would not have shown such power. But now, he did it. In fact, it was very easy. From this peak confrontation until now, Long Chen had been very relaxed. Therefore, this had already forced City Lord Dijun to a crazier path. He cared about his reputation. After all, he was one of the most powerful experts of the older generation. At the same time, he did not believe that he would be able to surpass Long Chen in just a few days. This irony was too great for him. He looked calm, but in fact, even his breathing had become heavy. At this moment, when Long Chen broke out of the sword-devouring god space, he instantly put away the divine sword Ruo Shi in his hand and held the infinite roulette in his hand with both hands. At that moment, it seemed as if the entire world was the infinite roulette. Under his control, it showed unprecedented trembling. The entire Mount Emperor Jun was trembling and rioting. The space within a radius of hundreds of miles was under the control of City Lord Dijun. It was constantly rioting and trembling. Under such control, others did not know how Long Chen was doing, but at least everyone on Mount Emperor Jun had already experienced great pressure. They were almost suffocating and their faces were pale. Under the vibration and compression of the space, they were almost injured. Of course, they knew that this was the key to City Lord Dijun's victory. They knew that he wanted to win. Therefore, they were willing to endure such a disaster. When such a vast space was under the control of City Lord Dijun, Long Chen was naturally the first to bear the brunt because he was the center of all the controlled areas. If you can break this move, you can take the Dijun divine arc away. City Lord Dijun floated diagonally above him, his eyes bursting with light. The world tree on his body revealed itself slightly. Countless divine powers of all living beings flowed from the millions of divine palaces to his hands, and he was holding the Wuxia roulette. At this moment, all the points on the Wuxia roulette were rotating around a center, and they were rotating at an extremely high speed. It looked like countless worlds were rotating at the same time. The reason why City Lord Dijun was so confident was obviously because what he was controlling now might be more effective than the sword-devouring god space. Buzz. At that moment, his eyes widened, and the world tree lit up. Limitless universe, supreme limitless realm. Every time City Lord Di Jun spat out a word, the space within a radius of hundreds of miles would tremble once and collapse once. Everyone on Mount Di Jun would exclaim once, and Long Chen would be locked tightly by an extremely tyrannical space-freezing force. At this moment, the Wuji roulette in City Lord Di Jun's hands suddenly enlarged, and the countless crystal balls on it also enlarged, becoming bigger and bigger. Then, like a cannonball, tens of thousands of crystal balls shot towards Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, the first crystal ball had a diameter of more than 10 meters, and the huge world inside was clearly revealed. The crystal ball was flowing with ancient space runes, and when it approached Long Chen, it opened up like a huge mouth, and swallowed Long Chen, including the world inside the crystal ball. Then, it squeezed. Of course, this was just the beginning. There were tens of thousands of crystal balls on the Wuji roulette. When the first crystal ball engulfed Long Chen, the second crystal ball quickly engulfed the first crystal ball, and then the third crystal ball caught up and engulfed the second crystal ball. In such a cycle, the level of the space outside Long Chen's body became higher and higher, until the last crystal ball engulfed the previous crystal ball. After that, Long Chen's body had been firmly imprisoned by tens of thousands of worlds. Tens of thousands of layers of space. This was the Wuji roulette, the power of the supreme limitless realm. Endless worlds, one by one, imprisoned Long Chen in the deepest part. The reason why City Lord Di Jun was so tyrannical, in fact, to a large extent, was because of the Wuji roulette and the supreme limitless realm. At least among those at the same level, no one could break his supreme limitless realm. This was also the reason why he was unparalleled in the world. Hua. Looking at the huge crystal ball in the air, it seemed that there were endless worlds combined together. Through the countless worlds, one could see that Long Chen had become incomparably small. The supreme limitless realm was successfully unleashed. City Lord Di Jun's eyes were cold, but there was already a gleam of excitement and satisfaction in them. To be able to unleash it to this extent, it was basically enough. There was no way for Long Chen to make a comeback. You've lost. As long as I condense the supreme limitless realm into the Wuji roulette again, you will be crushed into minced meat, turned into powder, and disappeared for eternity. City Lord Di Jun's godlike voice reverberated in countless worlds. Hearing this, everyone in the Di Jun Divine City cheered. Of course, they were also in awe of Long Chen, but for the sake of the Di Jun Divine City's reputation, they still hoped that City Lord Di Jun could defeat his opponent. The other city lords also heaved a sigh of relief. If Long Chen won today, then from then on, no one would be able to suppress him. In the entire dragon sacrificial world, the strongest expert had yet to become a deity, but Long Chen had defeated a martial artist with a demigod body. Didn't that mean that he was only a step away from the peak of the entire world? That was too terrifying. He wasn't even 1,000 years old. Therefore, the crowd started to clamor. Long Chen could hear these voices. City Lord Di Jun controlled the supreme limitless realm, and he was the master of this place. Under his control, Long Chen couldn't move at all. And now, the innermost world was under City Lord Di Jun's control, and it was already squeezing towards Long Chen. Tens of thousands of worlds were squeezing. If Long Chen really couldn't resist, or didn't admit defeat, and if City Lord Di Jun went crazy and wanted to kill him, then Long Chen might be squeezed into pieces. City Lord Di Jun was also a very capable person, at least in the supreme limitless realm. In this world, those who could cultivate to a demigod body were absolutely heaven-defying geniuses. They weren't simple characters, and all of them had a terrifying cultivation history. City Lord Di Jun was also such a person. But Long Chen was just a little more heaven-defying than them. Therefore, when everyone wanted him to admit defeat, he knew that the real challenge had come. Today was a symbol of him stepping into the ranks of the top experts, and to him, it was epic-making. So how should he celebrate his ascension to this level? Dragon-enslaved bow, dragon-enslaved arrow. The combination of two 700 Dao patterns Dao tools. These two Dao tools were precious because they could be combined. For example, City Lord Di Jun's celestial sword Ruashi and the Wuji roulette couldn't be used together, but the dragon-enslaved bow and dragon-enslaved arrow were a perfect pair. Their combination could display terrifying power, just like how Long Chen shot the Black Yama beast to death in the Eternal Dragon City. That day, he used his true strength and willpower to pull the dragon-enslaved bow and shoot the dragon-enslaved arrow. Now that he had advanced to the next level and had Li Xuanji's help, two Dao artifacts with 700 Dao patterns were no longer a problem. Back then, Long Qinglan had used these two Dao weapons to kill an expert with a demigod body. And now, the two golden dragon-enslaved flames coiled around Long Chen, and let out an earth-shattering roar, causing the entire supreme limitless realm to tremble. This was a terrifying confrontation between 700 Dao tools. 2 against 1. When the two divine dragons turned into golden arrows in Long Chen's hands, even City Lord Di Jun narrowed his eyes. Supreme limitless realm, mortal fate returns to 1. His hands seemed to be holding a ball, pressing towards the center. At that moment, the entire supreme limitless realm was squeezing towards the center. The speed was so fast that even a huge beast would be flattened. What made everyone feel suffocated was that Long Chen turned a deaf ear to all of this. His powerful physical body and immense power blocked the pressure. His spacetime reversal could forcefully push the pressure away. During this process, he placed the dragon-enslaved arrow perfectly on the dragon-enslaved bow, and then aimed at City Lord Di Jun, who was far away. The golden dragon-enslaved arrow was flashing with supreme killing intent. That was the final trace left behind by the two supreme divine dragons in this world. The enslaved dragon symbolized love, imprisoning each other. At that moment, Long Chen still had to expend all of his strength to pull the dragon-enslaved bow to its limit. When the supreme limitless realm was squeezing the world, he released it without hesitation. Buzz. The moment the dragon-enslaved arrow left the dragon-enslaved bow, the entire supreme limitless realm was shaking. Everyone's heart was trembling. They seemed to have seen the birth of another legend. The shock caused by this scene was even more shocking than when Long Qinglan killed the expert with the body of a demigod. The ordinary-looking golden divine arrow tore apart the first layer of the world, then the second layer, and the third layer. It penetrated outwards at a terrifying speed, layer after layer. The continuous explosions caused the supreme everlasting realm to be like a deflated balloon. It trembled violently and actually lost its previous majestic aura. Break. Long Chen spat out a word softly. The might of the dragon-enslaved arrow was as fast as lightning, sweeping up countless gales and smashing worlds. Tens of thousands of worlds collapsed, exploded, and shattered. When the dragon-enslaved arrow penetrated the last layer of the supreme limitless realm and came out, everyone's eyes widened as they stared blankly at this scene. They watched as the dragon-enslaved arrow pierced into City Lord Di Jun's shoulder and instantly turned into a golden steel net, trapping City Lord Di Jun completely. This was called a reversal of victory. After watching the German team's match yesterday, it was a 4 o'clock instant victory. Chapter 2235. The two imprisoned dragons had mastered the two rules of explosion and binding respectively. The dragon imprisonment bow was actually the explosive imprisoned dragon, which was also the one who caused the disaster in the legends. The dragon imprisonment arrow was the binding imprisoned dragon. When they worked together, they could use the two rules of explosion or binding. If Long Chen wanted to kill City Lord Di Jun, he could have used the explosion rule just now, but of course, he would not kill City Lord Di Jun. He was only here to borrow something. However, the binding book belonged to the rules of the dragon imprisonment arrow. When this binding rule was used, the dragon imprisonment arrow even extended countless steel, directly locking City Lord Dijun's world tree, rule heart, and divine palace. It also locked the resistance of his physical body. Now that City Lord Dijun was bound by Long Chen, he was like a fish on the chopping block. The 700 Dao pattern Dao tool was firmly locked on him. The shocking scene caused by their battle finally stopped at this time. Everything became quiet. City Lord Dijun deeply felt the horror of the dragon imprisonment arrow. Not only was he imprisoned, but he was also not allowed to resist. Otherwise, the dragon imprisonment arrow could easily tear him apart. This was victory. Long Chen broke out of the myriad worlds and stood about 100 meters in front of City Lord Dijun. Now that he had destroyed all the threats, he was unharmed. Compared to him, City Lord Dijun was simply a synonym for embarrassment. Such a scene was still fixed in everyone's mind at this moment, causing their minds to go blank except for this scene. They held their breath and could hardly believe their eyes. They could not believe that Long Chen had actually completed a reversal under the absolute situation of defeat. In the end, he had actually captured City Lord Dijun alive. This was even more shocking than directly killing him. Everyone waited for a long time, only to see City Lord Dijun's expression was filled with grief and indignation. His body was trembling with anger, but he did not seem to break free from the restraints of Long Chen's dragon imprisonment arrow. The most ominous premonition appeared in their hearts. City Lord Dijun was not only defeated, but also captured alive. For a moment, this reality was like a hammer hitting everyone's head. Why hasn't he broken free yet? Is his bow really that terrifying? Just now, City Lord used the limitless roulette and the supreme everlasting realm. Everyone couldn't help but discuss in low voices. When the entire Dijun Divine City saw this scene, they found it hard to accept. In their eyes, the unparalleled emperor had been defeated at their own doorstep, and by a young man at that. For a moment, no one dared to speak loudly. However, the way they stared at Long Chen changed once again. In the past, many of them had looked down on Long Chen, claiming that they would avenge Diyu, but now, Long Chen had become a godlike existence in their hearts. Long Chen was neither servile nor overbearing. He kept the dragon-imprisoned arrow from the other party and returned it to City Lord Dijun naturally. The other party's face was extremely gloomy, but he was a martial arts senior after all, and he cared about his face. Long Chen cupped his hands and said, "City Lord, thank you for letting me win." City Lord Dijun was obviously caught in an emotional deadlock, and his face became gloomier and gloomier as he looked at Long Chen. On his Mount Dijun, there were countless people discussing him. In fact, he was already mentally prepared to be defeated, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Since young, he had been defeated before, but this was the most humiliating defeat he had ever suffered. Long Chen was waiting for his divine boat Dijun. This time, I came purely to borrow the divine boat Dijun to head to the battlefield of the gods once, and to investigate some things about my father. I hope City Lord can grant my request. After all, he was taking someone else's things, and even if he won, he should be polite. At this moment, there was silence. City Lord Dijun suddenly looked behind Long Chen, and said, "Di Sheng, give the divine boat Dijun to him." After saying this, he disappeared. Di Sheng was one of his sons, and he was Diyu's father. A few months ago, Long Chen had a battle with Di Sheng, and at that time, he defeated the martial artist of the 6 paths of reincarnation, shocking the world. Who would have thought that half a year later, Long Chen would kill City Lord Dijun, who had the body of a demigod? It was terrifying. After City Lord Dijun left, the middle-aged man called Di Sheng came up. He had once fought with Long Chen, and it made him despair. Today's result made him even more conflicted. "This is the divine boat Dijun." He placed a golden ball in Long Chen's hand, and turned to leave. His eyes were, of course, cold. Long Chen wanted to stop him and apologize for the matter with Du. After all, he was a father. But after thinking about it, he gave up. This was fate, and an apology would be useless. Instead, it would make the other think that he was humiliating him, and it would make him look hypocritical. After City Lord Dijun left, the surroundings became even more silent. The city lords looked at Long Chen in a daze, especially the Tai City Lord. He had come into contact with Long Chen in the battlefield of the gods, but after that day, he never thought that he would have a confrontation with Long Chen like this. Long Chen put away the divine boat Dijun in his hand, then looked at the Tai City Lord and said, "I remember you. It seems that back in the battlefield of the gods, when you fought with the divine spirit, I killed Du in your Tai royal bell, right?" The Tai City Lord's face darkened, and he was a little afraid. He nodded and said firmly, "That's right. Do you think I've fulfilled my vow?" Long Chen suddenly asked. "What?" The Tai City Lord was dumbfounded. "At that time, I said that I would come back. Now, I'm back. I killed someone who deserved to be killed, but who can judge me now?" Of course, this was only for the Tai City Lord. It was also to give an explanation to himself. At that time, he swore that he would return one day so that no one would be able to underestimate him. And today, he did it, especially after defeating City Lord Dijun. From today onwards, his name would definitely shake the world and shock the four seas. In the world, it was like a second eternal dragon emperor was slowly being born, rising like a superstar. Under the dazed gaze of the Tai City Lord and the gazes of admiration and awe from the people of Mount Dijun, Long Chen turned into a ray of light and disappeared from their sight. The people who remained could not calm their hearts for a long time. This is already his time. This was what almost everyone thought at the same time. Of course, the most important thing to Long Chen right now was the battlefield of the gods, the shocking secrets hidden in the long river of history, the promise he made to his father, and the real attack he launched in order to fulfill his father's final wish. He had been preparing for this day for a long time. It was dark inside the quiet hall, and stars were rotating outside the window. It was obvious that this vast hall was very high up in the sky. This was the highest peak of Mount Dijun, the Dijun Temple. Here, the statue and position of the primeval god Dijun were enshrined. I, the god Dijun, illuminate the world, rule the world, and be invincible. In the divine hall, a white-haired cultivator in silver-white dragon robes knelt on the ground and kowtowed deeply. He kowtowed 999 times in total. Only then did he raise his head and look at the divine tablet before him. His eyes were filled with devotion. Just then, the sound of footsteps came from behind. "Didn't I say that no one can come in?" The white-haired warrior said coldly. "Di Yao, long time no see." A strange voice came from behind. It was a little feminine. City Lord Dijun looked back and saw a middle-aged man with black hair and black eyes. He wore a black robe and only his pale face was exposed. He had a pair of unforgettable eyes. Even with City Lord Dijun's state of mind, his body could not help but tremble when he saw this person. He even could not help but take a step back. It showed how nervous he was at this moment. But he was also an expert who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, so he quickly suppressed his nervousness. He took a deep breath and said, "Chen Ting, do you believe that I will report your whereabouts to the Dragon Emperor now?" "You won't. Or, even if you will, when those old guys come here, I will be long gone, and you will be dead." The man shrouded in the black robe laughed lightly. "You are threatening me." City Lord Dijun's voice was gloomy, and his eyes revealed a fierce light. Chen Ting shook his head and said, "I won't. I sincerely want to cooperate with you." Cooperation. City Lord Dijun's eyes turned. He naturally knew that Chen Ting would not come without a reason. Chen Ting definitely needed his help, or in other words, used him. He sneered and said, "There is no need to cooperate. I don't even know who you are. Are you Chen Ting, or that octopus-like monster?" The Black Hell Emperor seemed to have guessed that he would ask this. He smiled and said, "Of course I am Chen Ting, but I am not the previous one. I am a new me, a metamorphosis, a better me." City Lord Di Jun was silent for a moment. The other party's eyes were full of temptation, and his answer was also ambiguous. But he still could not help but ask, "What do you want me to do?" Chen Ting knew that he would ask him. Because City Lord Di Jun had this need. He smiled and said, "It's very simple. First, we have to establish a cooperative relationship. You can rest assured that I am saving you by giving you a chance to be reborn and metamorphose. If you can cherish it, you will have endless benefits in the future." "Why should I believe you?" City Lord Di Jun asked. The Black Hell Emperor laughed out loud and said, "Well, actually, I have no intention of convincing you. That would be too strenuous. You might as well wait and see. Anyway, in less than 100 years, you will truly understand." 100 years. Chapter 2236. Amidst the silence, the Black Hell Emperor said directly, "I think you'll be very interested in working together for the first time. I can see the hatred and anger in your heart. You must really want to kill that Long Chen, right?" City Lord Di Jun was shocked. The previous Demon Slaughter Conference was held to kill Long Chen. At that time, Long Chen was not as powerful as he was now, and he dared to attack. After missing that opportunity, Long Chen's rise had skyrocketed, and he had completely severed his chance. Even in this battle, he did not dare to truly kill him. But the moment Diyu was born, he almost thought that the fate of Di Jun Divine City would change. The 20 years of Diyu's existence were the most exciting 20 years of his life. For this grandson, he had spent 20 years of effort. But in this battlefield of the gods, a new name appeared and replaced Diyu. This news was a more serious blow to him than anyone could imagine. But Long Chen escaped to the spirit god territory and the demon clan, which were places he could not set foot in. Later, he came to the Chaos Galaxy, and with Yang Yu's protection, he could not do anything. Until now, he had lost all hope and suppressed this hatred in the depths of his heart. You don't have to worry about those 10 dragon emperors. Soon, it will not be their era. I can't tell you the details, but Di Yao, the world will change. I am the darling of fate. Now that I have brought you my luck, you must grasp it." This sentence reminded City Lord Di Jun of the Black Yama Beast in Eternal Dragon City. The Black Yama Beast had defeated 7 dragon emperors single-handedly. It was as easy as blowing off dust. City Lord Di Jun guessed that it must have something to do with Long Qinglan. After all, it was Long Qinglan's body. Long Chen could not do that. He did not have the power to do so. City Lord Di Jun knew that a terrible shadow was eroding this world. "For example, there are countless experts of that level in our team," Chen Ting said coldly. "Yes." City Lord Di Jun was like a cat, his hair standing on end. He recalled the terror of the Black Yama Beast in Eternal Dragon City. "You'll understand. You'll know whether or not I'm lying. Right now, we only need you to do one thing. Don't you hate Long Chen? We have a way to let you enter the battlefield of the gods and kill him. No one will know it was you who did it. Do you dare to do it?" Finally, the Black Hell Emperor revealed his true motive. City Lord Di Jun narrowed his eyes. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." He also hated Long Chen. "If you think there's no problem, I can tell you the specific details so that you won't make any mistakes. Of course, we will also give you something that is enough to kill him. After all, he's already very powerful now, isn't he? In another 3 years, he'll be as powerful as 15 Dragon Emperor." So, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There were barren mountains and ferocious beasts everywhere. This was the ancient divine wilderness. The last time they came here, it was Su Xilan who led the team. At that time, the Nian beasts ran amok and disrupted their journey. But this time, as long as the wild beasts had some intelligence, they would escape immediately after meeting Long Chen. Along the way, Long Chen arrived at the Dusk Divine Bay. This was where he met Li Xuanji and Diyu. No one has changed much. It's just that you're too fast. Li Xuanji squinted her beautiful eyes and looked at the Deity ocean in front of her. Is that so? I still think it's too slow. It's not enough for me to do the most important thing. He was referring to entering the battlefield of the gods. Don't worry, you'll succeed. Li Xuanji cheered him on. This matter was too crucial. The Deity ocean was right in front of them. It was not the opening day of the battlefield of the gods, so the storm in the Deity ocean was terrifying. The entire Deity ocean was in the midst of the storm. The storm brought up a large amount of water from the Deity ocean. It was rumored that it was the blood of the gods and possessed terrifying power. Even a rebirth realm warrior would probably die on the spot if they came into contact with it, let alone fall into the Deity ocean. There used to be such a terrifying expert in this world. In the depths of the Deity ocean, there was a blood-colored tornado. If one passed through the tornado, they would reach the battlefield of the gods. Among the 72 divine boats, only the Dijun divine boat could withstand the storm of the Deity ocean. Before the battlefield of the gods opened, it brought Long Chen in. Long Chen flew through the air and arrived at the edge of the divine Sense Sea in the blink of an eye. There was a line separating the Twilight God Bay and the divine Sense Sea. Within this line was the Twilight God Bay, which was extremely peaceful, and outside the line was the divine Sense Sea, which was filled with storms. It was hard to imagine what kind of power this line had to be able to isolate the storms of the divine Sense Sea. Long Chen stretched out an arm and gently passed through the line, passing into the storm of the divine Sense Sea. In an instant, the storm rushed over like a hungry wolf, firmly surrounding Long Chen's finger and biting it. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen already felt pain. When he retracted his finger, it was already covered in blood. Looks like even if I fall into this divine Sense Sea, I will definitely die. Long Chen said in a deep voice. This didn't make sense. Logically speaking, he had already come into contact with the peak of the entire world. Such an expert should not exist in the world today, but whether it was the divine Sense Sea, the black jade dragon head, or even the ancestral dragon cave, they were all things that could not be understood. Perhaps I will only understand after I become a god spirit, Li Xuanji said. Looking out, the divine Sense Sea was boundless, and there were countless Sanskrit chants and divine music coming from it. It was as if there were goddesses dancing in the sea, and below the divine Sense Sea, there seemed to be giants fighting, causing waves to erupt. There was even real blood surging out from the depths. It was a terrifying kind of blood. Although it was separated by the line of Twilight God Bay, there was still a terrifying and shocking power suppressing them. The divine might was vast and mighty. Let's go. Long Chen took out the Dijun divine boat. This was an ancient item that came from the inheritance of the gods. It was not an ordinary Dao item, and could only be used as a tool. Long Chen and Li Xuanji entered, and there was only a spacious space inside. The interior of the Dijun divine boat was also filled with marks, but this was not what Long Chen was concerned about. He held on to the Dijun divine boat, and without saying anything else, he rushed into the divine Sense Sea. The storm came. As expected, if one came here on a day that was not the opening day, the divine Sense Sea would not welcome them. In an instant, almost all the pressure of the storm was on Long Chen. His cultivation was just enough to control the Dijun divine boat. If it was anyone else who rushed in with the Dijun divine boat, they would definitely die. Be careful. Li Xuanji was so scared that her face turned pale, and she could not help but remind him. Don't worry, when have I ever been careless? In the divine sense sea, they fought against the wind and waves, and trembled with the god blood. It was as if countless experts were attacking the Dijun divine boat, and Long Chen controlled the powerful divine shield and rushed forward, breaking the divine sense sea. Boom boom boom. They were all monstrous waves that bombarded over, often knocking Long Chen to the point that he was swaying left and right. Occasionally, there seemed to be divine blood sprinkled on the Dijun divine boat, emitting sizzling sounds. It felt as if there were countless steel-toothed insects that wanted to tear the Dijun divine boat apart and charge in. Encountering such a scene, no matter how boldly Xuanji was usually, she was so scared that she was trembling. Come here. Long Chen easily embraced her delicate body and flew in the divine sense sea with her in his arms. The warmth in his arms calmed him down and filled him with strength. Little she told me that she might have a child. Long Chen said beside her ear. Li Xuanji's beautiful face slightly tensed up, and said in surprise, Really? That's great, you're going to be a father. She was naturally happy from the bottom of her heart. Aren't you going to be a second mother or something? Long Chen suddenly asked. He looked at her sincerely. They had been companions for many years, and they had gone through life and death together several times. This was an unforgettable fate. Perhaps it was because of the difference in their personalities that caused them to get along a little awkwardly. It even made Long Chen's heart waver, but at this moment, in this storm, he could not help but ask. Li Xuanji was stunned. Her delicate face, with a blank expression, was especially charming under the light of the divine sense sea. In fact, the most entangled person was herself. Give me a little more time, okay? Now. I'm a little hesitant. I don't know why, but I'm very afraid, she said bitterly. She felt that she should not disturb the world of the two of them. But love could not be restrained. When she heard about Long Chen's difficulties in the Eternal Dragon City, she ran all the way over, her eyes already wet with tears. It was only when she saw that Long Chen was safe and sound that she acted as if nothing had happened. It wasn't because of her. Long Chen and Lingxi's relationship was extremely good. They were a match made in heaven, and Li Xuanji was not used to standing next to them at any time. But the desire in her heart, the long-established love, and also after she became his Yin demon, after becoming a part of him, she would never be able to break away from this man. When facing her, Long Chen was also at a loss. He was unable to give up on this woman, nor could he allow anyone to bully her or hurt her in the slightest. However, he also took care of her emotions. Before she was willing, he still chose to respect her. Then, let's talk about it in the future. Anyways, you won't be able to escape. It had been a long time since he spoke so shamelessly. Li Xuanji was both embarrassed and angry. Just as she was about to speak, a huge impact slammed onto the Supreme June Divine Arkansas. The entire Supreme June Divine Arc started to shake. Amidst the shaking, the two of them swayed left and right and rolled on the ground. The Supreme June Divine Arc was extremely tough, and Long Chen's head was almost bleeding from the impact. What happened? Chapter 2237. The Divine Arc Dijun moved forward in the storm of the Divine Sense Sea. Logically speaking, Long Chen had already controlled the Divine Arc Dijun. Although it was extremely difficult to break through the storm, it was generally impossible for such a violent collision to occur. The storm could not cause the Divine Arc Dijun to shake so violently. There must be something else. At this time, the Divine Arc Dijun should have been thrown out of the Divine Sense Sea. Long Chen hurriedly took control of the Divine Arc Dijun. He filled the entire Divine Arc Dijun with his samsara power of the four symbols. This was not a simple samsara power of the four symbols. Instead, it was a samsara power that had fused with the power of the earth veins in the surroundings. Under his control, the divine arc Di Jun finally stabilized while it was flying. It continued moving forward under Long Chen's control. What's going on? Li Xuanji tidied up her messy clothes and looked around warily. Perhaps she was too sensitive, but she could already feel a sense of danger. This was the divine sense C. I don't know yet. The interior of the divine arc Di Jun was sealed. It was actually very difficult to see what was happening. There was only a small window inside that allowed one to see outside. The range of vision was very small, and all that could be seen was the storm and the churning god's blood. If he wanted to see a larger area, he would probably have to open the door of the cabin. Then, the storm and the god's blood outside would probably surge in. I'll stabilize myself first and continue forward. If there is still such a collision, it means that there is something in the divine sense C. Long Chen said calmly. Logically speaking, this was the battlefield of the gods. With such a terrifying storm in the divine sense C, there should not be any living things. However, if it was not a living thing, why had the divine arc Di Jun been hit just now? For a short period of time, the divine arc Di Jun was moving steadily. In the next moment, Long Chen saw from the small window that the surrounding waves were even more violent. The god's blood in the sea was also much denser. He spread his power throughout the entire divine arc Di Jun. In the blink of an eye, the divine arc Di Jun let out a heavy, dang sound. Then, a tyrannical and destructive power attacked him again. That power was extremely tyrannical, overbearing and barbaric. It was purely a collision of physical strength, causing the entire divine arc Di Jun to shake violently once again. Fortunately, this time around, it was under Long Chen's control. Therefore, the entire divine arc Di Jun was not completely smashed away. Instead, it jolted for a moment before coming to a stop. Long Chen realized that something had descended and was staring at them. Of course, he couldn't fight in the divine sense C and the Di Jun divine boat, which gave him a headache. However, he wanted to know what this thing that had suddenly appeared was. In this storm, he hurriedly turned the direction of the divine boat Di Jun. The small window in front of him faced the direction of the other party's attack. What is this? Li Xuanji gently covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. It flashed before his eyes. Although it was just a flash, Long Chen still saw that thing. It was actually a person. He was dozens of meters tall and was as big as the divine ship Di Jun. Long Chen could only vaguely see that he was wearing an extremely old and tattered armor. His entire body was shrouded in shadows, and he could not see his appearance clearly. In his hand, he was holding an almost rotten golden halberd. Most importantly, Long Chen actually saw that his body was covered in densely packed wounds, and some parts of his body were even pierced through. His armor was almost torn apart, and it was almost like a tattered cloth hanging on his body. Furthermore, blood was continuously flowing out of the numerous wounds, converging into the divine sense C, causing his surroundings to be covered in a dark red light. This was also the reason why the surrounding seawater was so dense when it arrived. The blood in the divine sense C is divine blood, and the blood flowing out of this thing is divine blood. Could it be that he is a god? Long Chen was shocked. Of course he knew that the blood flowing out of his opponent's body was exactly the same as the blood he had seen rolling in the divine sense C at the beginning. It's coming back again. Li Xuanji cried out in alarm. Long Chen did not have time to be shocked. If this continued, not only would it delay their journey, if the divine boat Di Jun was broken, both he and Li Xuanji would probably die here. This was not a joke, and no one would even be able to save them. Through the window, he saw the god spirit once again appear in front of the divine boat Di Jun. He raised the rotten golden halberd high up and slashed towards the divine boat Di Jun, splitting the surrounding seawater into two. This time, Long Chen could see it even more clearly, and even his face could be seen clearly. However, there were many wounds on this guy's face, and his body was in a state of decay. Long Chen finally understood that if his guess was not wrong, the thing in front of him was actually a body. Or it could be said that it was a god's corpse. He did not have time to think, and hurriedly controlled the divine boat Di Jun to dodge like a fish. This time, he was very lucky to dodge the attack, but in the blink of an eye, the god's corpse had already disappeared from his sight, leaving only the divine-sensed sea storm around him. He shouldn't have left yet, Li Xuanji said. The window was too small, and he could not see or feel the situation outside. The divine boat Di Jun was also sealed, and in that instant, the divine boat Di Jun suffered another heavy blow. The top part of the divine boat Di Jun even caved in, and if the other party continued to hack at it, the divine boat Di Jun would probably be broken. As long as it was broken, the two of them would definitely die here. They had to retaliate, or else they would die. They had just arrived at the battlefield of the gods, and they had already encountered such a crisis. It was indeed too terrifying. Furthermore, the opponent's background was unknown. Xuanji, come here. Long Chen said to Li Xuanji as he controlled the divine boat Di Jun. Right now, he was only at the four symbols reincarnation tribulation realm, and without the help of Li Xuanji's demon power, he was not much stronger than City Lord Di Jun. Therefore, in this life and death situation, he naturally needed Li Xuanji's help. Li Xuanji understood and turned into a demon, fusing into Long Chen's body, causing Long Chen's physical strength to increase dramatically, and his control over the entire divine boat Di Jun became stronger. At the same time, his intuition told him that the god's corpse was nearby, and was already preparing for a second attack. I will open the cabin, block the divine sent sea storm, and use the dragon-enslaved bow and dragon-enslaved arrow to deal with him. Long Chen had no choice but to take this risk. Otherwise, if this continued, he would just be waiting for death. Although this method was very risky, there was no other way. He did what he said he would do. First, he turned the divine boat Di Jun, and finally found the location of the god's corpse. As expected, he had already rushed up and was preparing to attack. Long Chen opened the door decisively at this moment. Of course, he did not directly use the dragon-enslaved bow and dragon-enslaved arrow in the first instant. Instead, he used his strength to punch out, sending the divine sent sea storm that was about to rush in flying, and bought a certain amount of time. Immediately after, Long Chen quickly finished preparing the bow and arrows. At this time, the god's corpse had already slashed the golden halberd towards the divine boat Di Jun. The heavy power carried a terrifying destructive force. Without saying a word, Long Chen released the dragon-enslaved arrow in his hand. The dragon-enslaved arrow turned into a golden dragon and instantly pounced on the god's corpse. It exploded like a cannonball, causing the god's corpse's chest to explode into a bloody mist. At the same time, it also resolved the crisis this time and sent the god's corpse flying. However, Long Chen was shocked to discover that the attack that could subdue City Lord Di Jun was actually unable to completely shatter the god's corpse into pieces. It was only slightly injured. Sure enough, at this time, the god's corpse let out an earth-shattering roar, causing the entire divine sent sea to tremble. Long Chen had actually blocked the divine sent sea storm, and it was extremely strenuous. He had already readied the dragon-enslaved bow and dragon-enslaved arrow, and once the other party made a move, he would attack. But at this time, the god's corpse's dim eyes actually looked at Long Chen, and with an extremely gloomy and ancient voice, he said, "Destroy the battlefield of the gods, save my people, save my people." After saying that, the god's corpse seemed to have lost its strength and started to sink into the divine sent sea. In the blink of an eye, it had disappeared without a trace. At that moment, Long Chen was almost stunned. Seeing that the storm that carried the god's blood was rushing towards them again, Long Chen hurriedly closed the cabin of the divine ship Di Jun, and controlled the divine ship Dijun to advance steadily. After the battle was over and they had miraculously escaped danger, Li Xuanji came out of his body, and the two of them looked at each other. Destroy the battlefield of the gods, save my people. Long Chen was confused by this sentence. Why did Long Qinglan want to destroy the battlefield of the gods? Was it because he had seen the god's corpse? In other words, he knew a deeper secret. But why didn't he tell me? In fact, he didn't even tell the Dragon Emperor, and directly took responsibility for everything. What was this secret? What did the god corpse mean when it said those words to him just now? Long Chen was puzzled no matter how he thought about it. This made him feel like he had entered a strange whirlpool. Don't be too anxious. The truth will come to light one day. You are still young. As long as you don't die, you can create endless possibilities. Li Xuanji held his hands and said gently, "It's okay." Yes. Long Chen nodded. This strange interlude was finally over. From then on, the immortal's corpse did not appear again. However, another problem appeared in front of them. It seemed that they had been here for a much longer time than the last time, but they could not find the blood-red tornado or the battlefield of the gods inside it. Could it be that the god's corpse's attack was off course? This seemed unlikely. Back then, Long Chen was already able to adjust the direction as much as possible. Moreover, the tornado was so huge, how could he not have found it? Therefore, he began to search for the tornado very seriously. A day passed, but there was still no result. He had also searched the surrounding area. In that case, it should be somewhere even deeper. He continued to move deeper. Chapter 2238. Just as Long Chen was searching for the location of the battlefield of the deities, City Lord Dijun was looking at the deity ocean with a deep gaze. Go, this is your only chance. Make good use of it and join us. Become one of the lucky ones in this era of destruction. The Black Hell Emperor turned into a black cloud behind him and said sinisterly. A storm swept across the deity ocean. Blood rained everywhere, sending chills down one's spine. City Lord Dijun turned around and looked at the Black Hell Emperor coldly. You can't go back on your word about what you promised me. With that, he walked towards the deity ocean. Halfway there, he suddenly turned around and asked, Chen Ting, when did you become like this? Hearing this, the Black Hell Emperor was startled. He immediately smiled. That's all in the past. Now, I'm living better than anyone else. That's the key. You just need to tell me that you agree, City Lord Dijun said. The Black Hell Emperor chuckled and said, it's not a big deal. Back then, after losing to Long Qinglan several times, I was indignant. Fortunately, fate took care of me. Now, not even Long Qinglan's corpse is left, and I have such capabilities. Therefore, this is all in the past, not worth mentioning. Hearing this, City Lord Dijun didn't say anything more. He silently entered the deity ocean. With the things provided by the Black Hell Emperor, he didn't need the Dijun divine boat. Because of this, even if he killed Long Chen in the battlefield of the deities, no one would know. After he succeeded, he just needed to escape. After City Lord Dijun entered, the Black Hell Emperor laughed sinisterly. What an idiot who was blinded by hatred. I simply made up a few experts to scare him. Because of this, he was very proud. Life, oh life, it's so lonely. Who knew that my fate would change like this? I thought I was the only Black Yama beast left in this world, but Long Qinglan wasn't created by me. I'm sure there are others like me, and they'll definitely come looking for me. The so-called countless experts in his team and that he would definitely attack the dragon sacrificial continent within 100 years were all fabricated by him. However, they were also his conjectures. After all, Long Qinglan had turned into a Black Yama beast after his death. There was definitely an even more powerful Black Yama beast that had completed this task. The Black Hell Sovereign wanted to find him, or even them, and then become one of them. This is the battlefield of the gods. I've been warned many times not to enter this place. What secrets are hidden here? Although Dragon Emperor Yongye is following him, Di Yao is not easy to deal with. I hope he succeeds. With that, he left quietly. Just as he had expected, Dragon Emperor Yongye had lost track of Longchen. She moved forward alone in the Divine Sense Sea. Only an expert of her level would be able to withstand such a terrifying divine blood and storm. Her silver robe and long silver hair fluttered in the wind, and her delicate figure was like a flower blooming in the sea. However, she was frowning at this moment. Not long ago, she was following the divine boat Emperor Jun. Suddenly, an immortal's corpse appeared and blasted the divine boat Emperor Jun away, then immediately chased after it. At that moment, a huge storm was triggered, and Dragon Emperor Yongye happened to be blown away by the storm. Because she did not have the protection of the divine boat Emperor Jun, she had to be very careful in moving forward in the Divine Sense Sea. She was not fast, so when she turned around, she lost the divine boat Emperor Jun and the immortal's corpse. However, she would not forget the shock she felt when she saw the immortal's corpse. The battlefield of the gods was the mausoleum of the gods. However, the gods of the ancient times had also disappeared. Until now, no one knew that they would die. The immortal's corpse must be one of the corpses left behind by the gods. Appearing in the Divine Sense Sea, Dragon Emperor Yongye had already felt that there must be a great secret hidden here. A secret that even she did not know. To be honest, the 15 dragon emperors were all dragon warriors, so they rarely paid attention to the matters of the 72 divine cities. Generally speaking, the 72 divine cities would come here on days when the storm subsided. At other times, naturally, no one would dare to disturb the rest of the gods. Although the 15 dragon emperors had the ability to enter alone, first of all, they had no faith in the 72 gods. Secondly, it was not easy to enter once, and they might even be injured. Therefore, since ancient times, it seemed that not many people would come here when it was not the opening day. Even if they entered for half a day, they would basically leave without finding the battlefield of the gods. It seemed that Long Qinglan had been here before, and then he destroyed this place. Fortunately, they were intercepted. Therefore, the appearance of the immortal's corpse this time made her feel that there was a secret in the battlefield of the gods. It was even possible that Long Qinglan's actions were not wrong. Long Chen was firm in his belief. Let's find Long Chen first. She went deep into the Deity Ocean to find Long Chen's whereabouts. As for diving into the sea, to be honest, even though she was at the peak of the world, there were still many places she could not go. The depths of the Deity Ocean was one of them. Since ancient times, no matter how strong one was, as long as they dived in, no one could come out alive. Long Chen drove the divine boat Emperor Jun, and circled in the storm of the Deity Ocean for a few days. The Deity Ocean did not look big, but in reality, it was boundless. There was no end to it. Once every 1,000 years, the Deity Ocean would open, and there would be a calm path that led directly to the battlefield of the gods. However, it was different this time. Long Chen had originally followed that path, but after being blocked by the immortal's corpse, he might have deviated from the path, or perhaps the battlefield of the gods was no longer in its original position. After a few days of research, Long Chen found that it was more likely that the battlefield of the gods was no longer in its original position. This was also a major discovery. However, he did not give up, and continued to go deeper. He had to find enough evidence to let the 15 Dragon Emperor see that they had misunderstood Long Qinglan. Perhaps it was luck, but one day, he finally saw the blood-colored tornado in the Divine Sense Sea. In front of him was a storm that looked like a huge dragon, soaring into the sky, enveloping a large area of the surrounding sea. Rumble, 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 rumble. Long Chen drove the divine boat Emperor Jun, and approached it excitedly. Back then, Su Xilan could drive the war god's ancient boat into the battlefield of the gods. Of course, he could do it this time. Although the turbulence was a little big, it was obviously not as big as the collision of the immortal's corpse. However, the location of the battlefield of the gods in front of him seemed to be very different from the previous one. However, there would definitely only be one battlefield of the gods in the entire Deity Ocean. The same blood-colored tornado made Long Chen sure that this was the place. Finally found it. Long Chen was a little excited. He remembered that last time, the first place he reached was the Doomsday Gate, and then through the Doomsday Gate was the path to the god's mausoleum. Last time, Long Chen only went to the war god's mausoleum. Obviously, the god's mausoleum was also very big. Long Chen started to charge forward. Amidst the tornadoes, the road was bumpy. In front of him was a blood-red fog. Next, there should be a 9-colored fog. Seeing the 9-colored fog, he was almost certain that he had arrived at the battlefield of the gods. Sure enough, after a period of time, the 9-colored fog finally appeared. Long Chen held his breath, broke through the 9-colored fog, and came to a platform. At this time, the divine boat Emperor Jun had already reached the shore, and calmed down. Long Chen came down from the divine boat Emperor Jun with the beauty Li Xuanji in excitement. When he raised his head and looked at the battlefield of the gods in front of him, he saw a scene that stunned him for a full quarter of an hour. All of this was completely different from what he had imagined, or rather, it was not the same as last time. In fact, Long Chen almost thought that this was not the battlefield of the gods at all. In his impression, the battlefield of the gods was covered in 9-colored fog, and countless gods' mausoleums were faintly discernible in the 9-colored fog. It was quiet and profound, sacred and lofty, even like a paradise. But in front of him, the sky was also covered in 9-colored fog, but in front of him was a huge group of palaces. There were countless palaces, and more importantly, these palaces were all grayish-white. The walls, tiles, pillars, etc. were all made of bones. It was hard to imagine that in front of him was a group of palaces made of bones, a world of bones. In front of him was a city gate, also made of white bones. It was mottled with the marks of time, as if no one had stepped in for tens of thousands of years. On the city gate, there was a plaque made of white bones. On it, there were 4 large words, not Battlefield of the Gods, but Divine Palace of White Bones. Looking out, the entire White Bones Divine Palace was shrouded in a deep grayish-white fog, and a thick rotting smell swept out. There were also many other smells, showing that no one had been here for a long time. In front of him, there were no signs of life, and it was more like a dead city. White Bones Divine Palace. Li Xuanji's face was slightly pale, and she read out the 4 twisted words formed by the bones in front of her. Long Chen did not know why there were such changes here. But this verified his guess, there was indeed a problem here, and today, he was here to uncover this secret. In the past, my father entered this place, which was why he wanted to destroy the battlefield of the gods. Long Chen couldn't help but say eagerly. Li Xuanji saw that he was so emotional and said, "No matter what, this is a mysterious place left by the ancient era, and there are many dangers. You should be careful in case anything happens." "Okay." Long Chen nodded his head. "Let me help you." In this place alone, it was even more dangerous for her. Turning into a Yin demon could ensure her safety and also increase Long Chen's strength, so why not? During these few days, it was because of Li Xuanji's help that Long Chen was able to defeat City Lord Di Jun and the God Corpse. The two of them merged. Chapter 2239. After passing through the city gate, what appeared in front of him was a vast group of white bone palaces. A desolate aura assaulted his face, and the ground was actually filled with skulls, tens of millions of them. In any case, he could not see the end of them. Eerie, deathly silent, this was a city of death. The difference between this and the battlefield of the gods was like the difference between heaven and earth. In front of him was a sea of skulls, and then there were countless white bone palaces, some big and some small. Long Chen was currently walking on the widest road, and it was also filled with skulls. These skulls were extremely hard, and Long Chen was not worried about breaking them, but in this strange place, it was better to make as little noise as possible, so he lightened his footsteps and floated forward. He noticed that on both sides of the road, other than the skulls, the most common thing was a type of warrior sculpture. It was extremely neat, and there were at least tens of thousands of such sculptures in his field of vision. They were dressed in battle armor, holding weapons, and their eyes were solemn and respectful as they looked forward. They were the only thing that did not have anything to do with white bones. Although these warrior sculptures were just sculptures, each of them had a tyrannical and ancient aura. They were extremely dignified, and even brought some pressure to Long Chen. From this, it could be seen that this place was definitely not simple. Tens of thousands of warriors were stationed on both sides of the road. Long Chen first entered the small palace on both sides of the road. It was empty inside, and it was estimated that no one had come here for a long time. He decided to walk further inside. Among them, he had entered countless palaces, but none of them had any direction. On the other hand, the eerie and deathly silent aura was getting denser and denser. Now that he turned around, he could not even see the city gate. He was deeply immersed in this white bone palace, and when he raised his head, he could see skulls, warrior sculptures, and white bone palace everywhere. After walking for another half a day, a majestic palace appeared in the depths of the white bone palace. It was over 1,000 meters tall, and stood majestically in the middle of the white bone palace. It was surrounded by gray clouds, and above it was a 9-colored mist. The 9-colored mist seemed to be connected to the tall palace, as if the 9-colored mist was coming out from the palace. This must be the key. After walking for such a long time, he finally found a more crucial place. He quickened his pace and walked towards the palace. Of course, he was very careful to stay hidden. Although this place seemed to be deserted, it was not necessarily without danger. Soon, he approached the palace. Standing at its foot, he raised his head and looked up. The white bone palace towered into the clouds like a giant mountain. One of the doors was a full 500 meters tall. It was made of 2 sets of white bones and was extremely huge. The 2 sets of doors were tightly shut, but the key point was that they were not tightly sealed. There was a gap of 2 meters wide, which was naturally enough for Long Chen to enter. There was a similar plaque on the door, and on it were several dozen skulls that formed 3 words, Rainbow Palace. Rainbow Palace? It was pitch black inside, but there seemed to be living things inside. What will appear in the Rainbow Palace? Long Chen was even more confused, but he didn't want to go in. Otherwise, there would be no point in coming here. After he made up his mind, he walked into the palace through the crack in the door. When he stepped inside, he felt a vast pressure pressing down on him. It was just like the spatial pressure City Lord Di Jun exerted, and it was even more terrifying than his spatial freezing power. It was as if there was a god standing in front of Long Chen, forcing him to lower his head and kneel. Long Chen stabilized his body with great difficulty, but his forehead was already covered in sweat. It seemed that this place was indeed the key. He mobilized his strength to resist this pressure, and raised his head. This huge white bone palace was pitch black, with a total of a few hundred white bone pillars erected in the surroundings, forming a path in the middle. There was a red carpet on it, extending into the depths of the palace. Everything was silent. I feel a sense of danger. Li Xuanji turned into a yin demon, but he was connected to Long Chen's heart. With just one thought, he could send a message to Long Chen. Let's go in and take a look. Long Chen entered the time dragon state. This made him feel slightly better and safer. Now that his time Tao was improving quickly, it was much easier for him to use the time dragon. Every few hundred meters, there would be 2 pillars around. He continued to walk in. After walking a few hundred pillars, he suddenly stopped. He felt like he was being targeted. Under this kind of intense pressure, it was extremely difficult to even fight. Dee-dee-da-da. There was a sound around him. On the ground around him, many thumb-sized beads fell to the ground. They bounced around and gave out a ticking sound. All of a sudden, Long Chen's hair stood on end. Just beads? These beads seemed to have fallen from the sky. They bounced around and surrounded Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen was prepared to fight. As expected, in the next moment, the beads that fell to the ground started to smoke. They turned into many warriors in silver robes and golden armor. Dozens of warriors in silver robes and golden armor surrounded Long Chen in the blink of an eye. Long Chen wasn't anxious. First of all, he couldn't sense any life aura from these warriors. Clearly, they were puppets and not living people. He carefully observed these warriors and found that they were very similar to humans in every aspect. There was almost no difference in their appearance. However, they had no emotions, no eyes, and their expressions were stiff. Although they weren't alive, they had a vast power. Each of them was like a warrior at least at the 7-star reincarnation realm. The Tao artifacts in their hands basically had more than 500 Tao patterns. More importantly, Long Chen found a very special power in them. This power was similar to the divine power of all beings. In fact, it was even more mysterious and domineering. It gave off an indescribable feeling of terror. It was precisely because these silver-robed and golden-armored warriors had no emotions. Therefore, as soon as they appeared, they brandished the Tao weapons in their hands and charged towards Long Chen with expressionless faces. Dozens of warriors of this level attacking together brought a certain amount of pressure to Long Chen. Time Storm. Long Chen first used the power of time to attack them. This was the most effective, fastest, and most unavoidable method. Amidst the chaos of time, there seemed to be a series of explosions in the surroundings. Blood splattered from the warriors' bodies. The blood wasn't red. Some were gold, some were silver. With Long Chen's current strength, it wasn't difficult to subdue them. Under the time storm, he wielded the god-slaying sword and killed them. Currently, the god-slaying sword had more than 400 Tao patterns. Because he had the dragon-enslaved bow and dragon-enslaved arrow, Long Chen wouldn't use it for the time being. However, the god-slaying sword was extremely valuable. Seeing so many Tao artifacts, Long Chen naturally wouldn't waste them. Ah! There's so much to eat. I'm starving. Little Skeleton was extremely excited. Under Long Chen's command, the god-slaying sword swept past those Tao artifacts and tore off pieces of flesh. Long Chen's speed was extraordinarily fast. With the eternal instant of the Void Dragon, with the combination of the 3 powers, the warriors in silver robes and golden armor fell in front of them one after another. They turned back into their original pearls, but they were already broken. The little skeleton had been laughing happily the whole time. On the god-slaying sword, more and more Tao patterns appeared. After Long Chen killed more than 10 Tao artifacts with around 500 Tao patterns, the god-slaying sword also advanced to a Tao artifact with 500 Tao patterns. However, at this point, Tao artifacts of the same level were useless to him. Therefore, Long Chen kept all the remaining precious Tao artifacts so that others could use them in the future. In the end, only a few warriors were left in front of Long Chen. Those warriors weren't afraid of death at all. They continued to attack with all their might. At this moment, that warrior stopped and said, "Those who aren't of our race will definitely die. Human, there's no need for you to struggle." In reality, they looked no different from humans. Long Chen had always thought that they were created by the human race or that they were gods of the human race. However, they were still humans. Why did this one suddenly say such a thing? At this moment, the guy in front of him exploded and turned back into a pearl in front of Long Chen. However, it was already broken. He placed all the broken pearls into the new world of the God Kingdom. Once again, the surroundings became deathly silent. Long Chen kept the god-slaying sword and continued walking inside. At this point, he could already see light shining in from the depths of his field of vision. It was actually a door gap. It was a 500-meter tall door. There was a gap in the middle that was enough for him to pass through. There seemed to be 9-colored light inside. It was gentle and beautiful. It made Long Chen think that it was a fairyland inside. Most importantly, this huge palace was called the 9-colored palace. It must have something to do with this. Finally, he had reached the crucial point. He slowed down and walked over step by step. When he neared the door, he could already hear rustling sounds and the sound of wind. The 9-colored light was getting stronger and stronger. When Long Chen stood in the gap of the door, he saw that behind the door was actually an abyss. It was endless and the area was very wide. He could not see the end. In this abyss, there were countless 9-colored fog rushing towards the sky from the bottom. Looking up, the palace did not have a peak. The 9-colored fog was indeed connected to the 9-colored fog above the White Bones Divine Palace. In other words, the 9-colored fog in the entire White Bones Divine Palace was surging up from this abyss. Long Chen suddenly remembered that the 9-colored fog was a very scary thing. It was like a tiny worm that could swallow a person clean in a short period of time. It was very scary. So what was the 9-colored fog formed from? He could not help but step through the door and look into the depths. This was a 9-colored abyss. All kinds of colors shone. For a moment, Long Chen could not see clearly what was below. However, he felt danger. Today was mainly because of an exam that delayed him. He was also a little tired. Tomorrow afternoon, he needed to go to a place to give a lecture about writing. He wanted to share his experience with a newbie writer. Tomorrow night, the phone network will invite Madman to participate in an interview. It will be the interview of the 10 Days God. I hope that everyone will support me. After doing these two things tomorrow, he would be tired. When the time came, Madman would quickly update the remaining 5 chapters. From the internship until I came back, I had to deal with many things. You might not know how busy I have been these few days. There were dozens of people on QQ who talked to me, but none of them replied. My body is getting weaker and weaker day by day, and my head is spinning. I need to adjust. Writing a book is against my health. The more I work, the more I die. I hope everyone can understand. Chapter 2240. This crisis came very quickly. Although he had already been aware of this since he came here, he was willing to take the risk for his father. This was his responsibility as a son and also his desire. In the blink of an eye, the 9-colored mist in front of him fluctuated rapidly as if it had sensed Long Chen's living aura. In an instant, it rushed towards Long Chen. It was endless 9-colored mist. If he encountered this 9-colored mist again, Long Chen estimated that he wouldn't be able to stop it. In that instant, the 9-colored mist bombarded the gate, causing the whole gate to tremble violently. The 500-meter tall gate was blasted open in an instant, and then endless 9-colored mist surged in. They didn't directly attack Long Chen, but circled behind Long Chen and instantly blocked Long Chen's path of retreat. It could be seen that the 9-colored mist also had a certain degree of intelligence. Be careful. Just as the 9-colored mist surrounded Long Chen, leaving Long Chen with no way of retreat, the 9-colored mist behind him suddenly rushed towards Long Chen. From the looks of it, it seemed that Long Chen wanted to have a life and death struggle with it. This sudden change was beyond Long Chen's expectations. When the nine-colored mist descended, Long Chen used Time Storm to block it. He treated the nine-colored mist as insects, as living creatures. Sure enough, under his Time Storm, a large amount of nine-colored mist disappeared into thin air and turned into powder. However, there were too many of them. After destroying a batch, endless nine-colored mist surged up, forcing Long Chen into the abyss that he had been close to and blocking his path of retreat. In that instant, the gate was sealed by the endless nine-colored mist. Even the entire palace was filled with the nine-colored mist. Long Chen couldn't get out of this abyss at all. He could escape from the gap in the sky, which was the place where the nine-colored mist in the abyss connected with the sky, but there was more nine-colored mist there. For a moment, Long Chen was trapped here. Endless nine-colored mist surrounded him. Although it didn't attack immediately, it was almost there. Endless nine-colored mist danced around him and even made a terrible zzz sound, like the chirping of insects. I can't get out. Long Chen couldn't help but frown. If he rushed out now, it was likely that he would be eaten up before he could get out. Currently, few people in the world were his opponents, but in this battlefield of the gods, there were still strange things that he couldn't resist. Under the suppression of the nine-colored mist, Long Chen even sank into the abyss. At this moment, the scene could only be described as soul-stirring. It was much more dangerous than when he fought City Lord Di Jun. Long Chen felt that there were living things wriggling below. He couldn't help but look down, and found a scene that he couldn't imagine at first. This seemingly bottomless abyss, the surrounding mountain walls were actually covered with a kind of insect. The small ones were more than 10 meters long. The long ones were more than 100 meters long, and even several hundred meters long. They were like sticks that stuck to the mountain wall. This was a type of pure flesh worm, but its entire body was sparkling and translucent. It had a nine-colored radiance, just like a gem. It gave off a very beautiful radiance in this abyss. If it was somewhere else, it would have been decorated into a fairyland. However, such a beautiful, meat worm was a terrifying monster to Long Chen. This was because he could see that the nine-colored mist that surrounded the entire Divine Bone Palace, or rather the battlefield of the gods, and the nine-colored mist that surrounded him, were actually the smoke released by the nine-colored bug, or rather, the larvae. No matter what, all the nine-colored mist was created by the nine-colored insects. This place was called the Nine-Colored Palace, so that was what it meant. The battlefield of the gods, the Bone Palace, and the nine-colored insects, what kind of secrets were there? Before Long Chen could think, just as he entered the abyss and saw the nine-colored insects, the endless nine-colored mist that had accumulated over the years swarmed over once more. In just an instant, it almost drowned Long Chen. Long Chen was also thinking about how to deal with these terrifying things. First, he used the Weeping Blood Dragon Souls. He summoned the million Weeping Blood Dragon Souls and wanted to rely on them to charge out. However, when the million Weeping Blood Dragon Souls appeared and surrounded Long Chen, and just as they were about to charge into the sky, the endless nine-colored mist instantly drowned the Weeping Blood Dragon Souls and devoured them. It had always been the slaughter dragons that killed others, but today, the other party had more people than them, and they were the ones being killed and devoured. Under the terrifying swarm of nine-colored mist, Long Chen's Weeping Blood Dragon Souls couldn't support him to charge into the sky. After all, the nine-colored mist was endless. He quickly put away the Weeping Blood Dragon Souls to prevent himself from suffering too much damage. If this continued, he would die here. He used Time Storm again. This was the most effective method, and it could turn a large area of the nine-colored mist into powder. However, the nine-colored mist was endless, and who knew how many nine-colored insects were still producing them? When he used up all his energy, wouldn't he die here? The situation seemed to be a bit urgent. After dealing with 3 or 4 attacks, the other party still attacked, leaving almost no room for Long Chen to breathe. Long Chen could already smell danger and death. At this critical moment, he had an idea and set his sights on the 9-colored bugs. Without a word, he formed the dragon-enslaved bow and the dragon-enslaved arrow with 700 Dao patterns and aimed at the fattest 9-colored bug in his field of vision. It was a full 100 meters long, and its tail was spewing a large amount of 9-colored mist. "You're the one who's controlling the 9-colored mist." Long Chen sneered. "Release the arrow." The dragon imprisonment arrow turned into a dragon, and Long Chen used the explosive rule. With his current strength and the dragon imprisonment bow, the powerful destructive power was released. The 9-colored insects couldn't block it. It was obvious that they weren't good at defense, so Long Chen's dragon imprisonment arrow directly pierced through the 9-colored insect. Then, it exploded. The entire 9-colored insect exploded, turning into endless 9-colored mist that joined the group attacking Long Chen. Then, some of its organs exploded and turned to dust. Before dying, the eyeless 9-colored insect let out an earth-shattering scream. The surrounding 9-colored insects squirmed downwards in fear. Even the 9-colored mist surrounding Long Chen slowed down, but it still stared at Long Chen. It didn't give Long Chen any chance of escaping. It was even preparing for the next attack. This is still difficult. Long Chen was still trapped here, and he only had a dozen meters of space to move around. He couldn't even tell which side was up and which side was down. Let's kill a few more first. He started to descend, and the dragon imprisonment arrow returned to his hand. Using the dragon imprisonment arrow, Long Chen aimed at a 9-colored insect. The 9-colored insect seemed to feel it, and it went down again, quickly disappearing into the darkness. The 9-colored mist went berserk once again, not giving Long Chen a chance. Long Chen unleashed the time storm again and again. Very quickly, he was exhausted, but the 9-colored mist was still endless. He could already sense a terrifying crisis. If he continued to be trapped like this, he would really lose his life. How can I get out? This was the question he and Li Xuanji were thinking about all the time. They were racking their brains for a solution. The 9-colored insects were afraid that Long Chen would kill them, so they were basically going down. Long Chen could only go down and threaten them at any time. Otherwise, the 9-colored mist would quickly swallow Long Chen. Because of this, the deeper Long Chen went, the farther he was from the exit. But he had no choice. If he didn't go down, the 9-colored mist would have nothing to worry about. During this process, if the 9-colored mist attacked, Long Chen would shoot a 9-colored insect to warn them. This was the only way. Now, this endless loop continued. Long Chen tragically found that he didn't know how far he had fallen, and it was even harder to get out. "Are you afraid?" He gripped the dragon imprisonment bow and looked at his opponent seriously. Then he used his mind to communicate with Li Xuanji. "No." "Why?" Facing this kind of death, in truth, even Long Chen felt disgusted. Who would want to be swallowed by something like this? How painful would that be? "Because I don't think you will die." "You won't die, and I won't die." Li Xuanji's voice was filled with gentleness and certainty. She trusted him so much and gave him endless power. As the saying went, the boat would cross the bridge when it came to the end. Before he died, he shouldn't give up or be afraid. Otherwise, how could he live up to her trust in him? He continued to go down and kill the 9-colored insects. The 9-colored insects basically didn't have much attack power and were easily killed. However, Long Chen didn't dare to be too cruel. If he killed all the 9-colored insects, it would be the real apocalypse. Right now, he could still threaten them. In a daze, Long Chen saw something special on the mountain wall below. It was a small blade of grass. In this barren land, there was such a green blade of grass. It was truly a bit inconceivable. It was even emitting an enchanting radiance, bringing with it a rich green color. It was incomparably powerful, and filled with a terrifying vitality. More importantly, there was no nine-colored mist within 10 meters of this blade of grass. The nine-colored mist seemed to be afraid of this blade of grass. Chapter 22:41. When Long Chen stood next to the grass, as expected, the nine-colored mist stopped 10 meters away from the grass, not daring to approach. Long Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed he had reached a safe place. His life was temporarily out of danger. This could be counted as the heavens helping him. He was sure that the nine-colored mist only dared to clamor outside, not daring to approach. He couldn't help but start to study the grass growing out of the cliff. It wasn't an immortal essence, it didn't even have a single immortal mark. It looked very ordinary, but it had a terrifying life force. With this life force, it could grow to 1,000 meters tall, or even as tall as the progenitor tree of planet Luanshuxing. But it was just a blade of grass. How could a blade of grass have such a huge life force? The so-called life force was the power of all living things in the world, the power of the birth and growth of all living things. All living things possessed it, and the stronger the life force, the more terrifying it would be. For example, Long Chen's current life force had already reached an unprecedented level. This was also a part of his cultivation and potential. More importantly, the Tai Chi dragon was a dragon of life and creation. Although Long Chen's comprehension of the Tao of life was very little, he had a tyrannical and terrifying innate advantage. In terms of control over life force, he could be considered an ancestor. At least, his bloodline was the ancestor. Life is truly a mysterious existence. This nine-colored mist looks beautiful, but it's actually composed of death energy. That's why it's so afraid of this incomparably vigorous life force. It's precisely in this divine palace of white bones that this blade of grass has gathered the last of the life force of the entire divine palace of white bones. That's why it has such a boundless life force. In a trance, Long Chen had almost found a way to escape. His body was like a massive treasure trove, it was just that he didn't have the time to excavate it. He spent most of his time focusing on the Tao of slaughter and the Tao of time, neglecting the cultivation of the Tao of life. At most, he was able to control the strength of the 14th temper. If he could fully utilize the power of the 14th temper, the destructive power of the time storm could almost match up to the destructive power of the time storm. But with the Tao of life controlling his divine kingdom, that vast and boundless world of life within his body should be able to develop even further. Now that I'm trapped here, it might even be a form of cultivation for me. This is a rare opportunity bestowed to me by the heavens. Right now, I seem to be a fish that has fallen into a fishing net. Looks like I can only fight to the death in order to have a chance to break out of this place. To me, this is a form of encouragement. When he understood everything, his previously nervous heart completely calmed down. Just as Li Xuanji said, he would not die. He forgot about life and death. He forgot about the boundless nine-colored mist that was still fluttering about outside. He entered a mysterious world of life. He stretched out his hand and gently grasped the stalk of grass that had such boundless vitality. Of course, he wouldn't break it. If he did, it would lose all its vitality. That would be a great pity. Perhaps this was the only remaining vitality in this divine palace of bones. When he grasped the stalk of grass, Long Chen seemed to have arrived in another world. He saw himself leaning against a towering tree that was 10,000 meters tall. That towering tree had a huge canopy, and a single tree could form a lush forest. Surging vitality flowed around this towering tree, urging it to continue growing. It even had a lifespan of tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years. This was life. In the new world within Long Chen's body, the perfect dragon-shaped continent continued to grow. As it grew, the 14 peaks represented the 14 elements. Everything was forming, and it was full of vitality. There were even new lives being born. They were extremely weak lives that were filled with a primitive aura. They were simple and fragile, but even so, the greatest power in this world was not any of the 14 peaks. Instead, it was the power of life. Among the 15 heads of the Tai Chi dragon, the head of life was the most important. If the primordial blood spirit dragon was the divine dragon that brought death, then the Tai Chi dragon was the ancestral dragon that brought life. Long Chen immersed himself in his own world from the stalk of grass in his hand. Time passed quietly, and everything was born. In the new world, Long Chen, in his own Tao of life, found the first flame. It was a green flame that was born in the center of the new world. There was only a tiny bit, but it was the birth of this flame that seemed to give this new world a core, a life, and a soul. Long Chen called this green flame, the flame of life. The flame itself had to be that name. Although the flame of life was small, it spread through the entire new world, encompassing everything. Even the tiny life that had just been born, and even the flowers and trees. Although the flame wasn't large, it was beautiful, and it wouldn't be extinguished. Long Chen could manifest this flame of life on his palm and on his body. This was the true beginning of his path on the Tao of life. At the same time, this flame of life was also his greatest reliance. Long Chen placed the flame of life on his palm. Under the illumination of this flame, not only did Long Chen, but the stalk of grass also seemed to be filled with vitality. How comfortable, Li Xuanji couldn't help but moan. Her body was currently connected to Long Chen's, so everything she sensed was the same as Long Chen's. Under the illumination of the flame of life, as long as Long Chen had a final wish, everything could be reborn and revitalized. This flame of life's healing was different from the dream of time reversal. The dream of time reversal consumed a lot of energy, but the flame of life bestowed life, recovery, and growth. It also had endless uses that Long Chen hadn't fully unearthed yet. For example, his flame of life was even more frightening to the nine-colored mist than the stalk of grass. In an instant, the nine-colored mist retreated several hundred meters away, trembling under the power of the flame of life. When this flame of life was born, it meant that Long Chen could leave this place without a problem. Below was still the abyss with countless nine-colored insects. This time, it had been very dangerous, and he had almost lost his life. He couldn't be bothered to stay in this damned place. This divine bone palace was so huge. The answer Long Chen wanted shouldn't be in this place. Perhaps after the nine-colored palace, there would be many more palaces like this, hiding true secrets. This was just the beginning. Thank you. Long Chen gently touched the green grass with his flame of life. The grass continued to grow, growing from less than half a meter to close to 10 meters in a short time. It also had a stronger life force. Today, it was Long Chen's savior. Long Chen held the flame of life and flew into the sky. Now, all the nine-colored mist was retreating in panic. As Long Chen flew up, he saw the place where he had entered. He passed through the door that had been blasted open and came to the hall. The nine-colored mist behind him had long retreated into the abyss, not daring to look up at him. Nine-color palace, hee. The battlefield of the gods should be this divine bone palace. He believed in his father even more. If this divine bone palace was the battlefield of the gods, then this place had to be destroyed. But before it was destroyed, Long Chen still wanted to know its secrets. He left the Nine Colors Palace, went around the Nine Colors Palace, and headed deeper into the White Bone Divine Palace. In front of him were endless skulls and warriors guarding on both sides of the road. In front of him was still a vast gray cloud, and the surroundings were still empty palaces. This time, Long Chen quickened his pace and continued forward. After about an hour, he saw the second tall palace in front of him. It was even taller than the nine-colored palace. On it, skulls were arranged into 3 words, God Statue Palace. God Statue Palace. From these three words, Long Chen could sense that it had something to do with the ancient legion of gods. The statues of the gods. Because of what happened in the nine-colored palace, Long Chen was still afraid of this place. So, this time, he didn't dare to act rashly. The god statue palace was also a palace made of white bones. Among them, the 500-meter-tall gate was also half-closed. One could easily enter through the gap. Standing outside the gate, Long Chen saw that it was pitch black inside, as if there was nothing inside. However, this time, the pressure that the statue palace gave him was even greater, as if there was a real god inside. To tell the truth, he did hesitate for a moment. But for the truth, for the desire in his heart, he couldn't help but act. He stepped forward and walked into the god statue palace. It was different from the last time. The moment he stepped into the statue palace, the inside suddenly became golden and dazzling. Thousands of rays of light burst out. Everything in front of him instantly turned into mist. It was as if he was floating in the sky above the nine heavens. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, numerous drum sounds spread out and caused a huge explosion. There were also many chanting like they were singing about something. Long Chen stood on the spot and looked at the rumbling white mist. At that moment, dozens of people appeared from the mist and floated above it. They looked down at Long Chen. Long Chen took a close look and noticed that there were 72 of them. 72, this was the number of the 72 ancient cities of gods. The 72 people in front of him obviously corresponded to the 72 ancient gods. They wore ancient clothing and their eyes were filled with disdain. It was as if they stood above the nine heavens and looked down on the world. They made people worship them. Even when Long Chen faced them, he felt an urge to bow down. That was the strong pressure they gave off from their bones. Hong hong. It was as if there were countless boulders pressing down on Long Chen's body, making it hard for him to breathe. All 72 people seemed to have their eyes on him. This is Chapter 2242. The clouds were thick and the gods had descended. Their divine might was vast. A huge pressure pressed down on him. It was as if he was in a temple. When he looked back, even the door had disappeared. There were clouds and mist everywhere, and the people on the clouds and mist were getting clearer and clearer. At first, Long Chen was really scared, but when he sobered up and carefully looked at these people with his aura, he found that this so-called divine might was not that scary. At most, it was just a bit scarier than the previous Rainbow Palace. If they were real gods, 72 gods standing here, how scary would that be? When Long Qinglan was at his strongest, he hadn't even become a god. That was already enough to shock the entire eternal god domain. Therefore, the ones in front of him were definitely not real gods. Also, this place was called God Statue Palace. The entire White Bone God Palace was still very long and there would definitely be many more palaces. This was just the second palace, so how could all the gods appear? So, he felt that it was impossible. Thirdly, after a round of careful observation, he discovered that the 72 people above the clouds were actually similar to the silver-robed and golden-armored warriors he had seen in the Rainbow Palace. They were all lifeless puppets, or rather, divine statues. Now that Long Chen had awakened his flame of life, he was even more familiar with these things. They didn't have life. So, there was nothing to fear. But even if they were statues, they were too lifelike. Almost all of them seemed to be observing him. That feeling would still make one's hair stand on end. When the initial fear and worry passed, they still didn't move. Long Chen started to observe them. At the start, his gaze naturally fell on the god in the center. Long Chen had seen this person before on Mount Emperor Jun. It was the statue of the top ancient god Di Jun. He wore cloth and looked very ordinary. In the crowd, he didn't stand out at all. But in reality, he was a natural emperor. Long Chen had seen his other appearance. It was extremely handsome and domineering. He believed that was his true appearance. Now, this Di Jun statue was also looking at him. Although it was a statue, it looked no different from a human. It was made of flesh and blood, just that it didn't move. On the other hand, the statue on Mount Di Jun should have been carved out of rock. The two were not the same concept. Other than Di Jun, there were other deities who were dressed up. Basically, they were all graceful and magnificent, extremely domineering, possessing true divine might. Some controlled lightning snakes, some rode divine dragons, some embraced the moon, some were like giants, and so on. Other than Di Jun, there was also the primordial giant god, heavenly emperor Zi Wei, eastern monarch Tai Yi, god king Qing Su, and the more ordinary heavenly fire divinity, mystic ice goddess, radiant god, hell demon god, and so on. The 72 primordial gods of the human race appeared clearly in front of Long Chen. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they weren't real. Otherwise, he would really be dead this time. Now, they were still above the clouds. Long Chen couldn't help but wonder why 72 statues of primordial gods had appeared here. After calming down, he was about to go up and take a look. At this moment, he recalled the sense of danger he felt when he first entered. Although it was a statue in front of him, that sense of danger didn't seem to have disappeared. Long Chen thought of the silver-robed warrior in golden armor. At this time, a cold snort sounded like thunder. It was deafening, and for a moment, it scared Long Chen. Who dares to barge into my race's heavenly palace? This voice came from one of the 72 statues above. When Long Chen's gaze swept over them, one of the statues actually moved. It felt similar to the silver-robed warrior in golden armor. Although it wasn't a real deity, and Long Chen naturally didn't know where those deities had gone, the appearance of this fellow in front of him might resolve his doubts. Of course, it would also bring him greater danger. The one who suddenly moved was a god statue dressed in golden armor. His entire body was overflowing with brilliant colors, and his entire body seemed to be cast from gold. Even his skin was faintly golden. He held a golden halberd in his hand, with 3 points and 2 blades. When he woke up, boundless light erupted from his body. His gaze was like a blazing fire, filled with boundless battle intent. With one look, one could tell that he was an expert who was obsessed with martial arts. "Mortal, how dare you barge into my heavenly palace? Die!" That golden warrior jumped down from the clouds and attacked in a grandiose manner. In the blink of an eye, he landed on the ground, causing the entire deity statue palace to rumble. What made Long Chen slightly relieved was that the statues in the clouds did not seem to come alive like this deity in front of him. There were many deities that Long Chen had not seen before, so he wasn't sure which deity in front of him was from. Even so, the other party gave him an extremely terrifying killing intent. It was definitely countless times stronger than that of the silver-robed warrior in golden armor. Now, Long Chen was facing him in the deity statue palace. The other party's divine eyes shone brightly, and his entire body was shining with a supreme radiance. The golden halberd in his hand pointed at Long Chen and shouted like thunder, "I am the martial deity's mortal body. Guard the deity statue palace. Thou shalt commit suicide. If I make a move, I will definitely destroy your 3 souls and 7 spirits, and you will never be able to reincarnate." Of course, he couldn't commit suicide. It was difficult to even transform into a divine dragon and fight here. After all, the space was not big. He held the god-slaying sword with one hand. Currently, the god-slaying sword had over 500 Dao patterns, which was just right for him to use. The moment Long Chen took out his weapon, the martial deity was enraged. The so-called martial deity probably had a deep relationship with Long Chen. Among them, the true martial emperor palace was related to the martial god ancient city, and weren't the ancestors of the martial god ancient city the 18 martial gods? In other words, the martial deity? Unexpectedly, it was him. Then what was the so-called mortal realm's physical body? Who knows what you are? What is the mortal body? If you tell me, I will believe you and definitely commit suicide. The thing in front of him was basically lifeless. Of course, it shouldn't have much intelligence, so Long Chen wanted to get something out of it at this critical moment. However, the other party shouted angrily, "Damn it, how dare you make fun of me!" At this moment, the martial deity's power suddenly erupted. Long Chen could clearly see the complete world tree, the heart of law, and even the 1 billion celestial palaces that only real deities could possess. Inside it, 1 billion lives lived. Of course, it was just a flash. Bang! The martial deity was the pinnacle of martial arts. He was an expert in close combat. Now that he was attacking with the golden halberd, his moves seemed simple, but they contained thousands of variations and infinite power. As he attacked, the wind and clouds around him surged, instantly suppressing Long Chen within his weapon. Long Chen used the god-slaying sword to execute the slaughter sword art that he had not used for a long time. Now, he could even execute 3,000 strikes. With his current power, the slaughter sword art's profoundness was all about speed. Faster and faster, the attacks became fiercer and fiercer. In just an instant, he had exchanged over 1,000 blows with the divine spirit of martialism. He could sense that the power of the divine spirit of martialism wasn't that great, and was about the same as City Lord Di Jun's. More importantly, the divine spirit of martialism was able to unleash a truly profound might of the heavenly Tao. Perhaps it was the laws. The martial Tao's rule. From the martial Tao to the heavenly Tao, and finally, the rule. The rule was the most profound power of the world. It was almost like the ruler of the world, controlling one of the rules of the world. 2,000 strikes. The sword chi around Long Chen soared into the sky. The slaughter-devouring sword chi exploded and bombarded the martial deity's body. The 2,000 strikes that surpassed the limit unleashed a terrifying power never seen before in the slaughter sword art. The fierce strike pierced through the martial deity like an arrow. Bang! At that moment, the divine spirit of martialism calmly swiped his hand across the golden halberd. A series of abstruse words appeared on the golden halberd. The words contained the might of the heavens and earth, as if the entire world was trembling with his every move. Every word contained the power of destruction and the power of the supreme laws. The golden halberd clashed with Long Chen's god-slaying sword. Long Chen suddenly had a bad premonition. As expected, during the clash, the explosive power of the god-slaying sword sent the martial deity flying. The martial deity even rolled a few times on the ground. This meant that the martial deity before him wasn't a real deity. However, he was able to use some supreme power. For example, during the clash, Long Chen had clearly forced the martial deity back. However, an indescribable force suddenly acted on his body, rendering him unable to resist. At that moment, even little skeleton cried out in pain, as though the god-slaying sword was on the verge of breaking. Meanwhile, Long Chen was in an even worse state. Cracks of various sizes suddenly appeared on his body, as though his entire body was about to break apart. If that happened, he would undoubtedly die. Even his head was broken. The feeling was undoubtedly excruciating. At the same time, it also frightened Long Chen. He deeply understood that this was most likely the power of a deity, the power of the rule. Under the rule, his body was on the verge of breaking apart when the martial deity uttered the word break. Just as his body was about to break apart, at the critical moment, Long Chen transferred the flame of life to his own body. At that moment, his entire body was burning with emerald flames. A tremendous amount of life force flowed through his body and suppressed the attack of the rule of martial arts in a very short period of time. In fact, ordinary theurgies couldn't possibly block the attack of the rule of martial arts. In the martial deity's opinion, Long Chen would definitely die. However, in reality, the theurgies that Long Chen had executed were the ancestral dragon's theurgies. Although they were only in their embryonic form, they were fundamentally superior to the rules of the gods. There were two types of rules. One was the rules controlled by the deities. Some were strong, while others were weak. The other was the fundamental rules of the entire world, such as destiny and the birth of life. The flame of life was currently only a theurgy. However, in the future, it would definitely grow into a supreme fundamental rule. Chapter 2243. Fortunately, there was the fire of life in the Rainbow Palace. Otherwise, Long Chen would have to use Origin of Dream to recover. There was a limit to Origin of Dream. The more serious the injury, the more energy it would take to reverse time to recover. However, the fire of life, it was the bestowal of life. On the path of recovery, the power of life was much more perfect than time reversal. Furthermore, the power of time was varied. It was the fire of life, the power of the laws of martial arts that could easily dispel formless attacks. Perhaps even the divine spirit of martial arts didn't know about this. He quickly got up. His eyes were filled with doubt, but at the same time, he became furious and brutal. The battle between the two began again. This time, although the divine spirit of martial arts repeatedly unleashed the power of laws, Long Chen was able to deal with it with ease. However, what he didn't know was that while he was fighting the divine spirit of martial arts, there was a pair of eyes watching the scene in the Palace of Divinity in astonishment. As the divine spirit of martial arts fought, Long Chen gradually understood his opponent's strength. At this moment, the Sword of Massacre had reached a terrifying level of around 3,000 swords. At this level, its power was extremely terrifying. Therefore, Long Chen was basically suppressing his opponent. In fact, he was suppressing him more and more. The divine spirit of martial arts couldn't help but yell angrily, "How audacious of you to avoid judgment! If this goes on, you will die miserably." Long Chen couldn't be bothered to listen to his words. His opponent was undoubtedly very dangerous. After gaining the upper hand, he couldn't help but use his killing move. Eye of Hell. It had been a long time since he used this move. He wondered if it would affect the divine spirit of martial arts' physical body in the mortal realm. Even Long Chen couldn't see the pair of green eyes that seemed to be shrouded in mist. However, the divine spirit of martial arts seemed to be able to see them. The power of the Eye of Hell lay in awe. It was a powerful mental awe, or perhaps even more mysterious. Therefore, when Long Chen used this move against the divine spirit of martial arts, he actually succeeded. Even the martial spirit almost dropped the golden halberd in his hand. At that moment, Long Chen couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. He condensed golden light in his left hand and transformed it into the dragon-enslaved bow. In his right hand, he condensed the dragon-enslaved arrow. The two Dao artifacts with 700 Dao patterns instantly combined. While the Eye of Hell was in effect, Long Chen didn't hesitate at all. He shot out the sword in his hand. It exploded. This was also a type of rule. The dragon-imprisoning arrow instantly pierced through the divine spirit of martialism. Then, it exploded. The explosion contained a terrifying destructive power, causing the divine spirit of martialism to panic and explode. With a groan, the divine spirit of martialism shattered into pieces before Long Chen's eyes. The fragment turned into countless golden grains of sand that spread into the sky. In the end, it rushed back into the clouds and stood together with the other 71 ancient gods. In a very short period of time, the ancient gods once again took on the appearance of the martial spirit. Long Chen thought he would have to continue fighting endlessly. Then, he let out a sigh of relief and realized that the divine spirit of martialism had stopped moving. Even if it did not move now, he didn't know if it would move later and attack again. The Palace of Divinity was an extremely dangerous place. It was better for him to leave this place as soon as possible. Just as he was about to leave this place, he didn't expect someone to walk in from the outside. To him, it was impossible for anyone else to appear in the White Bones' divine palace, or the battlefield of the gods. But now, this person was standing in front of him coldly and excitedly. His eyes were fixed on Long Chen. His eyes were filled with cruel excitement. He was so excited that he seemed to have gone crazy. This person had snow-white hair and wore a silver robe with rolling dragons. He was City Lord Di Jun, Di Yao. Long Chen had just fought against him twice, so he was very familiar with him. Previously, it was Long Chen who had defeated him and borrowed the divine vessel Di Jun. But no matter how imaginative he was, he didn't expect this person to come here. So, the moment he saw him, Long Chen thought he had seen the wrong person. After taking a closer look, there was no mistake. It was him. That bone-chilling hatred was not something that could be faked. Originally, he wanted to escape, but since the other party was blocking the door, Long Chen temporarily lost the opportunity. He was very curious about why this guy was so agitated. You must be wondering how I came here. That's right, there is only one divine vessel. Di Jun, Di Yao blocked the door. He was not in a hurry to enter because he knew that Long Chen wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. At this point, he temporarily concealed the anger on his face. Instead, he looked at the statues above the clouds with a fanatical expression and sighed with emotion. How magnificent! I, Di Jun, led the 72 ancient gods with monstrous power. Is this their true grave? I'm Di Jun. Di Yao is fortunate to be able to see such a scene in this life. I have no regrets even if I die. Obviously, when he came here and saw that this was not the battlefield of the gods, but the White Bone Divine Palace, he was also very surprised. However, he was too immersed in it. He had worshipped Di Jun his entire life, so of course, he had absolute trust in him. Therefore, even if it was such a scene, he still believed it. Especially when he saw the 72 lifelike statues in the clouds, or rather, the mortal realm bodies of the gods. If we don't leave now, when they come back to life, we will all die here. Long Chen reminded him. He didn't know the purpose of City Lord Di Jun's visit, but he knew that it was best to leave this place. Yes. City Lord Di Jun seemed to have heard a joke. He said, "What a joke. My divine vessel Di Jun is the descendant of God Di Jun, and I am the strongest among his descendants. How can he kill me? All the ancient gods here will listen to him. It's you. Do you still not understand the real purpose of me coming to the battlefield of the gods?" Long Chen became vigilant and asked, "Could it be that you want to follow and kill me?" "That's right." City Lord Di Jun's eyes revealed a bloodthirsty light. This was not like his usual calm self. He was crazy, as if he had been suppressing it for a long time. He covered his chest and said mournfully, "You don't know how much I hate you. That's my baby, I protected him since he was young. I took care of him as he grew up, taught him everything, and was willing to give him everything I had. But you actually took everything away from him. From that day onwards, I wanted to kill you. But you were too shrewd, and also too heaven-defying. Now, you've even defeated me and taken everything away from me. Now, you even defeated me and completely deprived me of my chance." He couldn't help but laugh. His eyes were slightly red as he said, "Fortunately, the heavens have given me another chance." Long Chen couldn't help but think, this is the plan. When he knew that I'm coming to the battlefield of the gods, he was already prepared to use other methods to follow me. But he knew that he was no match for me, yet he still followed me. Why is he so proud at this time? Dijun Divine City was the #1 divine city, and he was the #1 city lord of the ancient city. This was the battlefield of the gods, the territory of his ancestor, Dijun. Could it be that he could obtain some unexpected power here? No matter what, there was another crisis at this time, and it was an unexpected crisis. He had to be careful, so at this time, he was already prepared to fight. Although he had defeated Dijun once, he had to admit that he was indeed very tyrannical. In the past, Long Chen relied on the fusion of 2 Dao treasures to defeat him. Today is the day you die. There must be many things you don't understand, but I won't tell you. You only need to know that I can't kill you outside, but if you die in the battlefield of the gods, no one will know. If it was outside, it was impossible for Long Chen to die. Now, 15 dragon emperors were obviously protecting him. Since that's the case, let's cut the crap. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at him. At the same time, he stared at the 72 statues on the clouds. To him, there was danger on both sides. City Lord Dijun didn't panic. In his right hand, the divine sword Ruoshi appeared again. It was like the feather of a phoenix. 700 Dao patterns burned fiercely. It was extremely beautiful. In his left hand was the endless roulette. The everlasting roulette didn't collapse. Only one attack was neutralized by Long Chen. On the everlasting roulette, tens of thousands of crystal balls were rotating. Each crystal ball contained a world. The power of space and fire swept over. The only things in Long Chen's hand were the dragon imprisoning bow and dragon imprisoning arrow. He retreated and stood far away. He narrowed his eyes and looked at City Lord Dijun. Although he had won once, he wouldn't let his guard down since his opponent was so confident. The two of them only confronted each other for a short period of time before they started fighting. This time, it was even more intense than the battle between Long Chen and the god of martialism. City Lord Dijun finally grasped this opportunity. Naturally, he went crazy. Sword engulfs God Kong. He used his killer move right from the start. He engulfed God Kong with a single sword. The entire god statue palace was enveloped in his sword light. He wasn't afraid of touching the statues. His attacks were extremely ferocious. It could be said that he was fighting with his life on the line. Long Chen aimed at the Ruoshi sword with 700 Dao patterns. He let go of the arrow. The dragon imprisoning arrow turned into a dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws. The golden light clawed at the Ruoshi sword. The intense shock sent City Lord Dijun and the Ruoshi sword flying. At the same time, Long Chen heard a cry of pain from the Ruoshi sword. It was Di Yao's wife. He didn't know why she had become the Dao spirit of the Ruoshi sword. You aren't my match. Why do you force yourself? I've already said that the matter with Di is over. If you continue to be stubborn, you will bring disaster upon yourself. Long Chen naturally didn't regret killing Di. However, he was the grandson that Di loved dearly. Di's actions were pardonable. Hence, Long Chen was forgiving. However, Di was clearly different from what he thought. Chapter 2244. This time, City Lord Dijun was looking forward to it. There seemed to be something hidden under the Wuji wheel. Who knew what was in the countless crystal worlds? But for Long Chen, this was nothing more than City Lord Dijun using the same thing twice. In this way, the dragon prisoner arrow had returned to his hand. Seeing the Wuji roulette turning into many macro worlds and shooting towards him, he concentrated and exhaled. The dragon prisoner arrow was pointed at the Wuji wheel was instantly released. Both were in the nick of time. The enslaved dragon arrow turned into a golden ray of light and instantly collided with the Wuji wheel that had manifested a great world. They were both Dao artifacts with 700 Dao patterns. City Lord Di Jun's life god power was slightly more terrifying, but Long Chen's 4 divisions reincarnation land had absorbed the power of the earth veins. So, in terms of Dao artifacts, Long Chen had an advantage because he used 2 Dao artifacts to attack together. Ding! The dragon prisoner arrow showed its might again and nearly shattered the Wuji wheel. Tens of thousands of crystal balls turned into countless crystal shards in front of Long Chen's eyes. They rained down endlessly. The power of the dragon prisoner arrow simply pierced through the Wuji wheel. Long Qinglan was famous for using the dragon prisoner bow to kill an expert with a demigod body. Now, Long Chen could do the same. He used his actions to prove that with Li Xuanji's help and the power of the Yin demons, City Lord Di Jun was no match for him. Of course, without the power of the Yin demons, he might not have been able to do it. Even drawing the dragon-enslaved bow was a problem. The reason why he could improve by leaps and bounds during this period of time was because of 2 reasons. One was Li Xuanji's help, and the other was that he had broken through to the 4 symbols reincarnation tribulation realm. The Wuji wheel exploded and the crystal shone brilliantly. However, City Lord Di Jun wasn't frustrated or sad. Instead, he was excited and expectant. There's a problem. Long Chen sensed it. At first, he thought that the martial deity from before had appeared again, so he focused his attention on the clouds. However, he soon discovered that it was not the case. The 72 primordial deities were still motionless. So what would it be? He was very puzzled. If City Lord Di Jun would come to deal with him, he must be confident. However, now that the infinite roulette had shattered into pieces, it would be difficult for him to reform it. What was he relying on? Then, in that instant, Long Chen felt his hair stand on end. He realized that there seemed to be something on his neck, and even on his arms and body. When he looked down, he realized that there were actually quite a few black spots of light attached to his body. They must have come out from the world of the Wuji roulette, and then followed those fragments. It descended, hid, and finally floated up to him. This scene reminded him of how he had allowed the Black Yama beast to invade his body. At that time, he didn't understand at all. Today, he understood. It must be the larvae of the Black Yama beast. They were extremely small, just like the black spots of light in front of him. In that instant, Long Chen hurriedly covered his body with the spiritual refining fire. The blood-red flames instantly caused a large number of black spots of light to disappear. However, he realized it a little too late. One of the spots of light on his arm expanded rapidly and turned into a reptile as thick as an arm. It was very similar to a goo, but it had flesh wings and teeth that were as hard as a shark's. Instantly, there were extremely thick holes, like the mouth of a leech. It was extremely ugly. It was indeed a creepy thing. Even the spiritual refining fire couldn't burn it to death. The dragon-enslaved bow in Long Chen's hand turned into a golden spear and stabbed towards the thing in front of him. At this moment, he was already sure that City Lord Di Jun must have been in contact with the Black Yama Emperor. This thing obviously came from the Black Yama Emperor. However, City Lord Di Jun could be so at ease because he knew that this thing was terrifying. Just as Long Chen was dealing with the thing on his body, City Lord Di Jun smiled sinisterly. He used the heaven and earth instant flash and appeared in front of Long Chen in an instant. He used the heaven and earth reversal to block Long Chen's dragon-enslaved arrow. It was crooked. Next, he used Ruoshi's sword principle and used the flaming sword light to draw countless patterns that surrounded Long Chen. Thousands of sword light shot out furiously, causing a huge impact on Long Chen. After failing to do anything to that thing once or twice, a terrifying suction suddenly acted on his body. This worm was actually devouring Long Chen's power. It was not the power of the 4 symbols reincarnation, nor was it the divine power of Taisher, but the power of the Yin demon that belonged to Li Xuanji. In this devouring, Li Xuanji was greatly affected. Compared to the real power in Long Chen's body, there was still a gap. In this way, it was as if Li Xuanji was being pulled out of Long Chen's body by the worm. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The Yin devouring worm will disintegrate your power. Don't think that I don't know that if it wasn't for that girl, you would be so powerful. City Lord Di Jun was already laughing out loud in the process of blocking them. This worm had steel teeth, flesh wings, and many holes. It was called the Yin devouring worm. This was obviously not something that originally existed in the dragon sacrificial continent because no one had heard of it. It must have come from the Black Hell Emperor, and its ability was very obvious. It could devour the power of extreme Yin. To the current Long Chen, it could simply suck Li Xuanji out of Long Chen's body. It was not simply, but reality. Since the Black Hell Emperor had given this Yin devouring worm to City Lord Di Jun, it was definitely because it would definitely be effective against Long Chen. Moreover, with a martial artist of City Lord Di Jun's level affecting Long Chen in this chaos, the Yin devouring worm would only need 1 or 2 breaths of time. It would succeed. Countless suction forces erupted from the countless holes, forcefully pulling Li Xuanji's power and herself out of Long Chen's body. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Long Chen would definitely find it unbelievable. Of course, it was also unbelievable that Li Xuanji could become his Yin demon. At this critical moment, the two of them separated, and the Yin devouring worm attached itself to Li Xuanji's back, pulling her away. Sword devouring God space. City Lord Di Jun took advantage of this opportunity and swung his sword once again, swinging the entire God statue palace. The Ruoshi sword swept out in all directions, turning into a godly devouring sword, devouring space, and pressing towards Long Chen. After losing the power of the Yin demon, Long Chen's combat strength instantly dropped by a lot. Under such pressure, he was completely at a disadvantage, causing Li Xuanji to be completely out of his control, allowing City Lord Di Jun to condense the Wuji wheel to trap her. Success. City Lord Di Jun laughed maniacally. With the help of the Black Hell Emperor, he had finally waited for this moment. He trembled as he used the Wuji wheel to control Li Xuanji. At the same time, he used the godly devouring sword. A sword charged into the sky, and Long Chen was only able to pull the dragon enslavement bow halfway before he was sent flying. Half of his body was nearly destroyed by the godly devouring sword. But even so, it caused a huge shockwave. When Long Chen regained his footing and everything stopped, City Lord Di Jun was already smiling coldly. He stood in front of him with a crystal ball in his hand. Li Xuanji was within it, and even behind her, the Yin devouring worm was still there, swallowing her. The power in her body brought her extreme pain. This scene caused Long Chen's eyes to turn red. To be honest, he really did not expect it to be like this. He was able to fuse with Li Xuanji. How would he have thought that there would be something like the Yin devouring worm that could separate them? Even if he suspected that City Lord Di Jun would have a backup plan from the beginning, he was forced to fall for it, because this was the strange plot of the Black Hell Emperor. Now, City Lord Di Jun controlled Li Xuanji, and Long Chen's strength had weakened. Everything was under his control. He couldn't help but laugh wildly, and even laughed until tears came out. He cried, it's finally time for me to give you an explanation. When Long Chen saw Li Xuanji, he was stunned. Don't worry, I might not lose to this disgusting thing. At this moment, Li Xuanji's voice rang in Long Chen's heart. Their hearts were connected, even if they were separated by a whole world. This sentence pulled Long Chen back from the despair. To be honest, anyone would lose, and Long Chen was no exception. He had encountered a huge crisis in the Eternal Dragon City's Sea of Time, let alone now. Fortunately, Li Xuanji was not a simple woman, and she would not be trouble for Long Chen. Just like now, she was also fighting with the devouring worm. Protect yourself first, I can rest assured. Give me 15 minutes, and I will be able to deal with this thing. If it wasn't for the fact that the shadow-swallowing insect could devour energy, it wouldn't pose a threat to Long Chen at all, especially those who didn't have energy at all. However, Long Chen had unfortunately fallen for it this time. Fortunately, Li Xuanji could deal with it. He was completely relieved, and anger made him burn with anger. Originally, he did not plan to do anything to City Lord Dijun, but now, he really had the idea of killing him, and it was very strong. Long Chen, you still haven't seen the reality clearly. As long as I pinch gently, your woman will be crushed. Moreover, if this goes on, the devouring worm will make her lose her power sooner or later. I think this process should take less than half an hour. What will happen after half an hour? Then, she will have nothing and become a useless person. City Lord Dijun had now won a great victory. Not only did he weaken Long Chen's power, but he also controlled Long Chen's weakness. He naturally understood that this woman was very important to Long Chen. He understood the love of youth, just like how he treated Ruoshi. That was the most fatal. He held the most fatal weapon for Long Chen. He suddenly felt enlightened, and all the gloom and suppression broke out. He held the Ruoshi sword, walked towards Long Chen step by step, and said, "You have to be obedient, and you can't move. You only have one choice, and that is to die in front of me within half an hour. I can keep my promise, let her live, and take her away from here." Chapter 22:45. From time to time, flaming phoenixes would fly out from the Ruoshi sword and circle in front of Long Chen. The terrifying heat wave almost hit Long Chen in the face. City Lord Dijun held a small crystal ball in his other hand. It was a small part of the Wuji roulette. Now, Li Xuanji was in the crystal ball. Her face was pale and she was frowning. She sat on the ground and trembled slightly. The devourer worm on her body was like a deadly poison. It attached itself to her body and grew stronger and stronger. If it weren't for the fact that he could communicate with Li Xuanji in secret, he would have been scared out of his wits. Even though he had fallen into an absolute disadvantage and this crazy City Lord Dijun found an opportunity, Long Chen was still very calm. He just had to look panicky. In the 15 minutes that Li Xuanji was free, he would have to pay a certain price. Do you understand what I said, Long Chen? City Lord Dijun could not hide the excitement in his heart. He walked towards Long Chen step by step. Remember. Don't move. You must. I will make her suffer. I believe that you love her. If you are a man, you should not let her suffer. City Lord Dijun might be stronger than Long Chen now, but he also believed that Long Chen was not easy to deal with. Therefore, he chose a safer method. Then are you a man? Long Chen had to stall for time and divert his attention. He was referring to the Ruoshi sword. If City Lord Dijun liked this Ruoshi and could protect her, why would he let her live in the sword? Just like Long Chen, he fought to let Lingxi out. Of course, Lingxi was not a primordial spirit back in the dragon sacrificial continent. How dare you? City Lord Dijun was a little angry. He held the Ruoshi sword and displayed the Ruoshi sword Dao. Suddenly, a monstrous sword light attacked. Flames instantly surrounded Long Chen. The murderous intent pierced through the sky. This small statue palace could not stop it. Don't move, or I will crush it. Besides, she doesn't have much time left. Now that he had lost Li Xuanji, City Lord Dijun understood that he would not lose to Long Chen as long as he worked hard. However, he wanted to kill Long Chen, so he used Li Xuanji to threaten him. Of course, if Long Chen did not accept the threat, he would kill her with great difficulty. At that time, even if Li Xuanji could fight against the swallowing worm, it would be useless. To be honest, if they could dodge, who would be willing to be slashed? However, City Lord Di Jun had already made up his mind. Once Long Chen resisted, he would use his full strength. He could tell from the look in Long Chen's eyes. Therefore, after a moment of hesitation, the sharp sword light of the Ruoshi sword swept across Long Chen's right arm. The violent scorching sun aura instantly tore Long Chen's arm apart. Turned into ashes. If Long Chen were to use his flame of life, his arm would definitely recover quickly. However, he wanted to paralyze his opponent. Thus, he gave up on this opportunity. However, this meant that there would be terrible pain. However, he endured it. Even though his arm was broken, he still did not say a word. He did not even make a sound as he stared at City Lord Di Jun. You really have a backbone. Very affectionate, very unyielding. Just because of this, I promise to send her out after you die. Of course, I will erase this part of her memory. City Lord Di Jun smiled coldly. In the crystal ball in his hand, the woman with black hair as dark as the night looked at him in a daze. She could not help but shed tears. Perhaps this was something that had not appeared for a long time. Don't worry, I am just paralyzing him. When you defeat that worm, it will be fine. Work hard. Long Chen was afraid that she would think too much and quickly told her. Of course, he did not want this to happen. This was the pain of losing an arm. However, in order to survive the killing intent created by the Black Hell Emperor, he could only endure. Li Xuanji did not say much. She stretched out her white and slender fingers and wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. She was dealing with the swallowing worm. The swallowing worm seemed to be her natural enemy, but in fact, they were just competitors. It was not certain who would be able to compete with the other. However, Li Xuanji had her own fate. Long Chen imagined that she could do it. Fight to the death? City Lord Di Jun could not help but feel the hatred in his heart. He always wanted to kill Long Chen with his own hands and avenge his grandson. Now, he once again approached Long Chen and said, I will make it clear to you. Now that your strength is no longer as good as mine, I only want you to die, not her. I, Di Yao, have always been a man of my words. My enemy is you, not her. However, if you resist and you do not want to die, even if it is just once, I will not be able to resist and kill her first before killing you. Don't force me. You are a smart person. You must admit that you only have two choices now. The first is to die alone, and the second is to die together. You must make the right choice. After saying the last word, his whole body had already turned into flaming sand. That was the Yang God technique. His whole body was like steel and molten iron in a furnace, full of endless heat and violent killing intent. He held the Ruoshin sword that looked like a phoenix feather in his hand and attacked again. This time, he gave a deep warning to Long Chen. While attacking, he placed the small crystal ball in his hand in front of his eyes, warning Long Chen not to attack at all. At this time, Li Xuanji could see everything clearly. Originally, she thought that it would be enough to hold on until she succeeded. However, if this went on, Long Chen would not be able to hold on until then. She watched helplessly as Long Chen was attacked without being able to fight back. It was a kind of heart-wrenching feeling, which made her feel extremely sad and painful. Quick! Block it! I am not afraid of death. She could not help but say in a sad tone in Long Chen's heart. The tears that she had just wiped away could not help but flow out again. But even so, Long Chen was still indifferent. Li Xuanji's heart was filled with great sorrow. She even trembled all over, and it was difficult for her to block the attack of the swallowing insect. She wanted to tell Long Chen that it was not worth it to do this for her. He should care about Lingxi and their child, and then live well for them. But in such a short time, she could not say it. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Naturally, Long Chen saw her. She was heartbroken, in pain, and blamed herself. But none of this could be blamed on her. She just came in to help. If it were not for her, Long Chen would not have been able to come here now. It was Long Chen who wanted to take risks and find out the truth. She was indeed a good girl. She was quiet and tranquil, but she had her own principles and persistence. Long Chen could not let her down. But did he lose today? No. Don't mess things up. I'm just waiting for you. He could only remind her by scolding her. Until the last moment, there was no true death, it was not considered a true victory or defeat. For example, City Lord Di Jun had once lost to Long Chen. Had he really lost? No, he was not dead yet. That was why his counterattack was so fierce. In the face of this attack, Long Chen could only block it appropriately. In the end, City Lord Di Jun still achieved his goal. The Wuxia sword pierced through Long Chen's chest. The surging flame power burned his body, almost charring him and bringing him terrible pain. Long Chen gathered his strength to shake the Wuxia sword back. He retreated in a sorry state and almost fell to the ground. But from the beginning to the end, there was no change in his eyes. He was still strong and unyielding. He did not say a word or even frown. Such great perseverance made City Lord Di Jun admire him very much. Not bad. I can see that you like this girl very much. At the same time, it shows that you, Long Chen, are the most terrifying and ambitious person in the world. If you don't die today, you will definitely change the fate of the world in the future. Although City Lord Di Jun was extremely hateful and ferocious, he had to admit that Long Chen was much better than Di. If Di was faced with such a difficult problem, he would definitely not fight back and resist. After all, City Lord Di Jun wanted his life. Of course, Li Xuanji saw that gaze. Firm, persistent, and without any change or wavering. This was Long Chen. Of course, the current harm was just a small matter to him. It's almost half time. Don't drag me down. At this time, Long Chen could only scare her with a fierce attitude. Otherwise, she would not concentrate on what she should do. Of course, Li Xuanji was a smart person. Until now, she had deeply experienced the strength of Long Chen's resistance. Was there no third option? Yes, the opportunity was with her. The faster she was, the faster the third option would appear. Now, with tears in her eyes, she really tried her best to resist the swallowing worm. In this state, she finally displayed her potential. Seeing this scene, Long Chen was finally relieved. Now, he only needed to coax this old guy for a period of time. I suddenly want to see how much you love her. City Lord Di Jun was a person who believed in love. Therefore, under the situation where he absolutely suppressed Long Chen, he raised the crystal ball and said, "Break one of your legs for me to see. I will count to 3. After 3 counts, if you don't complete the task, she will die. Also, you better pay attention to the time. After half an hour, even if you are alive, she will be dead." From the beginning to the end, his tone was cold and calm. But it was very scary. 1. He began to count. Now, although Li Xuanji was crying in her heart, it would not affect her progress. As time passed, City Lord Di Jun's grip on the crystal ball became tighter and tighter. When he almost counted to 3, Long Chen's expression didn't change. According to City Lord Di Jun's request, Long Chen used his remaining arm to deal with his leg. To him, this seemed to be a trivial matter. Until now, City Lord Di Jun truly understood how terrifying this young man was. It wasn't just his potential and divine abilities, but also his willpower. That was what was truly indestructible. It seems that if I don't end your life quickly, I am really too afraid. So get ready. This time, I will kill you. You better not resist. If you resist, you can live, but she will be dead. There are probably only a few such beautiful women in this world. Chapter 2246. He might have really gone crazy from suppressing himself. In the outside world, he no longer had the ability to kill Long Chen. Now was the most important moment for him to take revenge for his efforts. It was also the only moment. He was very grateful to the Black Hell Emperor for giving him this opportunity. Back then, he had agreed to the Black Hell Emperor's request not because he was attracted by the strength of the Black Hell Emperor, but because he wanted to take revenge. It was the opportunity to take revenge that attracted him. Therefore, he had risked his life to come to the battlefield of the gods. He had also seen everything magical, but he didn't care. What he cared about was the traces of Long Chen. And now, victory was in his hands. To be honest, he really admired Long Chen. He didn't frown when he lost an arm. He didn't frown when his chest was pierced. He did the same when he was asked to break one of his legs. Therefore, City Lord Di Jun understood that he had already given up his life for her. He was indeed a born hero. This time, Ruoshi's sword was pointed at Long Chen's head. If his primordial spirit was destroyed, he would definitely die. And what made him very satisfied was that Long Chen actually closed his eyes and waited for death. What City Lord Di Jun didn't see was that he had one hand behind his back. Then, he was holding a green flame. Although it was small, it was the flame of life. It could continuously give birth to endless vitality and would never be extinguished. The sword pierced through. It was swift and ruthless. This was City Lord Di Jun's sword Dao. Ruoshi's sword Dao was a sword of emotion. It was poetic and picturesque, showing the love between the husband and wife. But now, this sword was ruthless to the extreme. At this moment, Long Chen could already feel the danger of death. This kind of danger had been close to him many times. He was waiting for Li Xuanji to succeed. She had never disappointed Long Chen before, and this time, she had even given him a pleasant surprise. Just as City Lord Di Jun was about to unleash his killing sword, the swallowing insect behind her let out a blood-curdling screech, and a black divine needle pierced through Li Xuanji's smooth back, piercing through the swallowing insect. That should not be Li Xuanji's own power, because this power was simply too great. Not only did it annihilate the swallowing insect, it even pierced through the crystal ball in City Lord Di Jun's hand. Of course, this was not the Wuji wheel. The limitless roulette had tens of thousands of layers. It had been broken by Long Chen just now. City Lord Di Jun had only condensed one layer. Of course, in his opinion, he could completely control Li Xuanji, who was subdued by the swallowing insect. He didn't expect that Li Xuanji also had miracles and secrets. When he discovered it, the divine needle had already pierced through the crystal ball, and suddenly shot towards his eyes. Its speed and strength were extremely heaven-defying. In any case, this was definitely not Li Xuanji's own strength, and now that City Lord Di Jun was killing Long Chen, he could only dodge, he could only stop. During this process, Li Xuanji had already come out of the crystal ball. Her only task was to return to Long Chen's side and return to his body. Only in that way could Long Chen have a tyrannical fighting strength. When he saw this scene, Long Chen already smiled. The fire of life began to burn in his body, causing his body to burst out with tyrannical vitality. In a short period of time, he recovered to his original state. After Li Xuanji avoided City Lord Di Jun with the black needle, she took the opportunity to hit Long Chen's body. There was no time to linger, no time to complain. She just wanted Long Chen to quickly have the power to defeat City Lord Di Jun, and then he would not be defeated, and he would not die. Instant reversal. It was extremely thrilling. But finally, a miracle happened. Under mutual trust and cooperation, this moment was ushered in. Even if it was any other two people, they might not be able to complete this cooperation and reversal. It was not that Long Chen was not angry and furious. Now that the other party had brought him a fatal killing intent, there was nothing to say. Now that the power of the Yin devil had returned to his body, the only thing he thought of was naturally revenge. The dragon prisoner bow and dragon prisoner arrow instantly appeared in his hands. Under the surging power, the arrow instantly pointed at City Lord Dijun. All of this happened in a critical moment. Long Chen could not bear it anymore. Perhaps for City Lord Dijun, this was another huge blow. This blow made him lose all opportunities and return to the starting point. He even knew that his mind was a little muddled. Until he felt the terrible killing intent of Long Chen, he was really afraid. Last time, he was defeated by the dragon prisoner bow and dragon prisoner arrow. So at this moment of extreme shock, he thought of escaping. For him who had the heaven and earth flash, it was very easy to escape. He was very fast, but Long Chen's angry arrow was even faster. It was so close. In that instant, the dragon prisoner arrow of Long Chen turned into a golden light and shot out. It instantly pierced through the space and appeared in front of City Lord Dijun. It looked like it was about to pierce through City Lord Dijun's head. He was using the heaven and earth flash, but his speed was obviously not as fast as the dragon prisoner arrow. Ding! An extremely ear-piercing sound rang out. That sound was simply unimaginable. It was even accompanied by the scream of a woman. It was ear-piercing and vibrating. Gold and red collided, creating a large amount of sparks. Even the entire god statue palace was shaking. It was the Ruoxin sword that had left City Lord Dijun's hand. When he used the heaven and earth flash, it took the initiative to block in front of him and save his life. However, without the support of City Lord Dijun, the Ruoxin sword faced the joint attack of Long Chen's two Dao artifacts alone. Even City Lord Dijun could not block it, let alone a Dao artifact. Under the explosive attribute of the dragon prisoner bow, the Ruoxin sword was almost pierced. There was even a hole in the middle. A large amount of Dao patterns disappeared, turning into dead patterns. The entire Ruoxin sword was almost ruined. Of course, as a sword Dao spirit, Ruoxin was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. The power of the dragon prisoner arrow almost destroyed her. Her body instantly became illusory and even unclear. She was in extreme pain. Ruoxin. City Lord Dijun was going crazy. He had just used the heaven and earth flash to escape, and then immediately returned. He did not expect the Ruoxin sword to resist for him. If not for her, he would not have been able to escape from that arrow. This was called the cycle of karma. He picked up the almost ruined Ruoxin sword from the ground with a miserable expression. He did not even have time to retaliate. At this time, Long Chen had already placed the dragon prisoner arrow on the dragon prisoner bow for the second time, ready to kill him. City Lord Dijun looked at him with even more resentment. He used the spatial shift and heaven and earth flash to rush out of the god statue palace. He was proficient in spatial mystiques. In terms of escaping, even Long Chen would find it hard to catch up to him. What a pity. No matter what, he still hurried out of the god statue palace. But City Lord Dijun disappeared in the blink of an eye. After such a long time, he still could not kill him. What a pity. This time, Long Chen was truly infuriated. He had wasted so much time in vain. However, City Lord Dijun was still very strong. After all, he was an expert with a demigod body. He desperately wanted to escape. Long Chen was not much stronger than him. Long Chen relied more on the two Dao artifacts. Therefore, it was normal that he could not kill him on the spot. In any case, his Dao artifact was destroyed. That Ruoxin sword, although Dao's spirit was his woman, since they hated each other, there was no other way. Long Chen thought that he could kill him. He did not expect that the Dao artifact would block him. For such a woman to be willing to die for him, it meant that City Lord Di Jun was very lucky. Looking at the vast White Bones Divine Palace, there were white bones everywhere. Now that he walked out of the second palace, there were still clouds in front of him. He did not know where City Lord Di Jun had gone. He was probably a time bomb that would appear at any time. He did not know if there were any more swallowing insects. Of course, next time, Long Chen would definitely not be careless and give the other party a chance to succeed. The White Bones Divine Palace was filled with endless mysteries waiting for him to uncover. Li Xuanji had taken human form in front of him. Her beautiful and peerless face was now right in front of Long Chen's eyes. This experience had proven many things. Most of the time, going through life and death together was not just a joke. Today was indeed very dangerous, but it also made their lives even more closely linked. You don't have to say anything more. Everything is worth it. I will not admit defeat so easily, unless I really die. Long Chen stretched out his hand and caressed her hair and temples as he said softly. I think I understand. If I have the chance to accompany you to the ends of the earth, I will try my best to adapt to these changes. Her eyes were still filled with tears, but the feeling of being wet made her even more beautiful. Long Chen could not help but laugh, and said, "Look, although it's a little dangerous, but at least I have won the beauty's heart, I have still profited." With a single sentence, the atmosphere became vulgar. Li Xuanji gave a moving smile. She shook her head helplessly and turned into a black cloud that revolved around Long Chen's body. Then, she gradually merged with his body, and the two of them merged into one. This feeling was even more complete than the other kind of fusion. It was beautiful, but it was not as cheerful and exciting. But it was obvious that Li Xuanji liked this kind of dreamy thing. After saying a few words, Long Chen clenched his fists and entered the Time Dragon. In this White Bones Divine Palace that was filled with danger, and with City Lord Di Jun causing trouble, it would not be easy to find the source of the truth. It seemed like this place would become more and more exciting. Next, there would definitely be even greater mysteries and doubts that would appear in front of him. It wasn't easy for him to come here, so he definitely couldn't go back with his tail between his legs. City Lord Di Jun was no longer a huge threat, but keeping him by his side was still a dangerous thing. Long Chen originally did not want to kill him, but now that there was already a blood feud, he had no choice but to fight. He couldn't help but continue to head deeper into the White Bones Divine Palace. He had a rough understanding of the Nine Colors Palace and the God Statue Palace, so what would be even more terrifying next? He continued to walk forward along the path, passing through countless skulls. On both sides were black-armored generals, and in the end, the clouds lingered in front of him, and another palace appeared. What was it this time? Long Chen walked forward and saw 3 words. Divine Reign? There were only 4 more left. Chapter 2247. Divine Spiritual Reign. It took Long Chen a lot of effort to remember these 3 words. It was the last time they came to the battlefield of the gods. All the young martial artists of the 72 divine descendants had to bathe in the divine spiritual reign. It was of great help to their cultivation. The only ones who didn't bathe in the divine spiritual reign were Long Chen and Li Xuanji. Long Chen didn't bathe in the divine spiritual reign because Li Xuanji told him so. Since ancient times, almost everyone in the 72 divine descendants had bathed in the divine spiritual reign. Of course, they had to be a disciple of the imperial clan, a direct descendant of a deity. The first was the Rainbow Palace, followed by the Divine Statue Palace. This was an even bigger palace with the words Divine Spiritual Reign written on it. Back then, Long Chen already felt that the Divine Spiritual Reign was strange. However, Sumu Chen and the rest still bathed in it for a year. In that year, the golden rain entered their bodies, but there wasn't any movement, as if it had disappeared. The name of the Divine Spiritual Rain Palace also showed that this Divine Bone Palace was the battlefield of the gods. This time, Long Chen stood in front of this palace. To be honest, although the secret was right in front of him, he didn't really want to go in. From the first and second time, who knew what kind of danger was hidden in this place? Therefore, he had to think carefully before he acted. Don't you have the blood-weeping dragon souls? You can let them in to take a look. Li Xuanji's words reminded Long Chen. In fact, each blood-weeping dragon soul was considered a small identity for him. Moreover, it wasn't a problem to injure a few. Thinking of this, he summoned a few small blood-weeping dragon souls. The slaughter dragons circled around him a few times before flying inside. At the same time, Long Chen was vigilant of his surroundings to prevent City Lord Di Jun from attacking again. He could replace the slaughter dragon's vision and see the scene inside. When the slaughter dragon entered the Divine Spirit Rain Palace, Long Chen first saw a seemingly endless golden lake. It was as if gold had turned into liquid, but it wasn't as thick. Instead, it was very fresh, surging, and full of beauty. Although it was just a palace, there was definitely a lot of water in the golden lake. There might even be an abyss like the Rainbow Palace at the bottom. Under the contrast of this golden lake, the entire palace seemed to be bathed in a golden light, like a dream. On the surface of the golden lake, waves of steam rose like clouds. Within it were many tiny golden water droplets. They were extremely fine, basically no different from the divine rain. In other words, the God Spirit rain came from this lake and formed? Long Chen guessed. He asked Li Xuanji, "Why didn't you let me bathe in the God Spirit rain last time?" Li Xuanji said, "I don't know. My master told me to do so. She didn't give me a reason. I had very few chances to communicate with her. In fact, there were only a few times in total. I could only wait for her to find me. Otherwise, I think she would understand everything if I asked her. In fact, I did ask her for you, but she said that I can't know too much now." Oh, just as Li Xuanji finished speaking, Long Chen's attention fell on the Divine Spirit Rain Palace. Soon, he discovered a shocking scene. Beside the slaughter dragons, the rising water mist, which was the tiny golden raindrops, suddenly underwent a huge change. Although they were extremely tiny, Long Chen could still see the change. Each of the golden raindrops suddenly grew more than 8 silk-like legs, and they suddenly looked like spiders. Their sizes were not much different from the 9-colored mist, and there were tens of thousands of golden raindrops that had turned into golden spiders in a small area. In that instant, tens of thousands of tiny golden spiders rushed into the slaughter dragons' bodies and tore them into pieces. Their ability was beyond Long Chen's imagination. He couldn't help but tremble. This was just the power of a little mist, and there were already hundreds of thousands of golden spiders. Long Chen looked at the golden lake below and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. If all the water turned into those tiny golden spiders, there would probably be trillions or even trillions. In any case, it would be countless times more than the population of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. The entire Dragon Sacrificial Continent had trillions of lives at most. In fact, compared to the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, perhaps an extremely tiny golden spider here would also turn into a colossus in that nearly collapsed world. Long Chen truly realized how terrifying this battlefield of the gods was. If I had gone in directly and fallen into this lake of divine spirit rain, I'm afraid that even if I reached the realm of the Dragon Emperor, I would still be smashed into pieces. Thinking up to here, Long Chen hurriedly took a few steps away from the Divine Spirit Rain Palace. His heart couldn't calm down for a long time. If all the divine spirit rain can turn into those tiny golden spiders. This should be inevitable. If they leave the battlefield of the gods, it will definitely be a terrifying killing force. If they escape to the dragon sacrificial continent, it will be a catastrophe, Li Xuanji also said with some trepidation. Longchen didn't dare to go in, but he could remember to discuss it with the 15 dragon emperors when the time comes. Right now, the 15 dragon emperors should be chasing after the Black Hell Emperor. This place was too dangerous. Longchen planned to kill City Lord Dijun and leave. Longchen, have you thought about it? Li Xuanji asked with a heavy voice. Back then, they had all bathed in the divine spirit rain for a year. Even the countless martial artists in the ancient city of 72 divine descendants had bathed in the divine spirit rain. But if there was a problem with the divine spirit rain, they would have died long ago. Since they didn't die, doesn't it mean that the divine spirit rain is still hibernating in their bodies? It's very likely. After we go out, we must first find someone to study it. This is a very big discovery. If we tell the 15 dragon emperors, they should really pay attention to the battlefield of the gods. My father's decision back then wouldn't be wrong. From the divine sea ancient corpse to the white bone divine palace, to the 9-colored insects in the 9-colored palace and the 72 god statues in the god statue palace, everything in the mortal world is full of strangeness. There must be a huge problem in the battlefield of the gods. There was no need to enter the third palace. Longchen said, let's find City Lord Dijun first and finish him off. Then, prepare to leave this place. After the two of them decided, they passed the third palace and headed towards the depths. Just as they were moving forward, they didn't know that the fourth palace in the distance was currently undergoing a wonderful change. The fourth palace was shrouded in clouds and mist, like a ghost city. Gray mist filled the air, dancing on it like ghosts, letting out eerie laughter that made one's hair stand on end. Under the palace, hundreds of thousands of skulls were piled up, reaching a height of more than 10 meters. They had completely covered the surrounding roads and everything else. Even the generals on both sides of the road couldn't be seen. The first 3 palaces were all unlocked. As for the palace in front of him, the 500-meter-tall gate was tightly shut. There was a huge bronze lock at the entrance that was mottled and rotten. Only when a gentle breeze blew would countless ancient characters appear on the lock. They were like divine characters, and each character was like a person wielding a divine weapon. They stood guard within the lock, exuding a majestic divine might. On the gate, the densely packed skulls formed 3 big words. This time, it was God Seal Palace. The fourth palace that was tightly locked was called God Seal Palace. The 3 words were bold and powerful. Compared to the other 3 palaces, it had a more terrifying majesty and aggressiveness, as well as a murderous aura. Beside the gate of the God Seal Palace, there was a black statue. This was a divine general wearing black armor that covered his entire body. Only his hands and face were exposed. His helmet rose to the sky, and his eyes were slightly vertical. He looked majestic without being angry. He held a black saber in his hand, and the handle of the saber was completely made up of black skulls. The most shocking thing was that there was a vertical third eye between his eyebrows. The pupil was actually a Tai Chi pattern. Of course, it wasn't a black and white yin-yang fish. Instead, it was half black and half scarlet. This third eye was the most dazzling part of this divine general. Of course, this was just a statue. It was 5 meters tall. In Long Chen's human form, it was about the size of this divine general's forearm, or even smaller. The wind and sand swept past, and the skulls rolled. However, nothing could get close to this divine general's statue. At this moment, without any warning, the third eye actually lit up. It was a black and red ray of light, emitted by the 2 halves of the Tai Chi yin-yang fish. Then, the pupil of the Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish began to spin, and the two rays of light also spun. In this spinning process, with the third eye as the core, the steel-like statue actually gradually transformed into a body of flesh and blood, from a statue to a living person. The range continued to expand until finally, there was a living person standing in front of the God Seal Palace. A divine general gradually emitted a terrifying primordial aura. In that instant, even the entire white-boned divine palace trembled. The pitch-black armor was also trembling slightly, revealing countless strange and vast primordial characters. Ding ding. The armor collided, emitting a series of sounds. At the last moment, the two eyes below the third eye suddenly opened, and two pitch-black rays of light shot out, transforming into two black tigers that roared in the air. The divine general woke up, and his lips curled into a strange and terrifying smile. He reached out to grab the blade of the black saber, weighing it a few times. He said gloomily, "I want to see which two flies dare to sneak in and ruin my eternal sleep." He had really slept for a long time. Even he himself didn't know how long had passed. He only knew that he was obviously very angry, and if he didn't kill people, he would find it hard to breathe. When he took the first step, the dozens of skulls piled up around him rolled down, creating a huge roar that even Long Chen could hear from afar. City Lord Di Jun is over there. Chapter 2248. In the beginning, he did run very fast, wanting to get rid of City Lord Di Jun as soon as possible. But then he thought, City Lord Di Jun is such a careful person, why would he make such a loud noise? Did he set up a trap to lure me over? Thinking of this, Long Chen instantly stopped. He escaped into the river of time and entered the state of the time dragon, drifting forward lightly. He had already been tricked by City Lord Di Jun once, it would definitely not be so easy next time. However, the closer he got to that direction, the stronger the sense of danger in Long Chen's heart. Vaguely, he seemed to hear the roar of a giant beast. It was a terrifying roar that came from ancient times, bloody, brutal, and possessed supreme power, as if something had appeared in front of him. Did City Lord Di Jun provoke something? Long Chen could not help but ponder. Raising his head, he could see that in the endless gray fog, there were actually two rays of light soaring into the sky. One was black, the other was red, brutal and bloody, like a butcher who had killed countless people. There was a terrifying murderous aura on its body, that kind of brutal feeling that came from ancient times. Long Chen was very sensitive to. It should be something that originally belonged to this divine palace of bones. Did it come out of the palace, or, just as Long Chen stopped and pondered over the current situation, it was clear that the awakened powerhouse was rushing in a certain direction. Judging from the huge deviation of the aura, the powerhouse's first target shouldn't be Long Chen. However, Long Chen was certain that he was also being targeted. It was the feeling of being stared at by a ferocious beast. In the next moment, there was a violent sound of fighting in front of him. Light shot into the sky, the fire was vast and mighty, 9 flame giants appeared. It was City Lord Di Jun's Jiuyang Di Zun. At this time, City Lord Di Jun was fighting with the awakened thing. This battle caused the entire divine palace of bones to tremble, producing a loud roar. Countless skulls exploded into flying ashes, filling the sky, and vaguely, there was a conversation between the two people. It was just that he did not know what they were talking about. Fortunately, City Lord Di Jun was closer. Otherwise, if he was caught first and City Lord Di Jun was hiding in the dark, he would be in danger. After a short period of battle, City Lord Di Jun had not been defeated. Long Chen could speculate the strength of the mysterious opponent. Although it was terrifying, it should not be able to kill them in a second. It was even possible that this person had countless mysteries that Long Chen wanted, so he could not help but go in that direction. Of course, he was very careful. He tried to hide himself as much as possible to see if he could avoid the other party's claws. With his speed, he quickly arrived at the battlefield. Long Chen stood in a corner and watched as City Lord Di Jun fought with that person. It was a god general who was 5 meters tall, wearing black armor that covered his entire body. Under the helmet was a dark face with dense stubble, looking very rough and barbaric. The most eye-catching thing was his black blade, which was 3 meters long, and the vertical eye on his forehead was even more frightening. Now that City Lord Di Jun's Ruoshi sword had been destroyed by Long Chen, he had recovered the limitless roulette and was fighting with the god general. Although he was not defeated immediately, under the god general's attack, he would not be able to live for long. What shocked Long Chen was that the 5-meter-tall god general was no longer a 9-colored bug, a puppet warrior, but a person with life and soul. This was the only thing in the entire divine palace of bones that had intelligence. He must know everything that Long Chen wanted to know. As such, Long Chen could not help but become excited. He was originally prepared to leave, but now that all hope was in front of him, City Lord Di Jun was fighting with the other party, and he did not go up. He could just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Looking for an opportunity. But to his disappointment, City Lord Di Jun did not have the qualifications to fight with the other party. After losing the title Divine Sword, Yi Futian's combat prowess had plummeted. Under the powerful attacks of the Heavenly General, despite using the Sun God technique, Empyrean Emperor Jiuyan, Heaven and Earth Reversal, Heaven and Earth Flash, and even the Wuji Roulette, the Heavenly General's black battle saber tore them apart. It was even more ferocious than Long Chen's dragon enslaved bow. This god general should not be a divine spirit, but Long Chen realized that he was like the divine spirit of martialism in the divine statue palace. He could use a part of the power of the rules. The power of the rules was an irresistible power. As long as one was in this world, one would be controlled by this world. For example, the divine spirit of martialism's rules of martial Tao, his word, collapse. Under the rules, Long Chen's body cracked. If not for the flame of life, he would have died just now. However, City Lord Di Jun did not have the flame of life. But the god general in front of him was proficient in the Tao of battle and used the rules of battle. Under such circumstances, City Lord Di Jun was covered in blood after a few attacks. He knelt in front of the god general in pain. He completely gave up resisting and knelt in front of the god general, shouting, "God General, please spare my life. I am the current City Lord of Di Jun Divine City, a descendant of God Di Jun. Today, I trespassed here purely to chase a fugitive and accidentally offended you. Please spare my life." As soon as he finished speaking, a cold smile appeared on the 5-meter-tall divine general's face. "Oh? Are you a descendant of Empyrean God Di Jun? I was ordered to stand guard here and kill everyone who intrudes. I can't spare you just because you are a descendant of Empyrean God Di Jun. If that's the case, not even Empyrean God Di Jun would spare me." Hearing this, Long Chen was extremely shocked. It seemed to be saying that Di Jun existed. Those who dominated the world in the immemorial era and disappeared mysteriously like the divine dragons, actually existed. This was simply inconceivable. Long Chen held his breath and continued listening. No, I trespassed here by mistake. I am the most loyal citizen of the gods, and the leader of the 72 divine descendants. You can't kill me. I still need to protect the descendants of God Di Jun. Lord God General, I am the most loyal servant of your side. City Lord Di Jun's tears flowed down his face. To him, this was also a huge shock. He was a demigod, and he understood that the God General had used the laws of the gods to defeat him. As for those who had yet to become gods, if they wanted to use the laws, they would need the blessing of the gods themselves. This meant that the gods definitely existed. They weren't dead, and they weren't missing either. Oh. When he heard this, the 5-meter-tall god general started laughing. He shook his head helplessly. There's no other way, I have to abide by the rules. However, if you really don't wish to die, I do have a way to spare your life. City Lord Dijun hurriedly said, "What is it?" "As long as I can do it, I will try my best." The Divine General chuckled. He opened up his black armor, revealing the dark skin on his chest. It was a pair of huge pectoral muscles and firm abdominal muscles. At this time, a pitch-black world tree was born from his body. It possessed a vigorous life force. Black divine palaces hung from it like stars in the sky. Each divine palace had a living being cultivating in it, supplying the world tree with divine power. He displayed the world tree and said, "It's very simple. I'll open a divine palace for you, and you'll become a divine palace creature in my divine palace and cultivate for me for 30,000 years. After 30,000 years, I'll let you go. You have no other choice. If you don't listen, I'll have no choice but to kill you." At the end, his tone was very harsh. City Lord Dijun was now a piece of meat on his chopping board. City Lord Dijun was trembling all over. Death, imprisonment for 30,000 years, and cultivation for him for 30,000 years were all extremely terrifying things. He understood the divine palace, and he himself had a divine palace. This meant that he was about to experience 30,000 years of loneliness, and he could not advance his 30,000 years of cultivation. Of course, among the people he knew, there was no one who had the means of a divine general. Even Ling Huang did not have this ability. As expected, this divine general came from among the gods. Fortunately, he had his wife, Ruo Shi, to accompany him. City Lord Dijun shed tears. He gritted his teeth, stood up and said, "All right, I agree. But God General, please kill the other young man who has rebelled against the gods in the cruelest way. In this way, I will willingly cultivate for you for 30,000 years. That's easy. I saw him just now. I think he is hiding now. But it's impossible for him to escape from me here." "Huh." The God General said with satisfaction. Of course, he knew about the existence of Long Chen. Hearing this, City Lord Dijun was completely relieved. In fact, if he really could not go back alive after catching up, he would be willing to do so. Although the ending was tragic, he was aware of it. He closed his eyes and waited for the God General to give him judgment. The God General stretched out his hand, grabbed City Lord Dijun's head, and lifted him up. The third eye of the Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish was facing City Lord Dijun's head. "Very good, very good. From now on, you will be a large part of my power. You can't resist, or you will die miserably." There was unconcealable excitement in the God General's words. On his forehead, the third eye rotated, shooting out black and red light that shone on City Lord Dijun's body. City Lord Dijun's body began to shrink. He closed his eyes, his body convulsed, and the pain suffocated him. At this moment, a golden light pierced through the air and pierced City Lord Dijun's head. It pierced through. At that moment, City Lord Dijun's eyes widened, and he stared at the God General. He did not know why the God General wanted to kill him, but he saw that the God General's eyes widened just like him. The God General's eyes turned from a dull look to extreme anger. Seeing all this, City Lord Dijun was powerless to no more. Because the power of the prisoner of Dragon Arrow was released, his body instantly turned into powder, and completely dissipated into the air. That's right, this arrow came from Long Chen. The God General would find him sooner or later. If he let him swallow City Lord Dijun, he would have no chance of defeating him. There would be more at night. Now, the readers of Dragon's Blood were spread across more than a dozen sales platforms and bookstores. There were hundreds of thousands of friends, and it was already the most popular new fantasy work in 14 years. Today, he received a very exciting gift. It was the signature of a junior high school class, written on a school uniform, and sent over. The whole class was reading Dragon's Blood. Chapter 22:49. Now that he had appeared, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape. Therefore, he mustered up his courage and used the dragon-enslaved bow to kill City Lord Dijun when neither of them were paying attention. At that moment, City Lord Dijun was already surrounded by despair and sorrow. He did not expect Long Chen to appear at this time. As for the black-armored general, he naturally did not expect Long Chen to be nearby and have the guts to make a move before the delicacy. Therefore, City Lord Dijun died under the explosive power of the dragon-enslaved arrow. The black-armored general could only watch as City Lord Dijun disappeared. When he looked over with bloodshot eyes filled with endless anger, Long Chen was holding the dragon-enslaved bow in his hand. The dragon-enslaved arrow returned to his side and he held it in his hand. He took the opportunity to place it on the dragon-enslaved bow and pointed the sharp golden arrow at the general. The young man narrowed his eyes. He was fearless, calm and decisive. To him, killing City Lord Dijun wasn't a big deal at all. Although he was the commander of the 72 god cities and had a very important role, even if Long Chen did not make a move, he would disappear forever. The most important thing was how to deal with this mysterious general. Then, he would find out the secret of the battlefield of the gods from him. This might be the most important battle for him to clear Long Qinglan's name and realize his dying wish. Now, there was no fear that could stop him. Who? The 5-meter-tall general exhaled a white aura and stared at Long Chen like a giant beast. He clenched his fists and held a sinister black saber. He walked towards Long Chen step by step. Every time he took a step, a deep footprint would appear on the ground. So you're a dragon warrior. The general narrowed his eyes. His third eye exploded with intense red and black light. He stuck out his half-meter-long black tongue and licked his thick lips. His voice was filled with brutality and coldness. You seem to be the one guarding here, right? I don't kill nameless people. Tell me your name. Long Chen pointed the dragon-enslaved arrow at the eye between his eyebrows. Although he was very small compared to this divine general, in terms of power, he could not be weaker than him. Hearing this, the divine general burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that he rocked back and forth. His voice was exceptionally loud, making people feel very uncomfortable. I know you want to know the secrets of this place. You want to know a lot of things from me. You want to know my identity. Don't try to act smart in front of me. Little guy, you're too small for me. Just like a baby. So don't expect your little tricks to fool me. The divine general lowered his head and said to Long Chen with great pity. Long Chen was indeed trying to get information out of him. He didn't expect this divine general to know everything. Then, he definitely wouldn't tell Long Chen what was going on here. If Long Chen wanted to know what he knew, the only way was to defeat him. But to be honest, it was easier said than done to defeat this guy. The divine general stretched out his heavy hands. At this time, he was less than 30 meters away from Long Chen. He laughed cruelly and said, since you killed my prey, the only way to live is to replace him and become my prey. Are you ready? He didn't even bother to talk nonsense with Long Chen. When he said the last sentence, he was already holding the black saber with both hands. His thick muscles squirmed and surged with power. The divine power of all living beings could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. The surrounding skulls were shattered into powder. Even some small palaces began to collapse. Long Chen looked up. He looked past the divine general and saw the fourth palace in the distance. It was called the Seal God Palace. The strangest thing was that the gate of the Wind God Palace was actually locked. That was strange. At this moment, the divine general made his move. It was earth-shattering. The saber slashed forward. It seemed like a simple slash, but it contained an unparalleled killing intent. Looking at its aura, the characters on the saber flickered. They were the laws of the gods. This divine general was similar to the martial spirit from before. He could display the power of the laws. The instant the divine general made his move, Long Chen let go. The dragon imprisoning arrow's golden light flashed and instantly reached the divine general's head. This was a move that could kill City Lord Di Jun. 2 layers of 700 Dao patterns exploded with endless power. It tore through space and broke through everything. In an instant, it arrived before the divine general's third eye. Ding! The black-armored divine general used the black saber to protect himself from the terrifying attack of the dragon imprisoning arrow. The boundless power of the dragon imprisoning arrow clashed violently with the saber's power of laws. The power of laws could be said to crush everything. However, the power of Long Chen's arrow was also extraordinary. Under the collision, the divine general's 5-meter-tall body was sent flying. Of course, Long Chen could also feel the intense shock. He instantly disappeared from his original position. With the flexibility of his physical strength and the control of the time dragon, he changed his position. This battle was a matter of life and death. He had to remain calm and bring out his most perfect state. He can even resist the laws of a god. This little guy is not bad. As expected, the divine general jumped up from the ground and landed perfectly on the ground. He laughed loudly, but in reality, he was even more furious. It could be seen that he was a very easily angered person. He was breathing heavily and his chest was heaving up and down. Destructive power exploded around him. He was furious because he was looking down on him. This damned dog. Stupid animal. He actually dared to attack me. Stupid, stupid. He was already cursing crazily in his heart. He was a divine general, a servant of a god. He was stationed here, but someone actually dared to barge in at such an unsuitable time. Roar. He was so angry that he couldn't help but roar like a wild beast. This time, his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he crossed thousands of meters and arrived before Long Chen. God rule, army breaker. The black saber slashed down. On the saber, the god rule formed by primordial characters and symbols was attached to it. As the god power of all beings erupted, a loud roar was produced. That was the god power of death. It was the battle rules, the army breaker. It was the will to fight to the death and the power of a god's will. When the saber slashed down, it was as if the entire world was going to be torn apart. At this moment, his dragon-enslaved arrow had just been shot. The difference between a divine general and City Lord Di Jun was huge. The dragon-enslaved arrow that Long Chen used to kill City Lord Di Jun could only block him for a moment. Today's battle was difficult, but Long Chen gritted his teeth. He also had a strong fighting spirit. That was because in front of him was his hope to fulfill his father's last wish. All these years of fighting and struggling, was it all for the appearance of this evidence in front of him? As long as he defeated him. As long as he defeated him. Break. The dragon-enslaved arrow gathered all the strength in his body and shot out. If that was the case, it might not be able to block the power of the god rule breaker. Therefore, the moment the dragon-enslaved arrow was shot, Long Chen reached out to control the area where the divine general was. He controlled the divine general and his saber. Long Chen believed that the power of time was above his opponent's god rule. At the very least, it was not a complete god rule. Space-time reversal. This was his deepest attainment in the Tao of time so far. The reversal of time directly caused changes in space. Space was controlled by time. Generally speaking, when a divine general used god rule, the eternal dragon emperor and the others' time power would definitely not be able to do anything to him. However, Long Chen's time power was the ancestral dragon's mystique that surpassed god rule. Therefore, there was basically no difference between a divine general and anyone else when it was used. Space-time reversal made the divine general retreat by 10 meters. The power of the God rule was also greatly affected. At the same time, Long Chen's dragon-enslaved arrow took the initiative and instantly turned into a dragon, colliding with the God rule that the divine general had yet to completely split open. Rumble. It was a tragic explosion. This time, the divine general's arm actually exploded in a ball of blood. Even the black saber was thrown out of his hand. He crashed into the ground, causing a terrifying explosion, causing the White Bone's divine palace to tremble. A huge crater formed in the ground. It could be said that Long Chen had successfully used the power of the ancestral dragon's mystique and became the divine general's nemesis. Impossible. The divine general scrambled to his feet in rage. He had God rule, which was a power that could defeat almost everyone in the eternal sacred territory. Even if the 15 dragon emperors from the dragon god territory came here, he would not be worried. However, why was Long Chen able to use the power of time despite having God rule, defeating and injuring him? He was both furious and shocked. At first, he had never imagined that such a scene would happen. The more he thought about it, the more furious he became. At that moment, the golden light appeared before him again. Whoosh! The divine general was furious. God rule, mad demon. In that instant, pitch-black fur actually grew on his body. His hair also stood on end, and he instantly turned into a wild beast. At the same time, under the power of the God rule, his divine power of living beings also experienced a terrifying increase, instantly leaping to the next level. He reached a level where he could almost instantly kill City Lord Di Jun with God rule alone. Now, his eyes were bloodshot and shone with a dazzling bloody light. He gripped the black saber with both hands, and his entire appearance was no different from a battle maniac. Bloody primordial characters shone brightly on his muscles. That was the power of the gods. Clang! This time, he relied on pure strength to send the dragon-enslaved arrow flying, while he himself was unharmed. He gripped the saber and looked at Long Chen with bloodshot eyes. His lips curled into a cold smile as he said, "Little guy, do you still think you won't be finished this time?" In that instant, his speed skyrocketed, and he came crashing down from above like a huge monster. At this point, even Dao weapons were ineffective. Long Chen felt a bloodline impulse that made him instantly transform into a primordial blood spiritual dragon. His huge body was shrouded in blood-colored mist. Just the size of his body alone was enough to suppress the divine general. With a swipe of his dragon claws and the power of the massacre dragon seal, he sent the divine general flying again. Dragon God. Chapter 2250. In his human form, he could basically use all of the ancestral dragon god arts, and his control over the Dao treasures would also be more powerful. However, in his divine dragon form, he would be able to use the 3 ancestral dragon god arts with an even more powerful body. In fact, he would be more than twice as powerful as before. Long Chen could see clearly that the power of the dragon-enslaved Bao was limited in this battle. It could not kill the opponent at all. The only way was to rely on the ancestral dragon skills to suppress the opponent's god rule. When the primordial blood spiritual dragon appeared, the divine general, who was only 5 to 6 meters tall, seemed very small in Long Chen's eyes. Although he was tiny, the celestial general seemed to be even more excited. Now that the dragon and the celestial general had clashed once again, Long Chen was mainly relying on his physical body and divine abilities. Although the divine general was small, his physical strength was very strong. The battle saber in his hand clashed with Long Chen's dragon claws. It was very terrifying and fierce, especially the God Rule attacks. God Rule, Army Breaker. Another saber attack, tearing a 1,000-meter-long saber light. Long Chen blocked it with the heavenly slaughtering blood sword, but the opponent's saber was extremely terrifying. In a short moment, it almost caused Long Chen's body to explode. At this juncture, Long Chen used the power of the Tai Chi life-form dragon to ignite the fire of life. When the fire of life burned on his body, he was in a state where he could not be injured at all. God rule, supreme. Another saber attack. It was as if a supreme had descended. It was an extremely domineering saber, and the God rule evolved into thousands of saber lights. At this moment, the divine general was like a real god, majestically descending. The saber was full of pressure, and no one dared to resist it. Spacetime reversal. Long Chen transformed into the void cosmic dragon, shrouded in clouds and turned illusory. After transforming into a divine dragon, the power of spacetime reversal almost doubled, and the reversal power was even greater. It directly pushed back the divine general who was attacking with the long saber. Time storm. These two attacks were continuous, and the divine general found it hard to defend against them. The power of the time storm almost caused his body to explode, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. This time, Long Chen could clearly see that the blood was almost black. 14th temper. In this sort of situation, Long Chen was naturally merciless. His dragon claws and dragon fangs controlled the power of the 14th temper. The sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, trees, wind, fire, thunder, all sorts of natural energies bombarded the divine general's body, completely suppressing the divine general and causing him to scream in pain. However, the more he attacked, the more Long Chen frowned. He realized that it was very difficult for his attacks to deal fatal damage to his opponent. At his current level, he could only suppress him at most. Want to kill him? At least for now, it was impossible. Buzz. The divine general was enraged. His black saber cleaved open a path and he charged out. This time, he was filled with boundless rage. He had almost turned the tables on Long Chen. If not for Long Chen using hundreds of thousands of blood-weeping dragon souls to knock him away, it would have been very difficult for him to escape. This was an endless and fierce battle. The divine general was undoubtedly stronger, but God rules were useless against Long Chen. Even if he defeated Long Chen, the terrifying fire of life would make him almost unscathed. He was simply immortal. What Long Chen lacked was the means to kill his opponent. The two of them were entangled in this battle. In the blink of an eye, a long time had passed. The divine general was furious. He never expected Long Chen to be so tenacious. I've said it before, you will become my divine palace. The divine general roared. His roar reverberated throughout the White Bones Palace. It seemed that there was no one else in the White Bones Palace. Otherwise, they would have been lured out. The divine general rushed to Long Chen. The third eye on his forehead burst out with brilliant light. It was an eye the size of a human's fist. Black and red light shone on Long Chen's divine dragon body. Suddenly, a huge suction force acted on Long Chen's body. It was a devouring power. Previously, he had wanted to use this power to absorb City Lord Di Jun into his divine palace. This suction force was indeed terrifying. Of course, it had to be used against people who were much weaker than Long Chen. Long Chen was not willing. Moreover, he was in a state of battle. It was difficult for the divine general to succeed. At that moment, Long Chen transformed into the blood spirit stinger. It was incomparably sharp. Spinning, the blood spirit stinger did not retreat. Instead, it pierced through the third eye of the divine general. Long Chen wanted to see if the divine general would succeed in devouring him first, or if he would pierce through him first. In such a situation where only the brave would win, Long Chen won. He was more courageous and confident than the divine general. He believed that before he pierced through the Divine General would not be able to do anything to him. Therefore, the Divine General chose to dodge awkwardly. He fell to the ground and dodged Long Chen's attack. When he got up again, he was even more furious. It was as if his whole body was about to explode. His hair stood up in anger, and his eyes were bloodshot. He stared at Long Chen in the sky. When he was furious to the extreme, he suddenly laughed strangely. "What are you laughing at?" Long Chen was not in a hurry. He was roughly sure that at this time, it seemed that the two of them had basically exhausted their limited abilities. The Divine General said, "I suddenly remembered that there is something more suitable to deal with you." After saying this, a pot suddenly appeared in his hand. It was an ancient pot, similar to a wine pot. However, it had very complicated lines, and there were countless divine dragons on it. The space on the small pot was not big, but there were hundreds of divine dragon lines, and each of them was vivid and lifelike. This thing gave Long Chen a very dangerous feeling. The divine dragon on the wine pot was not an inscription, but a real dragon soul. It was as if it was trapped inside, struggling and roaring, causing the whole pot to shake. This is the dragon smelting pot. In short, it is a good thing specially used to refine you dragon martial artists. After refining you, you can become my food to go with wine, giving me great nourishment. This way, you will become the living creatures of my divine palace. He held the dragon smelting pot, opened the lid, and aimed it at Long Chen. Long Chen glanced at it. This so-called dragon smelting pot actually had almost 760 Dao patterns. Compared to his dragon enslaved bow and dragon enslaved arrow, it had 60 more Dao patterns. This was already extremely precious. Looking into the mouth of the pot, there was wind, rain, thunder, fire, ice, and frost. It was like the end of the world. It was very terrifying. There were also all kinds of primordial characters on the pot. Obviously, it had a certain relationship with the divine spirits. Treasure, collect. The Divine General was very relaxed as he raised the dragon smelting pot upwards. Instantly, the dragon smelting pot became incomparably huge and faster and faster. He knew that the mouth of the pot was so big that it could easily swallow Long Chen. Indeed, at this moment, the dragon smelting pot spun below Long Chen. The mouth of the pot formed a terrifying vortex, producing a terrifying suction force. This suction force was 10 times stronger than the Taiji eye that the Divine General had used previously. In fact, this was specially used to deal with divine dragons. In this White Bones divine palace, Long Chen had nowhere to hide. Under the other party's suppression, he was simply suffocating. He had never expected the other party to have such a thing. He could only use space-time reversal to resist. Indeed, he could not underestimate this Divine General. However, even if he used space-time reversal, he could only reverse it for a short period of time. The Divine General had already placed all his hopes on the dragon smelting pot. He once again used Mad Demon God Law to increase his strength and controlled the dragon smelting pot to swallow Long Chen. The dragon smelting pot was like the mouth of heaven and earth. It enveloped Long Chen and really swallowed Long Chen. In that instant, the Divine General sealed the dragon smelting pot tightly and let it shrink into his hand. Seeing the entire dragon smelting pot light up in order to refine Long Chen and the countless dragon souls dancing on it, the Divine General was very angry. It could be considered that he had vented his anger. Such a small dragon dares to fight with me? Didn't he still become my food? Thinking of Long Chen's indignant look, he could not help but want to laugh. This time, these two fellows had actually barged in for no reason. The Divine General placed the dragon smelting pot on the ground and waited for the calamity in the pot to be refined by Long Chen into a delicious soup. Long Chen was indeed in a world full of calamities. Underground was rich lava, and he was surrounded by lightning, cold air, storms, and so on. It seemed like these were ancient powers that Long Chen had never seen before. These powers belonged to the dragon's smelting pot. Therefore, when Long Chen had just entered, it had bombarded and attacked Long Chen. Of course, because Long Chen had inherited the essence blood of the Tai Chi life-form dragon, these things did not cause too much damage to him. They were still vaguely under Long Chen's control. The divine general's wish to refine Long Chen would undoubtedly fail. However, Long Chen's headache was how to leave this place. A Dao artifact with 750 Dao patterns was indeed very sturdy. Furthermore, even if he went out, he would be engaged in an endless battle with the divine general. Neither side could do anything to the other, so he might as well stay here and think of a way. The lava below was rolling. This was the soup of the dragon's smelting pot. It was like the stomach of a dragon-swallowing beast, but it was not as smelly. Long Chen could not help but think of the hundreds of dragon souls on top of the dragon's smelting pot. He stirred up the soup below him. Indeed, there were hundreds of dragon bones inside. These dragon bones were relatively small, so they probably didn't belong to real dragons. Instead, they were dragon warriors like him. They were probably killed in their divine dragon form and thrown here to be refined before finally entering the divine general's stomach. Seeing those bones, the anger in Long Chen's heart grew stronger and stronger. Where did this divine general come from, and what is going on with this white bone divine palace? Could it be that those gods really still exist, but they have gone to another place, and then let this divine general guard their graves? However, why is their anger so strange? In fact, this divine general will even kill City Lord Di Jun. Isn't City Lord Di Jun the descendant of the primordial number 1 god, Di Jun? Why would the divine general kill him? All of these were unsolvable mysteries. As for Long Chen, he looked at the dragon bones in the soup. Such a cruel scene made his blood rush to his brain. This anger even rushed to the massacre Dao seal. Chapter 2251. In Long Chen's world, these divine dragons were his compatriots, sharing the same bloodline as him. However, the god general who owned the dragon's smelting pot was not. When he found out that his compatriots had become food in the other party's mouth, the rage that came from his bloodline was indescribable. This rage even surpassed Long Chen's own. It came from every part of his body, from every drop of divine dragon bloodline. All 3 types of divine dragon bloodlines were ancestral dragons. Moreover, Long Chen was still at a stage of rapid improvement. Coming to the battlefield of the gods and awakening the flame of life was a major breakthrough in the Tao of life. In the Sea of Time, the space-time reversal was also a major breakthrough. It opened the real door to the Tao of time reversal. And now, all 3 bloodlines were in a state of extreme rage. In this rage, Long Chen felt a mysterious change from the ancient blood spirit dragon bloodline. Now, he was still in the body of the ancient blood spirit dragon, fighting against the tribulation-like power in the dragon's smelting pot. However, all his attention was on the dragon skeletons. The scene of them struggling inside involuntarily appeared in his mind. He did not know which era these dragon warriors were from, or perhaps they had a long history. However, hundreds of divine dragons had died so unwillingly. Long Chen was immersed in the rage and sorrow triggered by the massacre of the ancestral dragon bloodline. He gradually forgot about the changes in his body. The ancient blood spirit dragon was born to be the master of massacre, the messenger of death. He controlled countless powers that led to death, and was basically an offensive ancestral dragon. His massacre was similar to Long Chen's. It was protection and dignity. It was not killing for the sake of killing, like Jiangming. The protection of the ancient blood spirit dragon was even more noble than that of Long Chen. He protected all his people, and even the entire world. He eliminated evil, promoted good, and maintained the order of the dragon sacrifice world. It was precisely because of this that everyone feared and revered him. But when he saw the dragon skeletons resting here, Long Chen also went crazy because of the emotions that came from the inheritance. The blood in his body was already boiling, and the boundless anger was burning. Even Long Chen himself felt that he had been drowned in the flames. Those were the flames of hatred and anger. Roaring, snarling, restless. In a trance, he seemed to see a peerless divine dragon that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Its entire body was blood red, and it stretched for tens of millions of miles. It was boundlessly huge. It flew in the sky, and when its body coiled up, it was like a huge continent. There were countless little dragons accompanying it, and they treated it as their king and ancestor. Each of the 4 dragon palms had 5 thick, sharp claws. They were sharp weapons that could tear through the heavens and earth and shake the world. They were also the rage of the primordial blood spirit dragon. When he was angry, all of his claws would have something like this appear. This was the wrath of the primordial blood spirit dragon, also known as the 10,000 death claws. As the name suggested, if one was attacked by the ancient blood spiritual dragon's wrath, they would die 10,000 times over. From this, one could see how painful the 10,000 death claw was. Of the 5 claws, the first was covered in a blood-red liquid. That was the primordial blood spirit dragon's fatal blood. It was formed by the primordial blood spirit dragon's will to slaughter, and it had a terrifying destructive power against the primordial spirit. It was the only weapon that could deal with the primordial spirit, and also a part of the death claws. The second claw was covered in blood-red flames. The third claw was wrapped in a blood-red storm. It was as if countless blood-red blades were sweeping across the claw, and it could cut everything into pieces. The fourth claw was covered in a sharp, blood-red frost. Although it was frost, it was also the killing frost born from the primordial blood spirit dragon's body. It only looked like real frost. In fact, whether it was flame, storm, or frost, they did not belong to the elemental power of the Tai Chi life-form dragon, but the killing power of the primordial blood spirit dragon. On the fifth claw, blood-red lightning shot out like electric snakes. It rolled and let out a fatal whistle. This was also not real lightning, but a symbol of the violent power born from the body of the primordial blood spirit dragon. The killing will, flame, storm, frost, and lightning formed the 10,000 death claws and the wrath of the primordial blood spirit dragon. In Long Chen's eyes, the 4 arms of the primordial blood spirit dragon had formed the 10,000 death claws, which were surrounded by the 5 kinds of power. They were all born from the primordial blood spirit dragon itself. The 10,000 death claws were more direct and lethal than the blood spirit stab. Moreover, each of the 4 dragon arms was a lethal weapon. The primordial blood spirit dragon soared between heaven and earth with the 10,000 death claws, intimidating all the dragons in the world. That huge and magnificent scene was a great shock to Long Chen. It could be said that that scene would forever be engraved in his mind. One day, he would also become so powerful. At that time, no one would be able to control his fate, no matter who it was. Not even the immortal general in front of him or the immortal behind him. In that fiery mood, Long Chen gradually woke up. He was still on the dragon's smelting kettle, still resisting the attacks of the dragon's smelting kettle. Below him, countless dragon bones were faintly discernible in the soup. But he was shocked to find that although the shocking scene had disappeared, he found that a destructive power was being transmitted from his limbs to his arms and all the dragon claws. He lifted one of his arms and found that the dragon claws were really filled with the killing will, blood-red flames, storm, frost, and lightning. There were all 4 dragon arms. This was the 10,000 death claws. Under the influence of this anger, Long Chen awakened a more profound mystique belonging to the primordial blood spirit dragon, the 10,000 death claws. This was a power born after his anger touched the slaughter Dao seal. Within the 10,000 death claws, Long Chen's samsara of the 4 symbols took up a part, and a very important part came from Long Chen's anger, the killing power born from his body and bloodline. When he was angry and unwilling, the 10,000 death claws bloomed with terrifying light. Flames filled the sky, the storm howled, the frost was sharp, and the lightning was violent. Buzz, buzz. It seemed that the entire interior of the dragon's smelting kettle was stirring and trembling. Long Chen did not expect that he would be able to control a new power. From the space-time reversal to the flame of life, and then to the 10,000 death claws, step by step, all of this required opportunity, but Long Chen had excellent luck. From the help of the Sea of Time, to the inspiration of the Grass of Life, and finally to the pressure of the dragon's smelting kettle, all of these were the driving forces for him to move forward. It was as if he had never controlled such a huge power before. What was even more terrifying was the killing intent of the 10,000 death claws. This was no longer as simple as a mystique, but a kind of anger, resistance, and protective spirit. It was this strong spirit and will that resonated deeply with Long Chen, creating the most perfect synergy. Buzz. The 10,000 death claws now controlled unparalleled power. From the moment Long Chen entered to the moment he awakened the 10,000 death claws mystique, only 30 breaths of time had passed. At this time, the God General was still shaking the dragon's smelting kettle, muttering, "It seems that this mystical dragon's level is quite high, so it must be very delicious. It will probably take a few months to refine it, so hurry up and refine it, I can't wait." He licked his lips with his half-meter long black tongue and said with anticipation. At this time, the dragon's smelting kettle shook. It almost slipped out of his hand. The God General chuckled and said, "Little guy, don't waste your energy. With your strength, you won't be able to break the dragon's smelting kettle. Anyway, you won't be able to break it. Just enjoy it obediently. After a few days, you won't have the energy to make a fuss. During this time, I will take a nap." He was very relieved. He pressed down on the dragon's smelting kettle, sat on the ground, and closed his eyes to rest. As expected, when Long Chen lightly touched the inside of the dragon's smelting kettle, lines of divine characters appeared on it. This was the power of the nomological laws, and it was added to the inside of the dragon's smelting kettle. This was also the reason why these 100 mystical dragons couldn't break out of this place and escape. The dragon's smelting kettle itself was a Tao treasure with 750 Tao patterns. With the addition of the divine nomological laws, even a dozen dragon emperors wouldn't be able to escape after entering. But now, Long Chen wasn't afraid at all. At this moment, the immortal general suddenly opened his eyes. It was not because of the dragon's smelting kettle in his arms, but because there was an extremely beautiful woman standing in front of him. She had long silver hair and a pair of deep eyes. She looked like a goddess in the night. It was the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor. Since Long Chen left Eternal Dragon City, she had been following Long Chen until the immortal's corpse appeared and separated her. She had found the wrong direction and only recently arrived at the White Bone Divine Palace. It could be said that she had seen many things. Now, she stood before the God General and said with narrowed eyes, "Let him out." The God General sized her up and said, "With your strength, if I'm not wrong, you should be the Dragon Emperor of the human race outside, right?" The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor wasn't worried. Even the dragon's smelting kettle would take a few days to deal with Long Chen. Her voice was cold as she said, "That's right. If you let him go, we can leave this place." The God General sneered and shook his head, "That's impossible. Anyone who sees the secrets here will die. I believe you have seen some of them. You are strong, but you are unlucky. In this laughable world, no matter how strong you are, if you don't have the power to resist the nomological laws like this kid, then you will definitely die in my hands." On this point, it was just like how Long Chen and City Lord Di Jun were similar in strength. However, the God General could kill City Lord Di Jun in an instant, but he couldn't do anything to Long Chen. To him, the most important thing wasn't how strong he was, but whether he could resist the nomological laws. Chapter 2252. There's no way I'll tell you, and there's no way I'll let him go. I'm an emissary of God, a servant of God. I have the power bestowed upon me by the gods. None of you humans have the power to kill me. However, you've already seen so much today. With that, he rose to his feet. His 5-meter-tall body looked down at Eternal Night Dragon Emperor. Obviously, it was going to be another battle to the death. In terms of power, he wasn't as strong as Eternal Night Dragon Emperor, but the power of rules was really terrifying. You're not human. According to you, the gods still exist, and they are the gods of us humans. You're just a servant, so what right do you have to kill their people? Eternal Night Dragon Emperor was very clear-headed and scolded coldly. The Divine General laughed and said, "All right, don't try to trick me. Die." In fact, be it in the minds of the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor or Long Chen, everything was clear. According to the words of this immortal general, the gods should still exist, just not in the eternal sacred realm. The dragon sacrificial continent was infinitely large, so this was also possible. However, the only strange thing was that since they were gods of the human race, why did they seem to be filled with hostility and contempt towards the human race? Moreover, the immortal's corpse that Long Chen saw and what he said made everything even more mysterious. Perhaps only Long Qinglan, who wanted to destroy the battlefield of the gods, knew all of this. The Divine General would definitely kill Eternal Night Dragon Emperor. He wouldn't let anyone escape. Therefore, just as he put down the dragon's smelting kettle and was about to make a move, the dragon's smelting kettle vibrated terribly and almost exploded. Boom! The divine characters shone, then extinguished. At that moment, the Divine General was completely stunned. He felt like he was dreaming, and his face was full of disbelief. He held the dragon's smelting kettle firmly in his hand. After that vibration, the dragon's smelting kettle was no longer as bright as before. In fact, it was much dimmer. It seemed that the fatal divine characters on the dragon's smelting kettle had been destroyed. That was the power bestowed by the gods. How was this possible? The Divine General was dumbfounded. His hands trembled as he held the dragon's smelting kettle. He muttered, "Impossible, impossible." Long Chen. Dragon Emperor Yongye couldn't help but look forward to it. She appeared to save Long Chen, but she didn't expect Long Chen to be so capable, doing such incredible things every time. After the first shock, the rule power on the dragon smelting kettle had dissipated. Of course, this was the result of Long Chen's 10,000 death claws. That was the power of the ancient blood spirit dragon's wrath, the will of the ancestral dragon. Even if it was the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor who entered, he might not be able to appear. However, Long Chen could rely on the 10,000 death claws to overcome this obstacle. When the divine text disappeared, Long Chen took out another item unhurriedly. It was the god-slaying sword. You lucked out, brat. During the clash with the opponent's rule power, the god-slaying sword had suffered some damage. Now, if Long Chen used the 10,000 death claws a few more times or the dragon-enslaved bow, he would be able to tear the dragon-smelting kettle apart. However, he didn't do so. Instead, he chose to use the god-slaying sword. To the god-slaying sword, the dragon-smelting kettle was like a fat elephant. Of course, the god-slaying sword was like a carnivorous leopard. It was impossible for it to kill the elephant. However, it had Long Chen's help. The elephant seemed to be unable to move. The god-slaying sword just had to stare at the opponent and bite. Although its mouth was too small, its digestive ability was strong. It could eat the opponent whole. Begin. Within the dragon-smelting kettle, Long Chen transformed into his human form. He couldn't help but laugh. Then, facing the inside of the dragon-smelting kettle, he started to use the massacring sword art. Usually, it was easier to destroy a Dao item from the inside. Especially a Dao item that couldn't be resisted. It was like meat in the palm of his hand. Long Chen and the god-slaying sword became extremely passionate. Then, he used the massacring sword art passionately. Starting from the first strike, he slashed at the inside of the dragon-smelting kettle. Each strike was like the god-slaying sword taking a bite out of the opponent's flesh. During this process, the god-slaying sword grew rapidly. Its Dao patterns increased, and it became more powerful. On the other hand, the dragon-smelting kettle became weaker and weaker. The massacring sword art was about speed. In an instant, Long Chen was like a crazy demon. The massacring sword art had already broken through the 1,000 strike mark. From the outside, it looked like the god general couldn't help but grip the dragon-smelting kettle tightly. Even so, it couldn't stop the dragon-smelting kettle from trembling. His face was filled with panic and anger. Most importantly, he couldn't understand how the divine text could be destroyed. This was impossible in the entire eternal sacred territory. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The dragon-smelting kettle kept shaking. The god general couldn't help but curse and threaten Long Chen. However, Long Chen was in high spirits and had no time to care about him. Even if the god general wanted to toss Long Chen out, Long Chen wouldn't come out. A Dao weapon with 750 Dao patterns was definitely a feast for the god-slaying sword. It would definitely make him bloated. Inside the dragon-smelting kettle, the little skeleton was squealing at the side. He was so excited that he was about to faint. 2,000 strikes. The entire dragon-smelting kettle was filled with Long Chen's gray sword light. Dozens of strikes landed on the inside of the dragon-smelting kettle at every instant. The dragon-smelting kettle was collapsing faster and faster. The power of the massacring sword and the god-slaying sword was increasing at a terrifying rate. Finally, it reached 3,000 strikes. Little skeleton was about to throw up, but the dragon-smelting kettle still didn't break. He continued to attack like a storm, advancing towards 4,000 strikes. Outside, the god general's face was already green. He opened the dragon-smelting kettle and wanted to pour Long Chen out. However, it was impossible. It was like eating something. It was easy to get in, but difficult to get it out. 3,500 strikes. Just as the god general was about to go crazy, a crack suddenly appeared on the dragon-smelting kettle. Countless massacring sword auras rushed out and shot into the sky. This meant that the dragon-smelting kettle had already been destroyed. This Dao item had already been destroyed. The elephant fell to the ground. It had been eaten by the god-slaying sword, a cheetah, until only its bones were left. Long Chen struck several more times, turning the dragon-smelting kettle into pieces. The pieces rushed out and landed in front of the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night. He was still unscathed. In fact, he was even more perfect and terrifying than before. The Dao patterns on the god-slaying sword were increasing rapidly. One after another, the Dao patterns on the god-slaying sword continued to form. Previously, it had already grown into a Dao item with 500 Dao patterns. Now, it had over 100 more Dao patterns, almost reaching 670 Dao patterns. This was already very close to 700 Dao patterns. With the capabilities of the god-slaying sword, coupled with the massacre sword art, the attack of the god-slaying sword was basically no different from a Dao item with 700 Dao patterns. Generally speaking, the dragon-enslaved bow and dragon-enslaved arrow were suitable for long-range combat. If one wanted to fight in close combat, they would still need the god-slaying sword. This was a very perfect result. Of course, the biggest help to Long Chen was still the awakening of the Death Claw and the Flame of Life. These were more important than the improvement of his cultivation level. He stood beside the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night. Previously, he had already heard the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night's words. He guessed that the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night was worried about him and followed him all the way here. Apart from being touched, Long Chen was also very excited. Rest assured, with the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night as a witness, everything that he saw would not be a one-sided story. He believed that the other Dragon Emperors would also believe in the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night. Since the beginning of your battle with him, I have been watching, the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night said gently. Then, she was also very suspicious. Long Chen was relieved. Now, there was nothing else in his heart other than gratitude. However, there was still the most important thing that he had not done, and that was the God General in front of him. If he could subdue him, he could even get to the bottom of everything. Let's work together. I have a weapon that can defeat him. Long Chen whispered to the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night. Yes. The Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night was a little surprised. However, when he thought that Long Chen could come out of the dragon's smelting kettle, he chose to believe in Long Chen. She said, I can use the seal of time to subdue him because he has the nomological power. I am afraid that I do not have the absolute method to subdue him. The two of them could work together. At this moment, it was the time when the God General was the angriest. The dragon's smelting kettle shattered, and Long Chen escaped. His blood-red eyes stared at Long Chen. He couldn't help but let out an earth-shattering roar. He took a step forward and charged at Long Chen. Long Chen was someone who had the same level as the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night. In terms of strength, Long Chen was still miles away from the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night. It was only because his opponent was special that he had some methods to restrain him. The God General suddenly waved his hands in anger. Suddenly, countless nine-colored mists in the sky surged toward the two of them. This was also his killing move. It might be effective against the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night, but it was useless against Long Chen. When Long Chen's flame of life burned, all the nine-colored mists could not help but retreat in panic, not daring to approach Long Chen. You again. The God General was enraged again. Long Chen had too many tricks up his sleeves. Although they weren't strong, they were enough to suppress him every time. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night turned into a beam of silver light and passed by the God General. Under the time seal, the God General couldn't move. His eyes were burning with flames. He formed words with his thoughts and said angrily, "What a joke. The power of time is not bad, but can it stop me from breaking the rules? Your Dragon Emperor is more than 100 times stronger than me, but what can you do to me?" He was filled with pride. At this moment, Long Chen once again transformed into a divine dragon. What was different from before was that his dragon claws were now covered in flames, lightning, and other blood-colored energies. That was the wrath of the ancient blood spiritual dragon, the 10,000 death claws. The God General's eyes widened. He could feel the aura of death approaching. At this moment, Long Chen swooped down, and the 10,000 death claws swept across the immortal general's body. Furthermore, there were 4 wounds. At the same time, the immortal general let out an earth-shattering scream and knelt on the ground. His body was covered with blood-colored flames, storms, ice, and lightning. This was an attack that was enough to kill him. In fact, the most terrifying killing intent directly caused his soul to tremble, and he was in extreme pain. Chapter 2253. Of course, Long Chen wouldn't kill him. His greatest wish was, of course, to learn from this divine general what the battlefield of gods or the Tao Palace of White Bones was all about. The myriad death's claws attack was indeed fatal. The 4 claws had practically caused the opponent's entire body to collapse. Even a divine general's body had collapsed and disintegrated. In fact, The myriad death's claws attack wasn't Long Chen's claw swipe, but the will of slaughter and blood. Instead, it had been the murderous intent, blood, and other things that belonged to the primordial blood spirit dragon's wrath. As long as Long Chen controlled his anger, he could probably control the Divine General's life. He transformed into his human form and stepped on the Divine General's body. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor rushed to his side and reached out. The snow-white threads wrapped around the Divine General countless times, completely sealing him. The Divine General was completely sealed. Long Chen stepped on his chin, causing a great deal of blood to spurt out. The myriad death claw's power was tormenting the Divine General until he screamed and convulsed. He thought he was immortal, and no matter how he racked his brains, he couldn't understand how Long Chen's attack could inflict such terrible damage on him. Such terrifying damage. This injury was enough to kill him. Moreover, whether he lived or died was completely in the hands of this young man. This was simply inconceivable. The Divine General had never imagined that he would die. The word was foreign to him. Even defeat was foreign to him. It was as if it had never existed in his life. But now, he truly felt the fear of death. Especially when an expert like the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor stood by his side. Long Chen used his foot to press down on the other party's chin and said in a deep voice, "You should be very clear about the current situation. Right now, I can make you suffer 10 times the pain with a single thought, and I can take your life with a single thought. I want to know about the so-called battlefield of the gods. I want to know the secrets of the battlefield of the gods or the divine palace of bones. If you tell me, I can let you go immediately." Amidst the pain, the Divine General paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. He looked strangely at Long Chen and shook his head. "Child, you're really funny. Are you playing a child's game with me?" Without another word, Long Chen increased the power of wrath. Since he said he would increase it by 10 times, he didn't hesitate at all. This increase in power brought with it 10 times the pain. In that instant, the entire Bone God Palace was filled with the cries of pain from the Divine General. However, under the control of the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor's power of time, he couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried. He could only endure this pain that he had never experienced before. In this painful process, the immortal general truly understood that Long Chen wouldn't joke with him. He admitted that he had been defeated and captured and couldn't even make a comeback. Of course, this was truly inconceivable to him. But it had indeed happened to him. Long Chen relaxed a little. The God General looked at him with a sullen expression. He was both angry and helpless. He laughed maniacally. "Humans, oh, humans. You're truly ignorant to a terrifying level. Who am I? I'm the emissary of the Legion of Gods." "Who are the Legion of Gods?" "They're the masters who control you. Your relationship with them is like that of a dog and its master. You actually dare to threaten your master's emissary? Heavens, don't you know that if I say another word, I won't be able to live even if you let me go? Is that so?" His face was filled with disbelief. He felt that Long Chen's actions were even more inconceivable than his defeat. "Fine, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't let me go, you'll be in for a great calamity. My life is a small matter, but it's a big deal to implicate the world. I can't be bothered to bicker with you. Let me go and scram. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll have no choice but to kill myself. Don't blame me for not warning you when disaster befalls you." The Divine General's fist-sized eyes stared at Long Chen seriously. "You're trying to coax me like this?" Long Chen had braved so many dangers and almost lost his life several times, all for this moment. He wanted to know the truth, but the other party had told him this. How could he be willing to accept this? For Long Qinglan's dying wish, he had come to this point. He was about to see the truth. How could he give up now? 10 times the pain. This time, I'll do it until you say it. He was ruthless. Success was right in front of him, so he couldn't be soft-hearted. Dragon Emperor hesitated, but he didn't stop him. The pain that was 10 times more intense descended on the Divine General once again. He screamed miserably, but then laughed mockingly. After a while, he looked at Long Chen with a mocking gaze and said, "Ants, you've all been pitiful animals your entire lives. All you need to do is cultivate properly. Why do you want to know everything? But you still did something that can't be undone. So, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself. The next time we meet, my true body will descend, and I will return everything that happened today to you." When he finished speaking, his body suddenly dissipated like dust, completely disappearing from the world. It was as if he had been killed by Long Chen. Long Chen hadn't expected that he would choose to commit suicide so quickly. However, from his last words, it seemed that he wasn't truly dead. Just what was his true body? He had thought that the Sky-Swallowing clan was a mystery. But now that he had come to the battlefield of the gods, Long Chen discovered an even bigger secret. It was as if Long Qinglan was fighting against both sides. The catastrophe, true body, gods, and so on sounded even more frightening. Afraid. He looked at Long Chen like a beast. It was as if he had eaten hundreds of mystical dragons with the dragon-smelting kettle. What is it? Long Chen's mind was in a mess. He had thought that he could get something out of him. While he had some guesses, there were still many things that didn't make sense. He didn't know why Long Qinglan wanted to destroy the battlefield of the gods. If he didn't understand, he wouldn't have any real evidence. The truth would only be the tip of the iceberg. He didn't know what the true body was. Perhaps, as the Divine General had said, he was too naive. He had greatly underestimated his enemy, an enemy who was not even qualified to interrogate him. However, if the 72 primordial gods really existed, weren't they the ancestors of the human race? They were the primordial gods. Ancestor. Ancestors would treat their descendants like beasts. This was something that he had never thought about. At the start, his descendants had all sorts of divine boats to enter the battlefield of the gods to pay their respects. They might even be bestowed Tao treasures by their ancestors. Just as Long Chen's mind was in a mess and he was watching the Divine General turn to dust, all of a sudden, the entire Divine Bone Palace underwent a huge change. In the first palace in the distance, countless nine-colored mists surged into the sky. The Divine Bone Palace was shaking violently and changing shape. Long Chen, don't think too much. We have to leave this place. Eternal Night Dragon Empress stretched out her slender hand and pulled him back. Long Chen snapped out of his confusion. Now that the entire Divine Bone Palace was changing, who could predict what would happen to it? But from the ferocious expression on the Divine General's face when he turned to dust, he knew that if he died, the Divine Bone Palace would definitely change. There would be a huge change. Let's board the Divine Boat Dijun first. Dragon Emperor Yongye reminded him. Although Dragon Emperor Yongye could resist the storm on his own, he wasn't as sturdy as the Divine Boat Dijun. Hence, the Divine Boat Dijun was safer. Without a word, Long Chen took out the Divine Boat Dijun and entered it with Dragon Emperor Yongye. Through the transparent window, they could see that the storm in the entire God Sea had strengthened by at least a few times. The Divine Bone Palace actually started to shrink. Long Chen wasn't willing to leave now, so he stayed nearby to observe. In a short period of time, the White Bone Divine Palace turned into a giant golden ball and started to spin. Its current appearance was slightly similar to the battlefield of the gods. Beside the giant golden ball, there were countless nine-colored mists surrounding it, and outside was a blood-red tornado. It was violent. At this moment, the golden ball actually flew in a direction and disappeared. Chase. Of course, Long Chen wasn't willing to let all these secrets slip away. he couldn't help but drive the divine boat Dijun to chase after it. However, in the blink of an eye, the giant golden ball had almost disappeared from their sight. Let me. Under Dragon Emperor Yongye's control, the divine boat Dijun increased its speed by at least 10 times as it chased in the direction that the golden ball disappeared. When it broke through the tornado, they realized that the storm in the God Sea had increased by more than 10 times. It was like the end of the world. Under such circumstances, even Long Chen couldn't control the divine boat Dijun. Fortunately, Dragon Emperor Yongye was there. But after they came out, the golden ball disappeared completely. Even the blood-colored tornado had dissipated. All that was left was the God Sea storm, wreaking havoc endlessly. God's blood splattered into the sky. Dragon Emperor Yongye chased for a while longer, but he couldn't find the golden ball anymore. It's completely gone. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. This time, he was too anxious and helpless. He felt that success was right in front of him. Why was it so hard to touch? Although he saw many things, he still couldn't find a reason to destroy Long Qinglan. The answer to the battlefield of the gods. This only proved that there was something really strange about this. In the vast Deity Sea, Eternal Night Dragon Emperor continued to advance. After walking for 3 days and 3 nights, he had almost covered the entire Deity Sea. However, he could no longer find the giant golden ball. Even the blood-colored tornado was nowhere to be seen. It seems like we have to give up and leave to discuss. Dragon Emperor Yongye turned back and said helplessly. This God Sea. Chapter 2254. Did you see the god corpse? Long Chen asked. As for what they saw and heard in the City of White Bones, the two of them had already talked about it. It was more or less the same. Dragon Emperor Yongye had also seen the Rainbow Palace, the Palace of God Statues, and the Reign of God Spirits, but he didn't go in to take a closer look. Not long after she arrived, Long Chen started fighting with the Divine General. It was Long Chen who came out from the Palace of God Statues. Out, she just arrived. As for the God Seal Temple beside the God General, because of the battle with the God General, he didn't try to break the lock, but it would probably be very difficult. I was right behind you, but I lost you because of that God's corpse, said Yongye Dragon Emperor. What happened next? Long Chen recalled for a moment and said, I forced him away from the dragon-enslaved Bao, but before he left, he told me that he wanted me to destroy the battlefield of the gods to save them. His body was bleeding, and the blood that flowed out was the divine blood of the divine sea. As for his weapon. At this moment, a thought flashed through Long Chen's mind. Although the appearance of the immortal's corpse was unrecognizable and the armor he was wearing was extremely worn out, although he had only caught a glimpse of the weapon, wasn't it the martial spirit of the 72 gods that he had fought against in the Palace of Divinity? The two weapons were exactly the same, except that one was old and the other was brand new. Could it be that the god's corpse was a martial god? However, weren't the 72 ancient gods the masters of the divine generals? It was clear from the divine general's words that this was the case. What was going on? Long Chen seemed to have grasped onto the end of a thread, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that this thread was broken because there was a contradiction. If destroying the battlefield of the gods could save the martial god who had become a god's corpse, back then, he had said to destroy the battlefield of the gods and save the common people, could it be that the war god was abandoned by the 72 gods? But if that's the case, what does that have to do with saving the common people? In any case, the conclusion was contradictory. Nothing was certain. Hearing what Long Chen said, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor thought for a moment, then frowned and said, This Deity Sea is so big, and it's filled with God's blood. If it's just the corpse of a martial god, there wouldn't be so much God's blood. If the 72 gods are all under this deity sea, then what were the 72 gods that he mentioned? The statues in the god statue palace? What was the so-called mortal body? It did not make sense at all. It was a pity that no one had the ability to sink into the divine sense sea to take a look. Otherwise, they would be able to understand more. However, he had to admit that, the eternal life god realm is getting more and more perilous. Strange things have been happening lately. We need to tell the other dragon emperors about what's happening here and discuss it with them. Long Chen had wanted to stay in the divine sense sea for a while longer, to see if he could meet the god's corpse again or find the golden ball. However, Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night was right. He was too anxious this time. Now that the deity ocean was surrounded by danger, and that immortal general even claimed that he would look for him in his true body next time, he would be courting death if he continued to stay here. More importantly, he had to report everything he saw. More importantly, he had to give everything he had seen. Alright, let's go back. They were finally ready to leave the battlefield of the gods, which was full of secrets. Although Long Chen had basically seen and heard a lot of things this time, he was still missing the most crucial point, which made him feel very regretful. But he hoped that what he had seen would be helpful to Long Qinglan. First, he had to see what the other dragon emperors were thinking. City Lord Di Jun was already dead. He did not know if he would be able to enter the divine sense sea in the future. Long Chen did not want to return the Emperor Jun divine boat to them. The world seemed to be in chaos now, but everyone was still living in the clouds. It was indeed very dangerous. After leaving the deity ocean, they headed towards the Eternal Dragon City. This was because there were many strange discoveries this time. Moreover, it was seen by the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor himself. Obviously, it had a lot of credibility. After hearing part of the news, the other 14 dragon emperors were very concerned. In fact, every dragon city even sent a dragon emperor to Eternal Dragon City in advance to wait for the return of Long Chen and the dragon emperor Yongye. These were the top people in the dragon god realm, and also the group of people closest to the gods. Of course, the things that Long Chen saw could only be spread among them. After some time, he finally arrived at Eternal Dragon City with Yongye Dragon Emperor. Now that Eternal Dragon City was being rebuilt, it had basically been restored to its original state. However, the range and depth of the Sea of Time had been expanded several times. That was because the Dragon Emperor was fighting the Black Yama beasts. The result. After returning, they went straight to the Weiyang Palace. The Eternal Dragon Emperor and the other 4 Dragon Emperors of the Dragon Cities were all waiting here. As for the others, they were not qualified to participate in this level of conversation. Even the Blue Fire Emperor did not know that Long Chen and the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor had returned. He returned to the familiar Weiyang Palace. But Long Qinglan was no longer here. In the depths of the Weiyang Palace, there were 5 Dragon Emperors. As for the Dragon Emperor in the sky, he was still patrolling the starry sky and had not come down. In Long Chen's vision, the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor and the others appeared again. The Cruel Blood Dragon Emperor was also here. It's good that you are back. The Eternal Dragon Emperor frowned, and the atmosphere was a little heavy. The other Dragon Emperors wore dragon robes and stood quietly. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor went straight to the point and said, "The Star Talisman did not say it clearly. Since everyone is here, Long Chen and I will tell you everything that happened this time." From the beginning, when Long Chen borrowed the divine boat in Di Jun Divine City, the news of Long Chen defeating City Lord Di Jun had spread all over the world. Everyone seemed to be numb to his heaven-defying abilities. It should be during this period that the Black Hell Emperor, Chen Ting, and City Lord Di Jun met. Weren't you looking for the Black Hell Emperor? There was no trace of him at all. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor asked. The 5 Dragon Emperors shook their heads helplessly and said, "The dozen of us almost searched the entire Dragon God domain. It seems that he really comes and goes like a shadow, and indeed has his eyes on Long Chen. This was not the main point. Next, Long Chen and the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor got to the main point. They basically told them about their own experiences, their own thoughts and understanding. Because this matter was of great importance, even the Eternal Night Dragon Emperor did not slack off. In the end, the White Bone Divine Palace turned into a giant golden ball and disappeared in the Deity Sea. We searched for a few days but did not find any traces, nor did we see the god's corpse. That's why we came back. But after hearing everything clearly, the 5 dragon emperors looked at each other and frowned even more. Seeing that they did not speak, Long Chen said, "We can be sure that the White Bone Divine Palace is the battlefield of the gods. In addition, the 9-colored fog looks beautiful, but it is actually released by a type of insect. Also, all the young martial artists of the ancient city of the 72 gods' descendants bathe in the divine spirit. The rain is not a good thing. I saw it with my own eyes. Every drop of water can actually transform into a kind of golden spider with very strong killing power. The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor can also testify to this. This means that the battlefield of the gods is definitely not as simple as we think it is. Back then, my father definitely had his reasons for wanting to destroy the battlefield of the gods. In fact, the martial god's corpse personally told me to destroy the battlefield of the gods to save the common people. Although I don't know the true reason and I don't have any proof, I'm sure my father has a reason for wanting to destroy the battlefield of the gods. Although I don't know the real reason, there is no doubt that the place needs to be destroyed." At this point, the Eternal Dragon Emperor raised his hand to interrupt him. The Eternal Dragon Emperor's gaze was solemn. He said, "Things must be very complicated. Of course, I believe what you saw. This means that there is indeed a huge problem with the battlefield of the gods, but many things are pure speculation. Whether the immortal really exists or not depends on the words of that immortal general. We can't verify it. To be honest, we definitely believe that Long Qinglan did have his reasons. Maybe he was right, but the problem is that we don't know the real reason." Hearing this, Long Chen was a little excited. Could it be that at this point, the Divine General had already said that the human race would be facing a great disaster, but they still did not take action? Seeing Long Chen's excited expression, the violent Blood Dragon Emperor appeared in front of him. He said, "Don't be so excited. I know what the Eternal Night means. What he means is that even if we believe and doubt, what use is there? We can make some people in the 5 major dragon cities believe what we say. But the ancient cities of the 72 divine descendants and the other humans in the dragon god domain outnumber the 5 major dragon cities by countless times. Without evidence and the truth, how can we make them believe us? Your father wanting to destroy the battlefield of the gods is already an indelible crime to them. Without sufficient evidence and the most authoritative voice, it still cannot achieve the effect you want to clear your father's name and wash away everything. You need to calm down now." Beside him, Dragon Emperor Yongye said gently, "Long Chen, you should understand that all humans worship the primordial gods more than the divine dragons. To them, the divine dragons are illusory, but the 72 primordial gods are their ancestors and his protector. To them, the battlefield of the gods is a place nobler than the 5 major dragon cities. It is their holy land, just like how the cave of Ancestral Dragon is in the hearts of the 5 major dragon cities. Although the ancient cities of the 72 divine descendants are far weaker than us, they are the ones who truly hold the hearts of the people. However, they are the ones who have the true will of the people, while the 5 great dragon cities are mostly hidden in the sky. That's why they will believe in their ancestors even more if you don't show them real evidence." Long Chen was not an idiot or unreasonable person. What they said was indeed reasonable. The long-term public opinion and the heartfelt belief of the entire human race toward the ancestral gods could not be changed by a few words from him. Sometimes, belief could be a kind of poison. Under the influence of this poison, even the truth and evidence could not be proven. What? That was why he wanted to let everyone know the terror of the battlefield of the gods once and for all, so that they could stay away from it and understand what had happened to Long Qinglan. That was impossible. Then what do we need to do? Right now, that was all he wanted to know. Eternal Dragon Emperor and the others looked at each other and said, "We can only find out what the reason is first." 2 chapters left. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Your popularity has caused my various rankings to shoot up, becoming more and more popular. This is the motivation for me to write more late at night. June is really my Black June. I really can't imagine that I can make it. I feel like I've aged a few years. But with effort comes reward. This kind of life is worth it. Chapter 2255. Of course, Long Chen no longer expected these speculations to be announced to the world. If they were to be announced, there would be 2 possibilities. The first was to be laughed at, and no one would believe it. Of course, if all 15 dragon emperors said so, and the 5 dragon cities maintained their stance, then the possibility was not high. Even if most people did not believe it, they would suppress it in their hearts. The second possibility was that it would cause a great deal of panic. This was possible. At least when they understood everything, and knew that the Divine General had said that a calamity would befall, the supreme beings of the human race took it seriously. They all frowned and discussed the matter. Let's find a time to go to the battlefield of the gods again. With a few more people, we can see if we can find anything, Violent Dragon Emperor suggested. We have to go. The information that Long Chen and the Eternal Dragon Emperor had received was not complete. Of course, in their hearts, they had a certain understanding of Long Qinglan's actions back then, and were no longer so hostile towards Long Qinglan. It was especially so for the Eternal Dragon Emperor, whose face was sullen from start to end. It was just that every time the matter of Long Qinglan was brought up, he would feel awkward and speechless. After all, Long Chen was his adopted son. "Can I go with you?" Long Chen asked hurriedly. Violent Dragon Emperor said, "There's no need. It's more convenient for us to move around. If there's any danger, you're our future hope. Of course, if we find anything, we'll tell you immediately. Don't worry. If your father is really reasonable and innocent, then us old fellows will definitely give him justice. Don't you all think so?" These past matters had long since disappeared from their hearts. Only the Eternal Dragon Emperor was angry about this matter. Now that everyone looked at him, he sighed and said, forget it, forget it. I only care about the truth. But what makes me angry is that if Long Qinglan really knew the reason why the battlefield of the gods had to be destroyed, why didn't he tell us? Could it be that we couldn't make him trust us, or was there something wrong with his brain? This was also an unsolved mystery. They had agreed to make a trip to the battlefield of the deities, but not now. Now they were still searching for the Black Hell Emperor all over the world and were prepared to go after some time. Long Chen returned to the Green Water Palace. This place was very dilapidated, but it could be seen that someone had carefully cleaned it up. Li Xuanji was by his side. The two of them were facing the breeze in the pavilion. Long Chen was thinking about all the clues he had seen in the battlefield of the gods. The god of Valkyrie's corpse destroyed the battlefield of the deities, and the god of Valkyrie fought me in the shrine of the deities. He said that it was the mortal realm's physical body. If the 72 ancient gods were in a mysterious place called the mortal realm, and they needed the help of the mortal realm's physical body to come to the eternal celestial realm, then it could be explained. However, the god of Valkyrie's corpse under the deity ocean contradicts all of this. Dragon Emperor of Eternal Night also said that the deity ocean was so huge, and it couldn't have been created by a single god of Valkyrie's corpse. Amidst the thick fog, Longchen felt that the battlefield of the gods had disappeared. The only way was to enter the divine ocean. However, the divine ocean was a terrifying place. Even if he had the strength of 15 dragon emperors at their peak, he probably wouldn't dare to enter. Even the storms and seawater of the divine ocean were so terrifying, let alone go deeper. You can calm down and focus on your cultivation. The 15 dragon emperors already know about this. Whether it's chasing after the Black Hell Emperor or entering the divine ocean, they will worry about it. You are still at the golden stage of cultivation. You should put more effort into improving yourself, Li Xuanji reminded softly. Li Xuanji reminded softly. Her heart ached when she saw how much pressure Longchen was under. You're right. Longchen suddenly saw the light. Without powerful strength, he wouldn't be able to change anything no matter how much he knew. That was why it was the most fundamental. Just like how he had comprehended the time and space reversal, the flame of life, and the 10,000 death claw, he had survived time and time again. Let's break through to the late stage of the 4-symbol samsara realm first. Hence, for the rest of the time, he focused on the process of cultivation. Li Xuanji didn't leave again. Instead, she accompanied him with peace of mind in the Green Water Palace. Time passed quietly, and one day, the 5 dragon emperors had already set off for the divine scent sea. Longchen cultivated while waiting for his news, and would usually take a stroll around the Eternal Dragon City. After experiencing that peerless battle, the Eternal Dragon City was currently in the process of rebuilding, and everything was bustling with activity. Regardless, Longchen now had a very high status and reputation. Everyone knew about the misunderstanding with the Black Hell Beast. In fact, many people even thought of him as the savior of Eternal Dragon City. But suddenly, he met the Blue Fire Emperor. He was the only person in the entire Eternal Dragon City who wasn't polite to him. Since we met, let's say a few words. The Blue Fire Emperor was still very stubborn. He stood in front of Longchen, his long beard fluttering in the wind. He looked like an immortal and said, I already know most of what happened in the battlefield of the deities. You think that your father is definitely innocent, right? From what you discovered, that is indeed the case. However, you have overlooked many things because you weren't in this world at that time. Speak. Longchen looked coldly at this uncle. First of all, even if there was a possibility that the battlefield of the deities could be destroyed, why didn't your father announce it to the world? Why didn't he tell us? Instead, he stubbornly acted like a crazy demon. I saw him during that period of time. He no longer listened to anyone and became crazy. Hence, I feel that even if there was a problem with the battlefield of the deities, he is also a problem and not necessarily innocent. It seemed like he was here to deal a blow to Longchen. Longchen naturally knew that this guy had been jealous of Long Qinglan since he was young. Seeing him in such a sorry state, he was probably secretly delighted. Sometimes, the competition between brothers could be very tragic. And then? He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He believed that there must have been a reason why Long Qinglan didn't say anything at that time. In order to become a god himself, he actually did not hesitate to release the seal on the Devil Star, allowing them to come to the Dragon God domain. In the end, the group of demons went out of control, causing millions of corpses to be piled up in the Dragon God domain. Many experts of the era directly died, causing the vitality of the human race to be greatly damaged, causing a rare upheaval. Although he finally managed to seal the group of demons back into the Devil Star, causing such a disaster, that is all his fault. Even if there was a reason why he wanted to destroy the battlefield of the gods, the matter regarding the Devil Star is irrefutable and cannot be explained. Now, he is a sinner that will be remembered throughout the ages. The 15 dragon emperors do not have the heart to remind you that you want to clear his name, but I feel that I have to make it clear to you. No matter how hard you try, the result will always be impossible. Long Chen had a certain understanding of the matter regarding the Devil Star. However, he didn't understand the Devil Star and didn't know what the demons of the Devil Star were like. Therefore, he couldn't explain this matter either. Perhaps he could only say that Long Qinglan had done it unintentionally, but he had indeed caused a certain amount of damage to the Dragon God domain. At that time, the Eternal Dragon Emperor was the leader of the entire human race, but he had caused millions of corpses. That matter was also a turning point in Long Qinglan's life. From then on, he was no longer understood by the world, and even cursed by the relatives and friends of the deceased. It wasn't until the matter regarding the battlefield of the deities that everyone's trust in him was overturned. The words of the Blue Fire Emperor also made Long Chen understand that what he wanted to do for Long Qinglan was far from being accomplished. Even if there was irrefutable evidence, Long Chen understood Long Qinglan and knew that he was a kind person. He definitely wouldn't harm others for his own sake. Therefore, he needed to know the truth even more. Alright, I understand. Long Chen nodded. Don't waste your energy. I looked down on you in the past, so I apologize to you today. You are indeed a very admirable young man, and no one can stop your growth. In the future, you might even have the same status as the Eternal Dragon Emperor and lead the entire human race. Therefore, don't try to erase his stain and do such a thankless thing. What you should do is atone for his sins, serve the people of the world, and let them forget about Long Qinglan and remember you. The Blue Fire Emperor was a little agitated as he spoke. You don't have to worry about that. Long Chen hated people like him who thought they were infallible. Don't become the second Long Qinglan. Now that there are so many disasters, we will definitely have to rely on you for the battles in the future. The Blue Fire Emperor said agitatedly. Long Chen held back the anger in his heart. Now that he had learned to control himself well, he interrupted the other party's words and said word by word, "Shut your mouth. I know what I should do, and I don't need you to teach me. Also, my dream is to become the second Long Qinglan. I don't want to argue with you now, but one day, I will do it for you." Long Chen didn't even want to say another word to him. There was no point. The other party thought that he was trying his best to persuade him not to walk down the same path as Long Qinglan. However, everything that Long Chen had was given to him by Long Qinglan. How could the Blue Fire Emperor know how important this man was to him? He turned around and left resolutely, quickly returning to the Qinglan Palace. The Blue Fire Emperor watched him leave angrily and sighed continuously. After returning to the Qinglan Palace, Li Xuanji comforted him, "Don't be angry because of this kind of person. He will never understand the world that you and your father live in because he is short-sighted." Long Chen took a deep breath and said, "I understand." "Then what do you plan to do?" Li Xuanji stood beside him and gently tidied his slightly messy hair. Long Chen thought for a while and said, "I will first reach the late stage of the four-symbol Samsara realm. If I can reach that realm, with your help, I will probably be able to fight against people like the Blue Fire Emperor, Yang Yu, and Xue Qi." This was his progress. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.